Please welcome your MC.
Woo! Good morning, Solana! Assalamu alaikum. Oh man, okay. If you're just as excited as I am to be here at Breakpoint 2025, it's a great time to be alive. I want you to say Solana on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh man, that feels better than 2 coffees and a beer. Look, I'm telling you, 2025 has been an absolutely blockbuster year for the network. Everything from institutional adoption, ETF inflows and issuance, on-chain revenue, new developers that are on Solana. We are winning on every single front. Come on, let's make some noise. Let's go. Woo! That's right, that's right. You know, every year I tell myself that Breakpoint can't get any bigger, and every single year Ellie proves me wrong. All right, so we're going to start off day 2 of Breakpoint. Very, very right. We have a very special fireside in conversation with the founder of Loopscale, Mary Gujaratni. We also have the heaviest of heavy hitters. These 2 gentlemen need absolutely no introduction. They are the men, the myth, the legends. Please give a very warm Solana welcome to Raj, Toli, and Mary!
Somebody just said, have my babies. All right.
Kids are great. Have more kids.
All right. Hi, everyone. It is awesome to be here. That was an exciting intro. I feel like encapsulates the energy of this week. And this, for me personally, is my 5th Breakpoint, so it's an honor to be on stage here with you guys. And kind of thinking back to that first Breakpoint, the space has changed dramatically. And kind of my first question for you guys was just as a personal reflection, what you guys are most proud of in terms of accomplishments over the past 5 years, thinking back to that Breakpoint.
Yeah, I'll go first. I think, you know, just the constant reinvention of the network, the ecosystem, and the community. You know, a lot of people just don't even remember, but Solana started as like a ghost chain, and then a DeFi chain, and then an FTX chain, and then a meme coin, well, NFT chain. That was a whole cycle, and then meme coins, and now it's clear that, you know, it's used for absolutely everything, and there's a compounding effect of all of those things coming together. So I think, you know, the reason the community has the resilience to go through all that reinvention is because they're here for a reason, for each other, and you know, for the performance and the ease of use of the network.
I'm really proud that I only have like 7 minutes of stage time.
They were discussing how that their goal next year is to have no stage time.
I want to be in the audience. I mean, I think one of my favorite things that Balaji has said, that decentralization is not the absence of leadership, it's the abundance of leadership. And over the last 5 years, just so many people have stepped up, from foundation and labs, but even folks completely outside of any of those kind of original organizations, just community people, people building applications and protocols, have really took the leadership roles for the entire network, to the point that, you know, I don't have GitHub commit privileges anymore, and I spent like 2 minutes on stage. My goal is to just be in the audience. That would be, like, I think, seeing the network really mature and take a life of its own.
And kind of going off of the point you were making, Raj, about all these different evolutions Solana has taken, I think especially over the past year, we've seen all these different use cases, but there's been these two major kind of themes emerging, both around kind of memes and that use case, as well as kind of in parallel, the institutionalization and the launch of the ETFs. And I'm curious how you guys think about all those different use cases, like interplaying with each other, as well as how you guys think about embracing them or managing them.
I think the internet has always been both very serious and create a lot of like kind of value that's very easy to understand, and also entertainment. And the famous quote is "Internet is for cats." And if you look at like technology in general, NVIDIA started as a video game company. So I think memes and NFTs and all these things are kind of the cats part of the internet. But because of those, we're able to build and develop technology that can really serve global finance as cheap as physics allow. And I think that's really cool that we get to do both.
Yeah, I remember the first time I set up an email address was because my cousin in South Africa wanted to send me the dancing baby GIF. And like, that's why I got an email address. And it's why a lot of people got an email address. And I think meme coins might be the first reason a lot of people get a wallet, but it grows into something much larger.
Makes a lot of sense, and I agree. And I feel like you see that even with how people use the chain today and what they get their first Phantom wallet for. And so thinking about kind of how you guys are looking towards next year, I think it's very clear what the chain is going for in terms of technical goals, and we have this IBRL that's guiding technical direction. How do you guys think about things from a business or strategic perspective, and what the non-technical constraints for Solana are?
I always kind of thought crypto as being this next iteration of the internet. The biggest constraint is just human understanding. So like trying to explain to my parents what private key cryptography is and like seed phrases and all of these things, it just takes time. And I think every way that you can get somebody to engage with these technologies isn't that good. So meme coins, NFTs, whatever gets that person's interest sparked, and they go install their favorite wallet, Soulflare or whatever, and go interact with the chain. I think that's a net good.
What's your de facto explanation for blockchain when your mom's friend asks what you do?
That one's tough. Like, I think the easiest way to explain it is like childhood trauma and leaving the Soviet Union, and that you can take your assets with you when you gotta flee. But yeah.
I'm sure that clarifies a lot. And kind of thinking about the converse side of that, what do you think are the 2 to 3 big technical improvements that'll be kind of the major unlocks?
I mean, Fire Dancer full client is here, and that's awesome. So having it kind of the final audits and that like final step is really great to see. That in my mind, this is where I've always felt like is the time to rip off the beta tag, is when we have 2 implementations of the protocol. So there's no bust factor, and we have this kind of true interpretation of what it means to do like a valid state transition on the network. So this to me is like, I don't think we need the beta tag anymore. And obviously the IBRL improvements that everyone has been working on, Alpenglow and MCP, those hopefully going live relatively soon next year.
Another question I had, maybe Raj, this one's for you, but I think again, this past year, another conversation that's come up over and over again has been the role of revenue on chain and across the ecosystem. And I'm curious, both, where do you think this next like 2x in revenue comes from, and whether that's a metric that you guys kind of are prioritizing, or what metrics you guys are prioritizing?
Yeah, I mean, I think Tolly really drilled it into all of our heads that a revenue generating business is kind of the closest thing you can get to a source of truth as you can in focusing a team. So the more revenue generating businesses we have on chain that grow and thrive independently with use cases to make use of block space, the better. I think a recent chart that came out that we look at as a huge breakthrough is if you look at the last 20 companies that reached $100 million in revenue, the majority of them are crypto businesses. I don't think a lot of people knew that. And the majority of those are on Solana. So that was always kind of the goal. Where it comes from, I think you need the entropy of like thousands of entrepreneurs just exploring every possible value proposition for how to use block space. And I think we have that. Like Coliseum hackathons are just getting bigger and bigger, 1,700 teams at a time now. I think we just want to see more of that.
And what other metrics in addition to revenue are kind of forefront or you think are kind of upstream of revenue?
What do you think, Tully?
I mean, every business is going to have kind of its secondary metrics, but I think for the L1 and the financial use case specifically, volumes and TVL and all those kind of DeFi-specific metrics are really important. But you still, I think, need to tie it back to like, how does this business make money? How does it, because that really translates to how are you creating value for the end user, for your customer, and how much runway you have. Like ultimately, I think the market cap of all of crypto is going to continue to grow, but at some point, I think the value is going to be split by revenue.
And does the context of that change at all when you think about the Seeker and that product and revenue on the Seeker for developers on Seeker?
Yeah, this has been, I think, a really pleasant surprise how fast we've seen teams actually start to earn revenues on Seeker and the SMS platform. So we're seeing that like CFL, Perena, Moonwalk Fitness, like OrMiner, these apps launched and they got their first 10,000 users in the Seeker ecosystem. And this is, again, a much, much smaller distribution channel than Apple, but it's a very concentrated one. These are folks that are crypto first, crypto native, and they want to try stuff. So if you're building a mobile app and you need your first 10,000 users, this is a very small pond, which you can be a big fish and get that iteration and figure out those loops that get your users excited and start earning your first dollar. I think that's really important unlock for developers.
Yeah, it's I feel like a pretty hard to reach audience in general, just with kind of the anonymity in the space. And you do have that reach on social media, but reaching those like prosumers of crypto is harder. And we've been getting more requests for Seeker for loop scale, and so we got to prioritize that mobile application. And so I want to also just kind of think about maybe it could be a Seeker application, but if you guys were not the founders of Solana and Solana existed today, what would you guys want to build on Solana?
Every time I have an answer to that question, if I scroll enough on Twitter, I see that somebody is already building it on Solana, which is a great sign. I think the latest one is more gamified trading interfaces for options. Because it seems like, I think anything that makes finance more fun is, I think, aligned with where crypto is heading. I think in 10 years, people will have a less toxic and scary relationship with finance because of crypto. So right now, where I think the frontier for that is in more fun trading interfaces. And I think there's a Coliseum team called Banana Zone that made one. It's awesome. Everybody should go use it.
Are you excited for the 16 replies shilling their apps after this?
More. Everybody should be shilling.
And what about yourself?
I would take like the proof of work based OrMiner and do like a superconductor search for the proof of work part.
Do you want to elaborate on that a bit?
I think like the other side of the finance stuff, just go have fun. Like come up with a crazy idea, and there's a lot of weird crypto loops that don't work in any other place in the world. I think using the proof of work mechanisms for getting people to go participate in a network to do something, I think is really interesting and underexplored. And when that stuff pops off, you get you create whole new categories like, what was it, walk to earn or whatever. Those things happen, and all of a sudden you get 1,000 new devs trying to replicate that in other parts in other parts of application development, and that's how innovation goes. So,
do you think, kind of in that same vein, there's advice for founders specific to crypto that you think applies specifically or especially in crypto?
I think you got to ship fast. Like, that would be my advice: is iterate and try out an idea, get it to market, and like watch it fail, and try to find those couple users that do something interesting with what you built, and then kind of reshape the product around it.
And want to also ask, Raj, you had tweeted a few weeks ago, what are Solana's 10-year goals? But it was just a quote tweet of Elon, and you didn't answer the question. So I would love to hear kind of what you guys view as the vision for Solana, say, 10 years from now, that makes you guys most excited about having built the chain.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we used to talk about the scale of the vision, the metric we always talked about was what % of global finance could be on-chain. I think Solana is positioned to accelerate its share of how much crypto gets over the next 10 years. And so I think it's reasonable. And also, I think crypto is accelerating faster than any of us anticipated. In 2017, we didn't imagine we'd have such a clear US regulatory environment, that we'd get the support of major countries, issuing assets on chain, major banks. So I think we should probably upgrade that to like 25%, and Solana gets at least 10% in that trade. So.
Or all 25%.
Yeah, maybe all 25. But I think there's room for lots of competition. Competition is good.
Do you feel like your dream 10-year vision is relatively aligned?
I can't think of more than like 8 weeks ahead.
Yeah. Very fair. And rumor has it that you guys have some announcements to make this morning.
Yeah, just one important one. I think, first of all, we wanted to thank everybody for coming out to Abu Dhabi, especially people from as far as California that flew 16 hours. I think everyone's big question is what's next. So we have a video to tell you where we're gonna all meet up next year. Seems like everybody's pretty happy with that choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to pick a location. I think the events team, shout out to Ellie and Akshay, who just do an incredible job putting these on. It's a very difficult choice. You have to optimize for visas. You have to look forward ahead 1 year and think about strategic positioning for the ecosystem, for the network, and for everybody who builds on it. We're pretty confident London's going to be an excellent breakpoint for next year, just as Abu Dhabi was this year. So with that, thanks so much for coming, guys.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Man, oh man, if you thought that Fireside is good, you ain't seen nothing yet. We're gonna keep this party going with our first keynote of the day. Now, this next speaker is changing the shape of the game on Solana. He is constantly pushing forward the boundaries of what is possible. He has his hands in a lot of pies, pushing forward not only temporal, but also harmonic and also humidify. Please give a big Solana welcome to Ben Coverston.
Centralized markets don't fail loudly. They fail quietly. Centralized markets they fail with small skews, invisible advantages, and decisions no one can see. That's exactly the problem in Solana's block building infrastructure today. Less competition doesn't just reduce efficiency, it erodes trust. So instead of rebuilding a better monopoly, we rebuilt the market. I'm Ben. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Temporal and Harmonic, and we're going to talk about how we're revolutionizing block building on Solana through a marketplace. So let's zoom out a little bit. Let's just talk about internet capital markets for a second. We've come a long way in the last 5 to 6 years. Crypto was supposed to escape Wall Street. Instead, we've kind of started to rebuild it. But in order to compete with centralized markets, which are incredibly efficient, we need to be able to innovate and experiment with new market structures. Solana and new market structures are our best shot at doing this extremely efficiently. So let's talk a little bit about how far we've come. TVL is up multiples in 2024, and even in 2025, we've seen incredible inflows. Network and app revenue are exploding as usage and fees scale. Solana is no longer a chain labeled for degens and meme coins. Solana is a chain for institutions. We have the Bitwise Solana Spot ETF with over $600 million in inflows in just the last few months, and that's just one of the ETFs. We have Forward Industries raised over $1.65 billion for a DAT, and that's just one of them. We have Soulmate here in the UAE, and we have several others. Solana is becoming the world's exchange. We can clear tens of thousands of trades per second at near zero cost. Anyone in the world can plug in. There's no seat licenses, no membership tiers, just free, permissionless, and open for all. Wall Street grade markets, programmable, global, and open. So something we recently built was this DEX called Humidify. I won't talk too much about it because we have a dedicated Humidify presentation in about 4 hours by one of the other Humidify co-founders, Kevin Pang. But the thing that I kind of want to drill into everyone's heads, right, is that this thing is quoting tighter than Binance, at least for retail. Retail can go on Solana and get tighter spreads than they would get on Binance. Average fills on the order of just a few bips. This thing is doing 60% of all spot volume on Solana. And we're just getting started. So prop AMMs are a pretty unique market structure. So they're essentially smart contracts on chain. But the difference is they're kind of actively managed liquidity. So we have a lot of passive AMMs that the liquidity just kind of sits there, reacts to trades, think like X = K. But prop AMMs like Humidify, they are actively managed and by like a sophisticated trader that's kind of sitting in the back end, right? And this is actually really good, right? Because we get institutional grade liquidity. We can stack up 10 plus 20 of these, right? All in one router. And router gets last look and just says, hey, give my user the best price, right? However, prop AMMs also come with a lot of demands. We need fast inclusion. We need predictable ordering. We need millions and millions of TPS, right? We need fair access. No rate limits, right? We need a new architecture in order to create this kind of infrastructure. So again, as volume and institutions grow, incentives concentrate, small set of players can dominate block construction, quiet off-chain deals decide who get the fast lane, validators risk becoming dumb pipes, stakers get table scraps, applications get unpredictable inclusion and latency. So let's talk a bit more about Harmonic now. First of all, I want to hit home that it's very, very fast, right? Market makers like Humidify need high throughput. They need low latency. It's exactly what Harmonic delivers. Not only can we do ACE and make sequencing decisions at over 1 million TPS, but soon with the advent of Harmonic Transport Layer 2.0, we'll enable the whole system to operate at that throughput, not just the sequencing logic. So for anyone that's paying attention on mainnet, you may have seen us, doing some experiments. We're experimenters, after all, at Temporal and Harmonic. And so over the last few days, we've just put out some blocks to kind of demonstrate the power of this thing. And so you guys can all go look at this mainnet block right now on mainnet, 385921704, and a few others. These are blocks that are completely full of Humidify Oracle updates. A block full of 10,000 of them, 25x more than the average mainnet block today. We're bringing a new kind of capacity to this network, and it's going to enable new market structures and tighter spreads like we've never seen before. So how's it kind of work, right? Well, so instead of the validator being locked into a single block builder, we essentially aggregate blocks from up to n builders in real time. Validators select the best block according to their preferences, and they replace a single builder monopoly with a market. The result is that we increase validator income, we get better user outcomes, we give apps more control, and we improve network performance. So essentially what apps and DEXs like Humidify want, right, is that they want to be able to get in really fast, right? They want the execution to be fair, right? They want their inclusion to be predictable. And then validators also want stable rewards, and they also want to have a lot of control over what's in their blocks, right? And in Harmonic, they can kind of set all their preferences and say, hey, this is kind of how I want my block to be constructed. This is what I want to achieve. And then we as Harmonic, we say, OK, this is what the validator wants to achieve. Our job is to now align these incentives with all of the applications. Applications like Humidify. So we give apps and users fair execution. And the result is Solana becomes an open market and the world's exchange. So to reiterate what we believe in, right? Block building kind of resembles like high-frequency market routing, right? You look at all the centralized exchanges like NASDAQ, like NYSE. These guys are fast, right? These guys are capable of also doing millions of TPS, right? Maybe you won't see that on the average day, but this is fast infrastructure built by some of the best performance engineers in the world. Solana needs the same. There's no better way to achieve this than competition. This empowers validators to choose, and this also empowers applications to receive fast, fair, and deterministic execution. It's important for MEV to be transparent. It's important for MEV to be controlled. With Harmonic, all of this is out in the open. we're building a ton of tooling, and some of you guys may have seen more recently some of the demos and previews of some of the tooling that we're building to make block building more transparent and to overall make Solana as a protocol more visible to the average user. Solana can outcompete CEXs because it is a base layer, right? It's a market. And once again, to reiterate, Solana can host Wall Street scale markets on-chain. Humidify has already proved that these markets can beat CEXs. And now with Harmonic, we're going to make competition rather than capture the default of the base layer. Solana is where it is today because its apps compete. Its borrow lends compete. Its routers compete. Its clients compete. And now its infrastructure competes. The market is open. Thank you.
We're going to keep this show rolling. This next keynote is by a speaker who's not only a wonderful human being, he's also as cool as a cucumber and building some of the most important trading infrastructure on Solana. Please give a big welcome to the founder of DFlow, Nitesh Nath.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So here today to talk to you guys about our latest work, Tokenizing Predictions. Earlier this month, we released the DFlow Prediction Markets API, which is powered by Kalshi. And I want to tell everyone here a little bit more about how it's built, what to expect from it, and what's coming up in 2026. Before we get into that, though, let me talk a little bit about the background, what DFlow actually does, what we're building, and what we spent 2025 doing. So DFlow builds low-latency trading infrastructure. What this means concretely today is we operate a Solana DEX aggregator. We aggregate 100% of liquidity on the network, construct a very large graph of prices, and then solve a very difficult optimization problem in order to determine the best routes from a token a user wants to give up for a token that they want to receive. This year has been pretty phenomenal for our growth. We have facilitated over $33 billion in trading volume since April 2025. We've contributed a lot to the app revenue that applications on the network have received. Month-over-month growth has been very strong, and we've serviced over 1 million users across the globe. In January of 2025, we released our DFlow Spot Trading API. This is our Solana DEX aggregator, which we aggregated the spot tokens on the network from, and released this API so that applications and wallets could access the liquidity from the network. It took us about 6 months, and in June of 2025, we had 4 applications integrate our spot trading API. At this point in time, we had about $4 billion in cumulative volume that we had processed for the network through our contract, and about $2 million in revenue paid out to applications. In June of 2025, we also released sort of our new backend. This allowed streamlined DEX integrations. It was a quiet release, but it let us integrate DEXs very quickly. By September of 2025, we had 26 applications integrate the DFlow aggregator. We processed about $10 billion in cumulative volume, and we had paid $16 million in app revenue out. In September of 2025, we also released what I think is Solana's most exciting microstructure improvement of 2025, just-in-time routing. Just-in-time routing was a 0-to-1 mechanism that was released on the network. At this time, just-in-time routing let a transaction which was previously frozen become dynamic on-chain at the time that it was processed. This led to drastically better execution for users, a lot of saved price slippage that was returned to users' wallets, or that could be captured by applications in application revenue. By October of 2025, we had processed 18 billion in cumulative volume, and we had paid out 24 million in application revenue. Very exciting growth, and at this point in time, we had also expanded the team quite a bit. In October of 2025, we released a new prop AMM integration backend. We spent a lot of time thinking about microstructure on the network. Prop AMMs, as you heard from Ben before this, have been a very integral part of the process of providing great execution on-chain, spreads that are tighter, indeed, than Binance. This integration, this new backend, allowed prop AMMs to integrate super smoothly into DFlow's routing, accessing features that were not available anywhere else, such as just-in-time routing. By November of 2025, last month, we had over 75 applications integrate with 33 billion in cumulative trading volume and over 34 million paid out in application revenue. Super exciting. Earlier this month, in fact, a few days ago, we released the DFlow Prediction Markets API powered by Kalshi. So what exactly is this? Kalshi, as you guys know, is a prediction market operator. They operate prediction markets in sort of an off-chain regulated way. And the Solana network is sort of where some of the world's most opinionated and active traders live. DFlow is the connective tissue, and in particular, our prediction markets API is the connective tissue between traders on the Solana network and the liquidity that lives on Kalshi. So what does this actually mean for users? I think starting this month, and there will be a pretty exciting announcement later today, you guys should keep your eyes peeled for, Solana users will begin to receive market access to one of the most liquid prediction markets exchanges in the world. In exchange, Kalshi receives access to some of the most opinionated active degens that the world has ever seen. But how do we do this? We tokenize Kalshi, but how does this actually work under the hood? So under the hood, we have released what we're calling a concurrent liquidity program. A concurrent liquidity program is something that will actually glue liquidity from off-chain sources like Kalshi to the network in a way that when a user actually trades with a concurrent liquidity program, they're receiving a token, an SPL token that actually represents their position. In the case of a prediction market, they can redeem these tokens for stablecoins. The way this is done is in a multi-transaction flow. The first transaction that actually opens the order, increases the user's position, escrows some of their funds. The second transaction facilitates the trade, actually performs the fill, mints them the token representing their position. Similar multi-transaction flow when it comes to redeeming the stablecoins. The position is burnt in the prediction market case, and the user receives stablecoins if their prediction was correct. So why is tokenization important? Tokenization was a choice. In building this prediction markets API, we did not need to tokenize, but we felt it was really important to do. And we didn't have sort of like a clear sense of why exactly it was important to do, but we understood the serendipitous nature of tokens and DeFi. The fact that you can compose liquidity, compose tokens, and have novel mechanisms designed by anyone was just phenomenal. So we took a bet on serendipity, and this is also a bet on the imagination of builders on Solana, and we tokenized Kalshi's prediction markets. So some of the ways in which I expect this sort of serendipitous nature of tokenization to take form is in perhaps borrow lending protocols, in sort of new liquidity formation mechanisms. We've seen some really cool stuff come out of nowhere. in the past, such as Pump. And we've also seen sort of like more serious, but also very exciting things like Prop AMMs come. We are very excited to see what builders on Solana do with prediction tokens. The last sort of category here is a party emoji. We have no idea what is coming next, but we're very excited for it. Not only are we excited for it, builders are very excited for it. So to date, we have over 100 integrations lined up, most of which will be going live in the next quarter, a lot of which will be going live this month as well, some of which will be going live, or at least being announced today. From the builders that we've been talking to, we've seen some really exciting applications come up. Social trading has been a common theme. Applications that address sort of niche markets within sort of prediction markets, which are very general. Data vendors have reached out to us. Group trading applications. I think a lot of people here interact with each other in Telegram, and there are some really novel things you can do with prediction markets that are on-chain and then accessible through things like Telegram. We've also seen interest in yield products. So what can you do today? You can go and look at the Prediction Markets API. You can get started, and then reach out to us, and we will help you build whatever you can imagine. Thank you.
This next speaker is building the best data infrastructure on Solana. He's one of the leading voices in the APAC region. Give it up for Ka Nguyen, the founder of Bird-Eye.
GM, everybody. My name is Ka. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Bird-Eye. OK, some very brief introductions about Bird-Eye. So we currently one of the leading crypto data provider on Solana. We're actually the #1 crypto trading data provider on Solana, and we are among the top across the whole industry. We are serving about over 4,000 enterprise data clients. Many of them are actually among the audience today, so thank you very much. And OK, so in the last year, we actually started our market intelligence service with the first flagship market reports. It's called stablecoin reports. We did that with Perena and MoonPay. It was very well received across the ecosystem. And today, we're introducing our next flagship market reports on real-world assets. We call it RWA Spectrum 2025 reports. And we did it with R3, Centrifuge, Back Finance with Xstocks. So you can actually go to birdeye.so/research, or you can just scanning that QR code right there to read that reports. It's going to give you the overview, the overall ideas about the real-world assets and how developed it is right now. It is growing year on year 106 times in the 2025 alone. And the next one we're going to do is the State of Solana reports, going to be released in the next early Q1 next year, 2026. And then if you guys want to be featured in that report, just let us know, keep in touch, and then reach out to us. We can talk about that. All right, but I'm here not only to talk about what we did in the past. I'm here also to talk about the next problem we want to solve. And that's it, the crypto data for institutions and professionals. So what we are having right now in the market is that if you want to learn about any particular projects, assets, or teams, you actually have to go to a dozen of websites, and you have to read a lot of reports, buckets, and everything. So all the information and the data is very fragmented. It's very slow, and many of the time is incorrect. The wrong data has actually happened more often than many people may think. And the worst of all is that professionals are making the decisions worth millions and billions of dollars based on unqualified data. And that's what the shocking truth that we found during when we built our products and business. So what's the solution for this? It turns out that we already have that solutions in the traditional financial world. They have the tools like Bloomberg Terminal, Factsheet. I'm sure that you're all very familiar with it. And they solve it very well. But their crypto content is actually not as good as what we have right now, right here at Bird Eye. So what we do is that we say, OK, why not? We learn that awesome TradFi UX, but we infuse with very super rich crypto content. And we build exactly that. And we call them Bird-Eye Peak. So what is Bird-Eye Peak? Bird-Eye Peak is the complete visualizations of the crypto world in one single platform. By the way, you can just go access to the sign up page by scanning that QR code. I'm going to just put them there, put it there to the end of my speech, so you can just scanning that one. OK, so what is Bird-Eye Peak? So what we did is that we actually studied all the people working in the professional financial world, investment bankers, family office, fund managers, project leaders. We studied their workflow, their daily habits, how they work, how they analyze things, how they make their decisions, what button on the keyboard they want to press, that kind of tiny things. And then we built this tool, Bird-Eye Peak. We equipped it with super rich data set, very smooth navigations. You can get to any data that you need under 5 seconds. And then a lot of the data, like crypto data, is very noisy. Like I'm sure that many of you know that one. So we actually have we put in an enormous amount of time and effort to cleaning the data, and a lot of the data we actually have to do it manually. So you can imagine like how many time and effort we put into that one. And then we equipped it with a lot of institutional-related tools, with market indexes, portfolio management tools, and stuff like that. And then we result with this one. And today, I'm very proud to announce that we're going to release our closed beta in Q1 2026. And that is only being open to a very small group of curated, pre-registered users. So make sure that you scan the QR code, put in your information. We're going to get in touch. And really hope to see you guys over there. And I really hope that we can actually work together to build this tool to become the golden standard for the institutional crypto market. Thank you very much.
Built the original meta aggregator on Solana, and he's keeping that work competitive. We love to see it. Give it up for the co-founder of Titan, the head cheese, Chris Chung.
Oh. So it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss some very exciting new features that Titan will be launching to really sharpen our users' trading edge. Titan has been known to provide one of the most advanced algorithms out there, providing our users the best prices the majority of the time on Solana. But it's important to remember that Titan's only been around for only a really short period of time. We only launched our public launch 2 months ago on that side. Taking a look at our year in review, right? We've provided users on our front-end app alone more than $6.5 million in trading edge. This comes from a combination of providing better prices as well as fee savings on our platform. We've done over $8 billion in volume with over 100,000 unique traders, and we've done 100+ integrations and API partner integrations in 2025 alone. And we look forward to continuing this trend in 2026 as we build along these core fundamentals that we've established right now. Now, one of the main things that we see that is really needed in internet capital markets in Solana is a need for a real limit order system. The biggest issue with limit orders today is that during periods of high volatility, like during October 10th, orders were just not filled, or if there's a major wick, then they just don't get executed on that side. And that's because limit orders today are more similar to trig orders that get activated periodically. Now, traders need confidence that the orders are going to be filled when that price limit hits, right? That's why today, one of the most requested features on Titan limit orders will be released in a very short future. We understand that traders do want to have the best fills at the correct timings, which is why we're proud to announce that our limit orders will be powered by top traders, top trading firms in the ecosystem. So Oros and Galaxy are going to be the ones powering our limit order system. And most importantly, these are real limit orders, and they are also very competitive. They're up to 17% cheaper than various alternatives out there. With these top trading firms really, filling your orders, they give traders the confidence that your orders will be filled on time at the correct prices on that side. We are also planning to roll this out with a limited set of token pairs initially, in conjunction with World Liberty Fi on that side. So incentives will be in place for the first couple weeks of the launch on here. Another big thing that we're trying to solve are this problem of airdrop scam tokens into your wallet. I think everybody has that same issue. You open your wallet, there's 10 different GTO-Sol airdrop scam tokens on there, and you just need to clean them out. Users, both new and old, do have issues. Sometimes when they're trading, you might accidentally click a swap, and it just is a full scam token that you can never reclaim. We're also announcing today Titan Forge. It's powered by Scam Incinerator on the back-end side, but basically it allows you to reclaim your rent from empty token accounts, as well as get that rent that these scammers are trying to basically pay to your own token account. Not only that, but these token balances are sent to a recovery vault, whereupon if somebody is a victim of a scam, this recovery vault tries to prevent that scam from happening and return as much funds as possible to the victim, while the contributor also gets a reward to that. We think this is a huge plus to the ecosystem as a whole on that side. Another thing that we really do want to announce as well is our private swaps. Privacy is a feature that we think is very, very important as you go along in the future of Solana. And we're proud to announce that our private swaps will be powered by Vanish. Vanish already powers private swaps on Axiom, along with running Titan's trading infrastructure in the backend to really execute it. Vanish is known for having the best real-time execution on a private manner, while having that compliance factor inbuilt onto it. So we really believe that this is the future that we see privacy to be enabled on. The last thing I do want to announce on that side is that everybody has been requesting our API on that side. Our Titan Prime API will be distributed by our partners, Triton and QuickNode, very, very soon on that front. Their technological expertise, as well as experience promoting applications through their platforms, will really allow users to get the best prices through our WebSocket API implementation, and also allow platforms and protocols to really get that same snappy UX feel that you get from using WebSockets, so you can get the best performance possible on that side. To close it off, I just want to thank all our users, our community, and Solana in general. Right? Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So basically, thank you, and Titan mode on.
This next speaker is an OG Solana founder building the best perps aggregator on Solana. But first, we have a very special video for the traders who live in the trenches.
Welcome to Ranger, DeFi's command center. Rangers, thanks for reporting in to Solana Breakpoint, here in beautiful Abu Dhabi. In the next few minutes, Fatu will walk you through new integrations. Like our yield token RGUSD, the Vault Commanders joining the ranks, and how you now own a piece of Ranger.
Even the camels have gathered for this one. They're very bullish creatures.
Strap in, stay sharp. And remember, always ask where the yield comes from.
Please welcome to the stage the founder of Ranger, Fatu!
GM, everyone. All right, GM, everyone. I'm Fatu from Ranger. And for the past year, Ranger has been building DeFi's command center. What that means in practice is simple. One place to trade across all your favorite platforms, instead of juggling between tabs, guessing where the liquidity is, and overpaying in slippage and fees. Today, Ranger is plugged into the venues everyone here loves on Solana. Drift, Jupiter, Flash, and most recently, Hyperliquid. But we really can't call ourselves DeFi's command center if we stop here. Our goal is to give traders the best possible execution. Lowest slippage, lowest fee, and the least price impact. And to do that better, we need more venues, which is why we're going back to our Solana's DeFi roots for our next 2 integrations, Pacifica and Bulk. Through Pacifica, users will earn extra Pacifica points when routing through Ranger. But we know more markets and incentives are never enough. Hence, we're taking it a step further. It's not enough to show you where to trade. We also need to help you put your capital to work. Today, I'm really excited to unveil Ranger USD, our yield-bearing token. If you're sitting in stables instead of chasing yield, you can just hold 1 token and let Ranger do the work. Under the hood, there are 2 parts. A base layer that spreads deposit across lending markets on Solana, and a boosted layer that runs delta-neutral funding rate strategies. In the last 30 days, Ranger USD has outperformed the next best lending pool by 30%. And we're able to offer this because of our recent acquisition of Volta, who've been building Vault infrastructure the past 3 years. We've plugged the tag into Ranger, and now we're using the same setup, not just for Ranger USD, but a whole lineup of future Vault managers. Recently, we've onboarded Vectis Finance and Prime Number as new Vault managers on Ranger, bringing institutional-grade strategies to everyone. It really has been quite a year for Ranger with a Hyperliquid integration, Titan integration, and Ranger USD, amongst many other things. The last piece of the puzzle is who gets to own the DeFi command center. I'm really excited to share that we're ready to launch the Ranger token. And when we do, we want to do it right. And for us, the right place to do it is on MetaDAO, Futario. We're raising a minimum of 6 mil through MetaDAO, the biggest minimum raise on MetaDAO yet. 40% of it will be supplied for the ICO and 12% for liquidity. For the team, it is cleared for 18 months together with a performance-based unlock that kicks in when Ranger trades at 2x multiples from the ICO price. And I know a lot of you have been asking, when token and when Ranger? Right now, we're waiting for MetaDAO audits to sign off on everything, because Ranger's ICO is more interesting than a standard sale. Firstly, we're giving point holders guaranteed allocation instead of a big day 1 airdrop. An airdrop might still happen, and more details on the airdrop proposal will be shared post-ICO. Secondly, MetaDAO is introducing a new buy wall mechanism designed to support the post-ICO market structure. So, why should anyone care about getting into this sale? MetaDAO has quietly built one of the cleanest launch tracks records this cycle. Recently, featured launches like Solo, Umbra, and Avicii have all traded up from their initial sale prices, in some cases way up. Ranger is next in the lineup. Ranger is live. Ranger routes real volume. Ranger has users, revenue, and now a token model that's designed to combine traders who route through Ranger, vault managers who build on Ranger, and the community that's been backing us from the start. We're here to make Ranger the command center you want to own Ranger, own the command center, own DeFi. More details on the ICO will be revealed soon, and if you want to know more about the sale, our vaults, and how you can be part of Ranger, drop us a message and let's chat. My name is Fatu. Thank you everyone for listening.
You guys having a good time? I'll take that as a yes. Love to hear it. Okay, so that concludes our first round of back-to-back-to-back product updates from some of the top protocols on Solana. And now we're going to keep this party going with a very special fireside, the second of the day. We have 2 people in conversation. One is the head of engineering for Solana Foundation, John Wong. He is an OG in the space. And of course, we also have Armani, the founder of Backpack, who is going to be telling us all about the work that he's doing, especially with Backpack Exchange, Backpack Wallet. They have a whole suite of products. So please give a very warm Solana welcome to John Wong and Armani.
What's up, Solana? How's everyone doing? All right, all right, all right. It's great to see everybody. It's awesome to be here at Breakpoint once again. This was my 5th one. What about you?
5 for 5.
5 for 5. Well, you know, I want to make sure that we get this. We don't have a ton of time, and I want to really dig into some cool stuff here with Armani. As you've already surmised, both of us have seen a lot in the Solana ecosystem, and want to make sure we really dig in. But we'll start with a quick lightning round. Just get us on our toes, warm us up a little bit. So, okay, very quick. You got to just answer first thing off the top of your mind: coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Rust or TypeScript?
Rust compiled the WASM with TypeScript bindings.
That was a long answer. Raj or Toli?
Raj crushed Toli in the robot battle, so I'm going with Raj.
Going with Raj, going with Raj. Well, you know, I think that one's a good one too. So I do love Toli though. So okay, so let's dive into some interesting stuff. Backpack is a wallet. Backpack is an exchange. Backpack's a lot of things. It has Solana. It has other things. And for everyone here, you know, I think it's something that they might be able to learn from you all is, you know, hey, you have to take a look at all of these different integrations and these different chains and different ecosystems. First, tell us, what's Solana doing better than everyone else?
I mean, I think Solana today is the only decentralized execution environment at scale. There's a very large design space for how people have solved this scaling problem over the past several years, going back to 2017, 2018, when there was literally probably 100 L1s that got funded with hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and Solana is really the only one, as far as I can tell, that has been able to do this at scale. I think you look at the other side of the coin, which is really Ethereum, which is obviously the, I think fair to say, preeminent smart contract platform in the world. And you look at the path that they've chosen, which is really this L2-oriented roadmap. It's really like opposite points in the design space. And so I think Solana is really kind of fulfilling the original dream of the world computer, which has kind of given rise to, I think, I forgot who coined this term, but like the first decentralized Silicon Valley. But I think the thing that I think Ethereum is doing that I think I would like to see Solana pick up is really focus on more SVM proliferation for kind of specifically corporate use cases around the world. I think today, EVM by far is the dominant execution environment when it comes to the virtual machine. But Solana is the dominant execution environment when it comes to the world computer. And I do think that distribution over the virtual machine is as important as distribution on the state itself. And so right now, I think it's fair to say, if you look at all of the companies that have adopted Solidity and the EVM as the canonical language of the space, they have more or less solidified themselves as like the Android or the iOS, and that's not ever going to change. And I think Solana, I think it continues to dominate when it comes to a single kind of world computer with shared state for kind of everybody to build their products and services on top of. But I think the one thing I would like to see is more proliferation on the SVM so that we can get these I think more corporate use cases that are going to continue to grow and evolve as the space matures. So I think there's obviously not like one solution for everything, but I think that is like the big lesson that I think Ethereum does really well. That I think is a point where Solana can continue to improve on in the kind of years ahead.
For some of those things, what of those environments is the interesting differentiation between mainnet and this other kind of SVM?
I think ultimately the question is, do you want a server or do you want a serverless platform, if you want to think of it in developer terms? And I think for a lot of use cases, the question is ultimately, do you care about censorship resistance. And that's really like the one property that you have to ask yourself, do I want censorship or do I want censorship resistance? And if you want censorship resistance, there's no place better, obviously, than the L1. But there's a lot of folks that turns out they want censorship, and that censorship turns out to be a bit of a pejorative term in the context of crypto, and given kind of the original motivation for a lot of the technology. But it's actually just a pretty important feature for just a lot of basic stuff, right? If you want like moderation on like the chat of a video game or something like that. And so I think that is kind of the way I would frame it. And the question is ultimately like, what are you building? And I think proliferation on the SVM is as important as anything else. And so I think that's like one of the next kind of growth frontiers for the network.
Definitely helps with getting more developers. I think that we've had that ask from institutions as well, from permissions and other things like that. So I think that makes a ton of sense. Let's switch gears a little bit. You're a founder, you've been around for a long time. And I think notably you chose to get licensed here in Dubai and also have your entire company go to Japan. Tell us here a little bit more about that decision and how you might think that has affected the product and business that you're building.
I think ultimately when you're building a company, it's there's an end goal and an end vision. There's the starting points, and then there's the very kind of windy path to get to where you want it to go. I think for us, where we felt like we can really contribute was to solve all of the hard problems, not just on the engineering side, but also on the regulatory side, to be able to bridge these like traditional systems with these decentralized systems. And you ask the question, okay, where are some of like the most interesting places in the world to bring this technology? I think both the UAE, but also Japan is pretty close to the top of the list. Japan, I think, is maybe, we're in the UAE, so maybe people are pretty more familiar with it. It's easy to forget that over 50% of Bitcoin trading volume was coming out of Japan going back to 2017. It's easy to forget that Binance was famously started in Tokyo. And what we're seeing right now is the widespread expectation that taxes on crypto are going to go from 55 to 20%. You're seeing the widespread kind of belief that crypto is very important to the region, in the same way that I think we saw this really change of heart in the US. And so, as the third, fourth largest country in the world by GDP, Japan, I think, is going to be a really important growth lever for kind of the industry more broadly, as obviously one of the more kind of larger economies in the world. And so we just felt like it was a place where we can go and contribute. And ultimately, that's what we're trying to do as a company, is to find holes in the market and see where we can push the space forward. And I think Japan was a really good example of an open opportunity that we didn't see a lot of folks filling.
Yeah. How do you feel about working with, on the policy side with folks in that area, and how have you seen that sort of evolved?
I mean, I think it's always really challenging to be able to, on the one hand, push really hard on the engineering side, and then on the other hand, be able to dot all your I's and cross out all your T's, and be able to actually, keep people kind of aligned with what you're doing. And so I would say that I think Japan is extremely kind of progressive in the sense that it wants crypto to succeed. And so I'm pretty optimistic over the next couple of years to kind of see Solana and crypto more broadly proliferate in the region.
How do you think about working here in the UAE? And Alex Scott from Super Team would tell you this all the time. He wants more founders to come here. There's sort of clearer regulation and licensing and that sort of stuff. Tell folks what to expect from that process and how it went for you.
I think the UAE has probably done one of the best jobs in just making it really easy to just come and build here. Just cut out all the red tape, and how do I just get talent to fly from anywhere in the world and actually build a hub of smart people that actually want to do something productive for the region. And I think that's probably the most important thing. It's how do I actually set up a company, set up an office, hire people, get people from anywhere around the world. UAE has become like one of the kind of default places where we'll just fly people in and move them actually to be able to like get them a local kind of setup to be able to actually like work in person. And a lot of countries make that surprisingly difficult. And so I think that's probably the biggest piece that I think is probably the most encouraging thing for anybody trying to build a company. Because especially if you come from another country, it's kind of a foreign thing to like, oh, I'm just going to go like move to another region and hire people there and move other people there. But it turns out, in crypto in particular, if you're willing to just get up and move places, you can just make really interesting things happen. And that's probably one of the most interesting arbitrages to make if you're willing to actually go anywhere in the world. And so I think the UAE is like pretty interesting from that point of view and making it easy.
Yeah, and especially, crypto is global, right? The talent's everywhere, and so you really want to facilitate that, getting everyone in the same place. Okay, last question. I think this is actually really important in this, as this wave of crypto getting adopted everywhere. Institutions are picking things up. Some of the engineers are having to take off hoodies and put on dress shirts. Things are getting a little bit more buttoned up. But look, we have seen Solana from bear to bull to everywhere in between, and you've seen that growth yourself. As we start to grow into different use cases and businesses, what are the things about the Solana culture that you think we should not forget or make sure that we keep with us and share with the world as we grow into it?
I think it's fair to put Solana at the level of like Bitcoin and Ethereum when it comes to like the 3 largest decentralized networks in the world. It has obviously reached a point that I think very few people thought it would ever reach. And that is not going to go away anytime soon. I probably don't think it'll go away anytime in our lifetime. We think Solana is here to win and probably to win it all, if you want to put it in totally terms. And I think it's very easy to see that and to think that and to get really comfortable. And it's very challenging to be in that position and to continue to push really hard. And I think the key thing is for every founder, every engineer, every member of the community to not take any of these things for granted. Just a couple years ago, 2 years ago, Solana was presumed to be dead. And I think things can change in 1 to 2 years like that. And so I think to put it in the common Solana vernacular, right? Just one more hard quarter, every quarter from now until the end of time. And I think that is something that's really hard to sustain. But I think ultimately it is the key thing that makes Solana what it is. Like a lot of people don't get it, I think, when I guess they haven't seen it like firsthand since I guess I came in 2020, and I guess I've been here for the past 4 or 5 years. You literally just have a bunch of borderline demented engineers that will sit down in front of their computer and pathologically solve problems one day after another, perpetually from now until the end of time. And that's literally it. There's no secret to any of it. And it's maintaining that level of commitment, whether it's your company, your network, your open source project, or whatever it might be, and doing that for a long period of time. That's, I think, the most important thing. And so, yeah, just one more hard quarter, as Anatoly has said from the beginning.
Amazing. You heard it from Armani himself. One more hard quarter. Thank you, everybody.
That's fine.
All right, now We got our second round of back-to-backs with some of the top protocols on Solana. We're going to be hearing next from Metaplex, which of course is building infrastructure for the formation of internet capital markets. It is my absolute pleasure to bring onto the stage the founder of Metaplex, Stephen Hess.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen. I'm the founder of Metaplex, director of the Metaplex Foundation. Today, I'm excited to talk about going public on the internet capital markets, or in short, how to launch a token on Solana in the right way. To start, it's important to note that internet capital markets isn't just a tagline. We're in the middle of a fundamental change in global capital and market structure, with over $3 trillion in crypto assets today and growing. And importantly, people are actually using blockchains to trade at scale for the first time, not just to hold tokens. This is important because if you can only access crypto assets through centralized exchanges, we've failed in providing open and borderless finance. Here you can see it's not just on-chain trading that's increasing, but a major trend from centralized to decentralized venues. And Solana is the clear breakout winner in this trend, with over $1 trillion in DEX volumes this year. Along with this boom in on-chain trading, we're seeing an explosion in stablecoins. There are now over $14 billion on Solana in stablecoins, providing the liquidity and demand that new tokens rely on. But despite all this progress, token launches are still a disaster. Insider manipulation, extractive middlemen, and bad economics are rampant. And on top of this, most tokens are effectively launched off-chain in paper docs with private investors that then provide a constant source of sell pressure once the token is made broadly available. And trust in these launches is at an all-time low, and reasonably so. The market is trained to expect rugs and scams, so founders get almost zero benefit of the doubt, and you have to get absolutely everything right. And after the Libra launch and a few other high-profile rugs, it was clear that we had to do something about it. So earlier this year, we got to work building the first version of what is now the Genesis protocol, a fully on-chain framework for effective and fair token launches on Solana. And to be clear, this isn't our first rodeo. Metaplex is one of the largest tokenization platforms in the world, used to create over 20 million tokens and more than 800 million NFTs on Solana, more than any other protocol by far. And like with many of our most successful products, we reached out to the best teams in Solana to get to the root of the problem, and we started building. Our first launch was with DeFi Tuna, an innovative AMM that supports limit orders and more effective monetization for liquidity providers. For this launch, we used a fixed price sale contract with an allow list, transaction caps, and cooldowns, so early supporters could get in without bots or whales dominating the sale. And in less than 4 minutes, we saw 5% of the supply sell out, bringing in $2.5 million to the project. And Genesis doesn't just handle the sales process in this type of launch, but also gives verifiable token economics and programmatic graduation of liquidity for the tokens that are then distributed to the team and other stakeholders. This mechanism worked perfectly for a DeFi protocol where a community-first and fair capital formation process was needed. And this was also the first time we saw the true potential of what we were building. Fair launches aren't just about fairness. They're about creating the right incentives to accelerate product usage and fundamental value. That's really the superpower of tokenization and decentralized systems, is getting your community in early and aligning incentives. We then asked ourselves, well, if you don't have strong conviction in how the market will value your token, how can you actually achieve real price discovery on chain? And this led us to our first experiment with Collector Crypt on the first launch pool. Collector Crypt is a collectibles protocol. Think of it as an on-chain platform for discovering and trading digital collectibles. For their launch, we helped Collector Crypt deploy a 48-hour launch pool where during that time, anyone could deposit or withdraw from the pool, and then the token allocation clears at the implied price. So with 5% of the supply up for sale, Collector Crypt brought in $3.4 million with over 600 backers participating. And anyone who wanted an allocation could get one. And it felt like almost overnight on the entire timeline, people were talking about Pokemon card tokenization as this new launch cohort was then bringing in the next wave of users. However, one of the issues with launch pools is that you don't know exactly where the launch pool will clear, and that's not really acceptable for some traders that need reliability in terms of exactly where their bids will execute. This led us to our first uniform price auction. In short, a uniform price auction is a better Dutch auction. In this auction, participants had 48 hours to place bids, and the entire allocation clears at the lowest successful bid. Exotic Markets is a structured products platform on Solana, and we worked with them to deliver what was the first truly on-chain auction for a new token launch. And this mechanism is perfect for projects where the buyers are large funds and traders that need guarantees around where their bids will settle. So you can see how the mechanism matters depending on the type of project. So for DeFi Tuna, they needed fast but fair capital formation. So the price sale was perfect. Collector Crypt was a community-driven platform, and so they wanted to bring as many people in as possible. And so the launch pool was perfect. Exotic Markets, it was really important for larger funds or institutional traders that they can actually have a guarantee around price execution. And so the price auction was the best mechanism. And each of these mechanisms solves a different problem. That's why Genesis doesn't force a one-size-fits-all. There are many different asset types, and so of course there are going to be different launch strategies and mechanisms that meet the needs of these projects. Okay, so we built a launchpad. Not exactly. So Genesis isn't a launchpad, it's a launch protocol. And our vision is that launching a token should never require going through a single gate or a single platform. There will be thousands of apps with embedded launchpads for different types of assets priced in any Solana token. Exchanges, both centralized and decentralized, will be able to support new token launches that are fully on-chain with advanced tools. And when you launch your token on Solana using Genesis, it's immediately aggregated and distributed across hundreds of wallets, exchanges, and trading terminals. Solana wins by becoming the ubiquitous and the de facto platform for launching, discovering, and trading new tokens, and that requires a base level primitive for launching tokens that just works. To reach that vision, I'm excited to announce today that the first public launch of the Genesis SDK is now live. Thank you. This Genesis SDK is for applications, for exchanges that want to build their own specialized launchpads. It's for aggregators that want to monitor and alert traders as new token launches hit the chain. Any app can integrate and immediately have access to fair launch smart contracts. There's literally no excuse for a botched token launch ever again. For anyone in the audience that's a developer building an app that involves launching tokens, if you're a pre-TGE project that's looking to build a novel launch experience, or a trading app or aggregator, I encourage you to check out genesis.metaplex.com to access our just launched developer docs and guides. Shout out for the team that was pushing code overnight. And as always, you can drop into Discord, ping us on X at Metaplex, and we're here and happy to help. From supporting the first digital collectibles and art on-chain, to powering the NFT boom, to meme coins, to DeFi, to stable coins, we now clearly find ourselves in the internet capital markets era for Solana. Our conviction is that upstream of everything is fair launching tokens with real value. And with that problem solved, there's nothing stopping the on-chain markets from becoming the center of price discovery, global commerce, and borderless finance. Thank you.
This next speaker is building a platform for compliant and merit-based token offerings backed by the big guns, VanNet, Kraken, Coinbase, and more. Give it up for the co-founder of Legion, Matt O'Connor.
Afternoon, everybody. When you think about Legion, you probably think today about ICOs like Yield Basis, a sale that had $200 million deposited in 24 hours, more than 67,000 unique applicants, day one listings on Binance, Bybit, Kraken, and Coinbase, and most importantly, a token that represented an autonomous protocol with actual revenue and a fee switch from day one. And the result of this sale was, for ICO participants, fully unlocked a sustained at least 2.5x return throughout months post-TGE of this volatile market that we've seen. This is exactly the kind of reputation we set out 2 years ago to establish with the world's first ICO underwriter, helping to source and curate the best buyers for each project, helping them get the best centralized exchange distribution, so the sales co-hosted on exchange partners and on-chain as well, so people can participate on or off-chain according to their preference, supporting with market maker listings, getting the best terms, making sure you're not working with people that are going to rip you off, and of course supporting with research, introductions, roadshows to liquid funds that will be post-TGE buyers as well, crucially. However, there's still work to be done. The job's not finished. While we do work with teams like Yield Basis, that would be an autonomous protocol with a fee switch, most tokens would not fall into this category, right? Or most potential tokens would not fall into this category. Most tokens would be Web 2 or Web 2.5 companies that are exploring the space where they're not autonomous and there is a non-exclusive fee switch. And the implications of this is that, for example, if a company gets acquired, equity holders are made whole, but token holders are rugged. And this is very significant because traditionally, VCs get both equity and tokens, but retail only gets tokens when they invest. And this dual capital structure has destroyed $250 billion in the last 5 years alone. To put that into perspective, that's more than 60 times Pump.Fund's FDV at its ICO. So more than 60 Pump.Funds of value have been destroyed by this split between equity and tokens. Is this really the future of finance, guys? Is this really the best we can do? I mean, honestly, right? Is the best we can do that VCs, when a company gets acquired, get an exit, but token holders get rugged? Is the best we can do that VCs get rights to cash flows and token holders have to fight over competing with a fee switch? Is the best we can do that VCs get equity and tokens and everybody else only gets tokens? No. The answer is definitely no. And Legion and Solana are both leading the charge here by helping to tokenize equity and representing that the future is not tokens or equity, or even tokens and equity. The future is tokens as equity. And while most tokenized equity today is, let's be honest, a little bit more than nothing but an IOU for kind of a privately held share or, worse still, derivative, we are moving in the right direction. And native, truly on-chain tokenized equity means native on-chain shares with full rights, cash flows, governance, and trading. And when you do this right, the beautiful thing that happens is that ICOs and IPOs become the same event. The future is not tokens on crypto rails and IPOs for equity on TradFi rails. The future is all fundraising and asset issuance all happening together on-chain. The benefits here, other than protecting investors that we've talked about, are many. You've got, for founders, one cap table that you can manage in minutes, not months, and much more cost-efficient to update. For retail investors, you got more access, higher liquidity, more composability. As one example of this, we've already got users that have borrowed against their positions on Legion for pre-TG investments or vesting tokens. And markets, of course, benefit from same-day settlement, 24/7 trading, and global distribution. So what specifically are we doing about this? Well, I'm proud to announce that in the next 60 days, several major Solana ICOs will be launching on Legions, tokens with real utility and value. And I'm very proud to announce that regulated equity sales are coming to Legion, offering a compliant path from seed round to public token offering in Q1. So if you're building something with real users, real revenue, real use cases, we want to talk. The future of on-chain fundraising is here, and Legion is how you access it. Thank you.
This next speaker is building one of the most beloved bridges, having crossed over 15 billion in volume. Please give a big Solana welcome to the founder of D-Bridge, Alex Smirnov.
I'm Alex, co-founder at D-Bridge. What we do is to help traders get first mover advantage on every on-chain opportunity. Today, I would like to start with simple but ambitious question. What's stopping Solana from becoming a home for the next billion users? Since our launch on mainnet, mid-2023, D-Bridge has had to deal with some of the craziest days in the history of on-chain markets. And every time there is a big launch, we are reminded that Solana is where on-chain markets begin. And here is where it gets interesting. From 1 million new traders using D-Bridge to seize an opportunity on-chain, 40% of them started on Solana. Let that sink in. Solana is a home for the best apps, the best user experience, and as we can see, it became the main onboarding engine for DeFi. We believe Solana has become what it is by putting user experience first, while every other chain put it second, third, or fourth. So, where is the million user opportunity here? The opportunity is to make Solana the execution engine of DeFi, making Solana the main onboarding funnel for on-chain markets. One click to do anything on-chain, starting on Solana. Trade anything with instant finality. Best execution and user experience, all powered by Solana. How do we do this? The same way as Solana, by putting user experience first and making the whole on-chain market feel like Solana. Today, we are thrilled to introduce D-Bridge bundles, a new execution primitive which completely reimagines the experience of what it is to trade on-chain. Instead of having users to take on complexities of the blockchains, D-Bridge bundles give power back to user, just like Solana does. Putting simply, bundles allow you to build unlimited any-chain interactions in a single click. What does this enable? RPC-less flows, unified balance logic, default MEV and revert protection, and fully gasless execution path. The best of all on-chain markets starting on Solana. D-Bridge bundles allow apps to compress multi-step interactions into a single signed data structure by executing any number of same-chain and cross-chain trades atomically, all or none. D-Bridge bundle is the backbone of everything we are rolling out next, which will be the biggest evolution of D-Bridge protocol. Today, we are starting to share early access to D-Bridge bundles API to select partners. The future is borderless.
This next speaker is building the most beloved Perpetuals exchange on Solana, having processed over $150 billion in cumulative volume. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder of Drift, Cindy Liao.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining me today, and that was an amazing introduction, gave me a lot of energy. Today I'm here to talk about the largest perpetuals exchange on Solana, Drift, and what we're doing to build the perp DEX of the future. A quick introduction on us. We started back in 2021, actually launched the very first Breakpoint. Back in Lisbon, we launched with a very simple dynamic virtual AMM. We've been around for a very long time. 22, we launched V2, which included new mechanisms to build the most optimal on-chain liquidity. In 2023, we launched borrow lend markets, spot listings, as well as margin trading. In 2024, we launched new pre-launch markets, Drift Earn, and new versions of structured products. So we basically went from a simple virtual AMM to an all-in-one DeFi suite in the last 4 years. And in 2025, we had a very special announcement come out last week, which we're going to talk about in a second. But before we get started into what Drift v3 is, our thesis for what perps on Solana need to be is two things. They need to be fully on-chain, but they also need to be fully performant and trader-centric. So we believe that the winning perps formula is going to be the exchange that gives traders the best experience that doesn't make them feel like they're doing an on-chain transaction. And that's exactly what Drift v3 is. Drift v3 launched just last week, has one goal. It is built to outperform. Built to outperform its v2 version, built to outperform other traders, and to give you the tools to do your very best. Drift v3 is high performant, has deep liquidity from day one, and is the only perps exchange with multi-collateral, allowing you to use your SOL, your staked SOL, and other beloved Solana assets as collateral. Let's give some quick stats on the massive improvements that Drift v3 has shipped to the market. Drift v3 is 10x faster, has 5x tighter take profit and stop loss, and gives you a 10x reduction in slippage for market orders. Can we please get a round of applause for the amazing work that Drift v3 has pushed to the market? And lastly, we also have gasless trading by default, which means you never have to press sign transaction again. And this is still fully on-chain, but gives you exactly the experience that a centralized exchange offers. Give a quick run through on what we've shipped to. One is a huge brand refresh, the biggest since we've launched. We've also launched professional P&L tracking, where now you can see exactly how much money you've won or lost in a way clearer way. This is a GitHub-style calendar view on your portfolio, and it illuminates your trading performance much clearer. We have frictionless onboarding, where we have native Privy integrations, as well as an integration with FundXYZ, where you can deposit from any chain with no friction whatsoever, one click straight into your Drift account on Solana, just like a centralized exchange. We have now a fully redesigned trader-centric terminal, new modern brand colors with perfect tracking, very responsive and snappy UI, something you might have not experienced before on previous perp DEXs. And we also have a lot more coming up. V3 is now live. You can check it out on app.drift.trade. But beyond that, we're also excited to announce that we will be launching a mobile app in Q1 next year. The first of its kind, multi-collateral, native on Solana perp mobile app. We'll be launching on the App Store as well as Solana Mobile. And we will also be launching a native liquidity provider called Drift Liquidity Provider, allowing you to have deeper liquidity and faster fills on Solana. Our roadmap for what's coming in 2026 is going to be even bigger. We're going to focus on bringing more liquidity on via prop AMMs and a fully on-chain club, and we're going to be making some announcements on making Drift a fully owned by the community ownership token. So I want to end off today by saying that we've built Drift as a culmination of all of the knowledge that we've gained building perp exchanges since 2021, and a very simple outro, which is Drift v3 is built to outperform. Please try out Drift today and let us know if you like it. Thank you very much.
This next speaker is building the largest money market on Solana, securing 2.7 billion TVL. He's well known in the builder community for putting the safety of users first. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder of Keynote, Marius.
Hello everyone, my name is Marius. I'm one of the co-founders of Keynote. And today, I would like to talk to you about where on-chain lending and on-chain borrowing is going next. For context, Keynote is the biggest borrowing platform on Solana. We have issued over $10 billion of loans, over $100 million in interest revenue, and we have over $4 billion of assets supplied. And lastly, but most importantly, and my most proud personal achievement, is that for the past cycle, there has been no single instance of bad debt accrued to users. This is the foundation on which we're building. By now, you have already heard the story. Everything is moving on-chain. New assets are coming to the chain every day, and new borrowers and new players are coming to the chain every day. The difference this time is that these new assets and these new players, they have new requirements. For example, borrowers need fixed rates, especially when they're looping RWA, or when they want a guaranteed cost of capital. Institutions have regulations and requirements about what happens to their collateral. And real-world assets are awkward to price on-chain. DeFi was built for the old world of crypto-native assets and crypto-native players until today. Today, we are announcing 5 new products that takes lenders and borrowers to a whole new level, able to meet these institutional and new assets requirements. Let's start with first, interest rates. We already know how it works right now. As a borrower, you take whatever the curve offers you. As a lender, you take whatever the curve offers you. It has been really bad for borrowers and for lenders for the interest rate to be volatile and spike and ruin their strategy. We're launching fixed-rate, fixed-term borrowing to Keynote. People will be able to place borrow intents, choose their rate and the term, and they'll be able to be filled at that rate. This allows institutions that need a guaranteed cost of capital to come to Keynote, and it allows real-world asset loopers to have a guaranteed spread on their strategies. We have been working with FalconX, one of the biggest prime brokers in our industry, to design and go to market with this. An important subcomponent of this is borrow intents, which allows both lenders and borrowers to place an order at which they want to get filled, and that creates, finally, price discovery on interest rates on-chain and the yield curve. At the same time, we have been working with institutions that want to borrow on-chain on Solana, but they have been constrained by regulations. They cannot move their collateral from qualified custodians. Together with Chainlink and Anchorage, we've designed a solution that allows players which have custody collateral in custodians to borrow on Keynote. And we're going live with the Solana company, one of the biggest digital asset treasury companies of Sol. At the same time, there's a big real world out there where borrowing and lending is happening off-chain due to regulations in strict jurisdictions, and people have not been able to access yields for those jurisdictions. We work with a set of structures and and issuers to allow for private credit to be accessible, private credit deals to be accessible on-chain. Fourth, for the past year, we've worked with issuers that want to bring their collateral or their tokens on-chain, and they always find it awkward to launch liquidity on the current AMMs. The biggest, most important distinguishing feature of these assets is that price discovery is happening off-chain on an exchange or based on net asset value calculations. We're going to launch a decentralized exchange that allows the asset to trade at their off-chain price and make it easier for issuers to bootstrap liquidity and to put their assets as collateral on Camino. And lastly, for the past year, we worked with fintechs and exchanges that want to tap into Camino as backend. They want access to on-chain liquidity, on-chain yield, and on-chain borrowing. And we have designed a set of APIs and SDKs that tap into Camino's modular infrastructure for yield and for borrowing. In short, the same coherent platform for borrowing and lending upgraded fixed rates, off-chain collateral, the build kit, and a real-world asset DEX for issuers. And to match our new upgraded platform, we have a new identity, a new brand. Please meet the new Camino. Thank you.
This next speaker is building the price layer of the global financial markets. Please welcome to the stage the man, the myth, the legend, co-founder of Pith, Mike Cahill.
Intro. Whew. All right, everyone, I'm Mike Cahill. I'm the CEO of Doro Labs, and we're building the Pith network, which is revolutionizing a $50 billion industry. So let's start off. I'm going to ask you just a quick question. Who recognizes these companies? You got Bloomberg, LSEG, and FactSet. Now, most of you probably do, but most people outside of finance don't. What if I told you that collectively they're worth over $180 billion, and they're not AI companies? So what do they sell? Financial market data. Now, here's another question. How much do you think companies have spent on financial market data in 2024? Think about it. Now, I'll give you a hint. If you had invested in financial market data 25 years ago, you actually would have outperformed gold by 2x, the S&P 500 by 7-fold, and oil by 18-fold. Yeah, financial market data generates over $50 billion a year. $50 billion every single year. And the cost of market data has increased over 15-fold over the last 25 years. So you might be wondering, why? Isn't the price of Bitcoin, NVIDIA, or gold just public information? Well, the answer is simple. Data quality. High-quality market data is extremely valuable because low-quality market data leads to people getting ripped off. So how do you know that you're getting the best price for something? How do you know you're getting the best price for, I don't know, a cauliflower?
A cauliflower is a cauliflower is a cauliflower is a cauliflower. Am I right? Thought so. Why is one cauliflower more expensive than another? It's a cauliflower. $2, $3, $4 more? 25% off. But you only get half? What the f? Give it a famous advert.
Look at your cauliflower, now back to me.
Package it how you like.
It's still a cauliflower.
This one's stanky, but the price tag's lanky. Who even makes these prices anyway? What if everyone had access to the best price without paying Cauliflower HQ, waiting for him, letting her get first bite, or whatever that is? While we're not laughing, Pith captures the true price of everything and delivers it across the finance industry in real time, so no one gets ripped off.
And special thanks to our very creative marketing team. And if you haven't already, you can go bid on cauliflowers and understand how the Pith algorithm works a little bit here at the event. Well, look, data quality is worth a premium, but historically it's been incredibly expensive and fragmented. Pith has changed things by being the highest quality data at the lowest possible costs. How? Well, we created a new economic model for market data using a blockchain innovation. So this is what things used to look like before. Market data, from a definition of first principles, is the price that people want to buy things at or the price that things have just traded at. So you start with institutions. You've got the trading firms. You've got banks. Now, they're the ones that are generally trading things. And they all trade in an asset class or a geography at different exchanges. So let's add those in as a next layer. Oof. OK, so you've got different exchanges are confined to a certain geography. And so there's a whole lot of them. Well, if you want to get market data from this, it's going to be pretty tricky. So that's where we've got the data distributors that come in. These are the Bloombergs, LSEGs, FactSets. Now, it looks a little bit like the cable companies in the late 90s, right? They have a bundle, and then if you want to buy some premium sets through there, you buy them. But still, as an institution, you actually have to aggregate this all together. So this is what it looks like now. Much cleaner. Two big things you're going to see here. So the first one is one stream coming into institutions. They don't have to aggregate it together. It's been aggregated on the blockchain and the price layer directly. The other thing is that we've expanded the sources from just the exchanges to now trading firms as well. Expanding sources adds competition, allows us to do this at a much cheaper level. The combination of quality and quantity and cost has never been possible before. So we went from this, where things were relatively low quality, in a singular asset confined to what they knew, at a very high cost to this. And just 2 months ago, we launched Pith Pro. It's the ultimate market data subscription built for and by institutions. It's like Spotify, but for market data. There's one subscription, one fee, every asset class, updated every millisecond, built by the best traders in the world. And the best part of it is it's 10x less expensive than anything else on the market. We start at $0 for people building crypto apps, all the way up to $10,000 per month for large enterprises. And since Pith Pro's launch, we have already seen 10 institutional weekly inbounds, institutions looking for new market data, over 80 active subscribers, and we passed $1 million ARR within the first month. Some of you might know that less than 5% of SaaS companies actually hit this within their first year. But this is actually just the beginning. If Pith can just capture 1% of this $50 billion a year business, this is a $50 million annual revenue. And we've talked about this before, but now, where is that revenue going to go? That's a great question. Introducing the Pith Reserve. It's a tokenomics update designed for systematic value accrual. So how does it work? Number one, subscription revenue goes into the Pith DAO. Number two, the Pith DAO buys tokens on the open market. And number three, the purchased tokens sit into the Pith Reserve. Three-step process, all revenue, either from subscription or any of the other revenue that goes into the Pith DAO, such as entropy or on-chain fees or listing fees, all flows into the DAO, accumulating Pith token reserves. This is actually live now today. The vote went through earlier this week. More product adoption now means more network value. Institutions are lining up to pay for this data, and now that value flows back into the ecosystem. So what are you waiting for? Go check it out. Thanks, everyone.
Y'all having a good time? All right. We have one more really important keynote for you. This man is an absolute legend in the space. He's not only the co-founder of Figure, but also Providence Blockchain Association. And I just want to say, he's going to be coming on stage to talk to us about bringing capital markets on the blockchain, on Solana. Give it up for Mike Cagney.
So they were very particular about me not tripping on those steps, so I kind of solved the first problem. I got here standing up. I'm one of the co-founders of Figure, and I'm going to give you a little bit of background on Figure, and then I want to talk about how it's intersecting in the Solana ecosystem and why that matters. We started Figure back in 2018 with the idea that capital markets are going to be massively transformed by blockchain. The ability to create native digital assets where we can displace trust with truth changes the way that we trade assets, changes the way that assets are financed, and has a significant ramification to a lot of the marketplaces that we work through. And we were looking for a tangible use case to bring to the market. And we said, well, why don't we originate loans, aggregate them, securitize them on blockchain? We felt that we could save 85 basis points of cost in doing that. And we went to a bunch of banks and pitched this idea. And universally, every bank said, this is awesome. We love it. We'd like to be the 10th bank to do this. And so it was clear no one wanted to be a first mover on it. So we stood up our lending platform and started originating loans on chain. So in 2018, we did a home equity line of credit native on public blockchain. We were the second ones to do a consumer loan on chain behind MakerDAO that started in 2017. But we started originating loans on chain, and we were doing it in what I would call the classic FinTech 2.0 way, which is we'd find the customer, we'd originate the loan, we'd use our balance sheet. But we were getting some sufficient efficiencies on the blockchain side. And very quickly, we went from that direct-to-consumer model to business of consumers. So we now have over 250 partners that use our technology to originate loans native on public chain, including 10 of the top 20 mortgage companies. And to date, we've done, I think, about $22 billion of on-chain loan origination and running at about $1.1 billion a month right now. We were the first to securitize loans on blockchain back in 2020. We were the first to do a AAA rated securitization in 23. If you go to CoinGecko, Figure HELOC, I think, is the 12th largest crypto asset on there. And it's really demonstrating our role in the RWA ecosystem and something that we're very committed to. And the logical extension of this is, well, how does this intersect with Solana? And it does across two very important points, and then one that I think is going to be built into over the next year. But the first is, as we were going through this process, we needed a mechanism to settle transactions on chain. We needed an ability to express dollars. And I was working with a group of banks back in 23 to create a tokenized version of deposits. And unfortunately, the regulators at that time came and said, look, we're not going to let you do this. Blockchain is not consistent with safety and soundness in the banking system. And so I went and started an S1 process with the SEC to create a blockchain native public equity security that pays interest but has stable value. So effectively a security version of stablecoin. And earlier this year, we went effective with this. So this is the first public security, US public security native on public chain. And we were minting this on Provenance, which is one of the blockchains that we use for a lot of the work that we do. But we're extending that, and we're now minting that yield security, which is what it's called, native on Solana. And this is important for a couple of reasons. One, it gives the builder community a yielding version of stablecoin that, while it's a security, is still freely transferable peer-to-peer. So it does everything that a USDC or USDT would do, but it's paying interest. So there's huge value in that. More importantly, it future-proofs the risk of fiat on-off ramps. So one of the things that a lot of us remember from a year and a half ago, though it seems like so long ago, we were down to maybe 2 banks that we could use to get fiat on and off blockchain. And with yields as a security, we future-proof that construct. So we're effectively providing a mechanism where, irrespective of regime changes, we're going to be able to get money on and off public blockchain. So very valuable in that regard. The second and more interesting one for today's conversation is bringing our assets over to blockchain. So today we have about $15 billion of mortgages, a little over $1 billion of crypto-backed loans and other yielding assets that we want to bring into the DeFi ecosystem. So one of the things that we launched a week ago was Hastra. And Hastra is a liquid staking protocol where I'm effectively buying yields or a version of wrapped yields. I'm pledging it into Hastra for a prime token. That prime token is investing in a DeFi marketplace against our home equity line of credits. And you're taking that prime token onto Camino where it's getting multiplied, or onto Radium where it's trading. And I had to bring my phone up to get the exact numbers, but we launched this a week ago. We've got over 75 million deployed across wrapped yields and prime. It's the 4th biggest market on Camino right now. Users are earning over 24% on their multiply product through it. And just today, Gauntlet officially announced they're allocating a portion of its cash vault to prime. And so what people are getting out of this is underlying yield that's coming from something they can get their arms around, right? It's not selling the forward to spot and earning the carry. It's not any algorithmic function. It's actually US mortgages. So US mortgages that are originated native on blockchain, generating yield that ultimately propagates through to support the DeFi ecosystem. The last thing that I want to talk about that we're doing that ultimately I think is going to have a significant impact on the Solana ecosystem is we did an S1. We went public back in September. So Figure's a public company. But about a week and a half ago, we released another S1 to do effectively a second IPO. We're issuing a new version of Figure Equity native on public blockchain. And so this is not going to sit at DTCC. It's not going to trade on the NASDAQ or the NYSE. It's not going to work through introducing brokers like Robinhood. It's not going to rely on prime brokerage like Goldman Sachs. This security is native on blockchain. It trades on our alternative trading system, which is effectively a decentralized exchange. It's a self-custody, self-settle, self-clear marketplace. And you will take that security, you'll be able to attach to that ATS through a wallet rather than introducing broker. You'll be able to take that security onto DeFi and borrow against it, lend it out. So if you look at it side by side, we're basically disrupting the entire equity stack and bringing it native to public chain. And one of the focus points that we have is not only bringing that equity over to the Solana ecosystem, but allowing for native Solana equity issuance as well. So we're super excited to be integrating and leaning into the community here. We're excited about what the builder community is going to be able to do with yields as a security version of stablecoin. We're excited about the growth we've had with Hastra, and we have billions of assets to bring over to support that growth. But I'm most excited about disrupting this ecosystem on the equity side and doing that within the Solana community as well. So thank you very much, and appreciate the time.
All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the morning sessions as much as I did. And to the 24,000 people that are watching on stream, thank you so much for tuning in. We are taking a break until 2 p.m. And of course, we're going to have a fantastic lunch prepared by the Solana Foundation. And the first thing that you will hear when you come back is a debate. So see you at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful to be your host for this morning. Have a wonderful day. Adios.
Hello, everybody. It's such a privilege to be here. My name is Eden Vanderzee. I am head of communications at 00 and a longtime community member of Solana. We have an incredible afternoon of content lined up for you. I'll be your MC for the next 2 hours. And so coming up next here, we're going to have a super exciting debate about token buyback. So participating in that debate will be Max Resnick from Onza, and then we also have Victor Fisher, the CEO at Rockaway X, Bartosz Lipinski, founder at Cube Group, and then Mason Nystrom, junior partner at Pantera Capital. So just on the screens here in a moment, we'll have a QR code that you can scan for the Slido app. You'll want to go ahead and scan that, download that application so you can participate in the debate as it's happening. You can cast your votes while it's occurring. So go ahead and snap that quickly, and then we will bring your debaters on stage.
Thank you all for being here. This motion asks a simple question. When a protocol earns revenue, how should that value accrue to the token holders? Token buybacks are one answer. The protocol takes its earnings, goes to the open market, and buys its own token. Supporters call this value accrual. But in practice, it's an opaque, often mistimed, and structurally broken mechanism that enriches insiders, perverts the incentives of protocol developers and founders, and inhibits institutional adoption and trust in digital assets. Let me define terms precisely. We're talking about buybacks as they exist today, as practiced by protocols like Hyperliquid, Pump.Fun, and Jupiter. Programmatic or discretionary purchases of native tokens using protocol revenue. The alternative we propose is simple. Distribute that revenue directly to stakers as dividends. That's how Solana works today. Token buybacks fail in 3 ways. First, they're opaque. When a protocol distributes staking rewards, every holder receives value in the same proportion, visible on chain, with no discretion from anybody. When a protocol conducts buybacks, a small team decides when to buy, how much to buy, and through what channels with no oversight whatsoever. It's an invitation to abuse. Teams may front-run their own announcements or buybacks. They can time buybacks around liquidation, cascades, hunt liquidation levels, time them around their own team unlocks or exchange listings. They can extract value through spreads and revenue shares with affiliated market makers. In traditional finance, they spent decades building the rules and infrastructure to prevent exactly this behavior through things like blackout periods, disclosure requirements, safe harbors. But crypto buybacks have none of those things. So we've recreated the conditions for insider trading and called it innovation. The second reason token buybacks fail is pro-cyclicality. Protocol revenue is pro-cyclical. Fees are highest when speculation is highest, when token prices peak. This means that buyback programs mechanically purchase tokens at the worst possible times. They buy high, they go quiet when prices crash and revenue crashes with it, and that's the time when buying would actually make sense. That's not a theoretical concern. You can go look at any protocol's buyback history against its token price chart and see the results for yourself. The third reason that buybacks fail is perverse incentives. Buybacks require trust from investors that the protocol developers will actually follow through, trust that the team will keep doing the buybacks into the future, trust that revenue won't get diverted to private jets and other things that the protocol developers might want to pay for with protocol funds, and trust that when the numbers get large enough, nobody will defect. Crypto has no mechanism to enforce that trust, So what happens? Teams feel pressure to start buybacks too early before they've built sustainable businesses, cannibalizing growth capital to satisfy impatient holders. And every holder or investor knows that the team could stop at any time tomorrow or quietly redirect funds or cash out through a dozen opaque channels. The promise of future buybacks is worth exactly as much as your faith in those founders. Staking requires no such faith. It's code, it executes or it doesn't. The value flows automatically to token holders. Let me leave you with this. Buybacks sound like shareholder returns. They borrow the language of corporate finance to provide a veneer of legitimacy. But they lack every safeguard that makes buybacks tolerable in traditional markets. There's no disclosure, no oversight, no accountability. This house believes token buybacks are a net negative value accrual mechanism. We are right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Max. I can see that we are already winning. So, look, I just wanted to maybe give you a couple of numbers to start with. So just this year, 2015, 28 projects did meaningful buybacks. Only 28 projects of thousands of tokens that we have. So it's a really small part of a value distribution mechanism, how we call it with Bartosz. And if you ask me how much, roughly $100 million are bought back every month. The only exception was in September when Layer 0 did a one-off buyback of $150 million, maybe because of the investor pressure. And so, let's take $100 million a month times 12 months, 1.2 billion. We add Layer 0, it's like $1.4 billion that we are using as an industry every year to buy back the tokens from circulation. But remove Bitcoin from market cap, it's roughly only 10 basis points. It's really, really small. Now, the motion is saying this house believes token buybacks are net negative. I think there are bad token buybacks and there are good token buybacks. And this is why we think this motion is false. And good token buybacks are those which are using real revenue after product market fit is clear to buy back tokens from circulation. Real revenue. Bad token buybacks are those which are doing buybacks in an opaque way, like Max mentioned. I agree with you. I'm against, buybacks which come, one-off in September, like Layer 0 did. I also think buybacks are wrong when they are just done from the treasury. I think buybacks should be done from revenue model. And so that's how I think token buybacks, it's not a value creation mechanism. Token buybacks, it's actually a value distribution mechanism. And how else would you distribute value in our industry? Yes, you could do, like Max mentioned, staking and then emissions, but what happens? You will basically give your tokens to snipers and Sybil attackers and then traders who will dump it. Like, is this really? I think it penalizes the long-term holders. So I think good token buybacks are here to stay. I spoke earlier with Chao from Jupiter. I think Jupiter is a good example, using 50% of their revenue to buy back tokens. It costs them roughly...
Point of information?
Yeah.
Why do they only use 50% of their revenue to buy back tokens?
Because they are using the other 50% for M&A and further growth of the business.
But why not just use all of it for growth of the business? They're an early stage company. They're finding early signs of product market fit. Why don't they go ahead and go all in on growth? Wouldn't that be best for investors and the team?
You mean remove the buybacks completely?
For now, and then later build a business that's even bigger and do more buybacks in the future.
Yeah. Well, I think it anchors the floor to their valuation. So if they're buying $100 million per year and their market cap is 1.5 billion, that's roughly, 15x? I think 15x, I think it's an excellent multiple. Like Hyperliquid is buying back $700 million per year, trades at like 30 billion. It's like more than 30. It's like a 34 multiple. So
Point of information.
Will you let me speak, guys? I'm just kidding.
I think Hyperliquid's an interesting example. They do a lot of buybacks, but their market share is decreased over subsequent months. And so do you think that the market is really valuing buybacks versus the growth of other protocols and competitors?
Yeah. Well, I think those are two different things. Yeah. So you are doing buybacks to distribute value to the token holders. But at the same time, of course, you have to grow the business. That's why I like Jupyter model, 50% growth and M&A, and 50% to distribute value to your long-term holders.
All right, so I think Victor laid out an interesting framing of good versus bad token buybacks. I think we can all agree that bad token buybacks are net negative. And the further point that we have to convince all of you on is that there are no good token buybacks. It's a false premise. And the reason to add to what Max was saying is that buybacks are a short-term incentive mechanism when projects and companies should be thinking long-term. Allocating that capital for growth, whether it's at an early stage or later stage, is far more value accretive to the protocol than simply spending it on token buybacks. And the other important part of why these buybacks are net negative is that crypto is incredibly cyclical. And so what that means is this revenue is very volatile. And what happens when buybacks are conducted, whether in a programmatic way, you end up top blasting the chart all the way up, and being very inefficient about the price that you're buying your tokens back at. Even discretionary buybacks end up really reducing the amount of capital that you have to weather a more cyclical cycle. And I think the thing that this also gets at is buybacks are really just symptomatic of a larger problem. And that problem is that equity versus token projects are currently divided. And so when you have a company like Pump, for example, the question is, why are they doing 100% buyback? It's because there's not investor confidence that the value is going to accrue to the token versus the equity. And so buybacks have become this perverse incentive to have to convince investors and other stakeholders that revenue is actually going to accrue to the token rather than the equity. And so the solution here is to forego buybacks and restructure projects, because buybacks end up being net negative versus having a single asset accrual model. When the other thing that we can look towards is the public markets, where stock buybacks obviously happen, but the reason they happen and have increased over the past decade is because there's a perverse incentive in how they're valued. And so we might look at the public markets and say, well, they increase buybacks in the public market, so we should be doing it in crypto. We should borrow from best practices. But in reality, a lot of stock buybacks in equities happen because of stock-based compensation for C-suite level executives. And so that further pushes companies to focus on buying back stock versus actually growing the business, reinvesting in research and development, talent, and other things that are more net value accrutive to the actual company itself. And so we can conclude here that just because the public markets lay one example, that is not actually the quite right reasons for why we should think about buybacks of projects. And
just one question on that topic. But in our industry, teams also hold tokens. So if buybacks are effective, that holds the price of a token, so it's beneficiary to them as well.
I think artificially trying to optimize for the price of your token because you think that people might sell is exactly the wrong framing. It should be, how do we reinvest that capital to prove to the market that we have a growth story and that there's going to be upwards trajectory rather than downwards trajectory, which results in selling. And so as we look towards the variety of projects in the market, I think you can clearly see that buybacks, while common in some high-profile projects, don't actually lead to the best value accrual in a long-term basis. Whether it's Hype, whether it's Jupe, or a variety of other assets that have used this as a crutch rather than to double down and invest in growth. So thank you.
So it's interesting that we constantly have this comparison between equity markets and crypto. And the argument effectively here, equity markets are more transparent, so they have more options to do things. I fully disagree with that. In crypto, we have more transparency. We know how people are doing the buybacks on chain. We know how much they are buying, to the degree that the teams are worried that people will front-run their buybacks. In equities, if you look at what you are doing normally as a company, you can submit to SEC, for example, your filing, and you say, OK, I'm going to do the buyback, maybe $1 billion worth of buyback over the next year. And then you can sit on it, and you don't need to do anything. You don't need to do a buyback. You have an option to do a buyback. If someone like that did something like that in crypto, there would be a massive outrage. When Pump is announcing, hey, I'm going to do a buyback of this much, 50% of my revenue, every day, every month, whatever. Everyone is tracking it and they see it. We have more transparency. The other argument that was made that not doing buybacks and doing staking is more efficient. It's similar to dividends. Dividends and buybacks are very similar in equities. Staking, on the other hand, in crypto is very different. To a degree where I believe if Hyperliquid, Jupiter, or Pump try to do dividends, they would be effectively taxable income. What people are doing right now with their buybacks allows everyone to accumulate the gains without taxes, which gives you the higher shareholder value or token holder value. You want to minimize your taxes. But ultimately, it's all about the growth. I think both sides agree that if the protocol is growing naturally, the buybacks are a decision of a team because they believe that this is the highest value accrual to the token holders.
Point of order. Would you agree that when a team is deciding to do buybacks versus reinvest that for growth in the company, that they're effectively saying, for $1, I can't produce more value in my company, and therefore I should just return it to investors?
Yes and no. The main thing that I would disagree with is I cannot produce more value. It's not about can I produce more value or not. It's about marginal efficiency of producing that value. The team is saying we could spend it on growth, but marginally it might be better to do a buyback.
So when you say that the protocol developers have the choice between whether to do a buyback or whether not to do a buyback, I think the empirical facts of the case are not that, especially in the case of Pump. They were doing a 25% buyback. They were getting killed in the price charts. Everybody was flaming them on Twitter. And Elon basically had to go to 100% buyback just to assuage concerns that they weren't going to return that money eventually. He thought initially that the best thing to do was to spend 75% of the revenue of the protocol on growth. And if you talk to him, he's a very ambitious person. But what the market told him is, we don't believe you that you're going to grow this business. And then in particular, we don't believe that when you do grow it, you're going to give that money to us. In traditional finance, there are shareholder oversights, there are laws that require that. That contract exists because there are laws in place and you can make a commitment like that. There's no such thing in crypto.
Which specific laws are forcing companies to do a buyback in equities?
The 1933 Securities Act governs issuance of securities in the United States, and it requires mandatory disclosures, transparency, and corporate governance that allows people who are building companies to commit credibly to something like Uber, which is not make any revenue for years and then grow and grow and grow and then eventually turn on money.
There's no law that...
If I may on Pump, they also have $2 billion treasury. $2 billion at 5%, that's like $100 million, which they can use to grow the project and fund their people.
But why did they start out at 25% and now they're at 100%?
to test where the market is, ultimately. It's a conversation with the market.
But the market knows that Apple has 50 billion on its balance sheet. How much does Pump have? The market doesn't know.
I mean,
it's not
2 billion.
No. Well, they've spent some.
Yeah.
Right? It's not public how much they actually have.
I mean, it's public how much money they raised and how much money they made.
Yeah, but you don't know what they spend. And so my point is there's more public disclosures which give investors more confidence in the public markets versus today in crypto.
Shall we move to closing statements?
Go ahead.
Let's do it.
So I think we both agree that this is all about optimizing spending on growth. Crypto is a new industry. We're just starting to find product market fit. And so it's really important that the money that is made keeps getting reinvested into the system to grow the pie, to attract new talent. There are companies that can do that. For example, Axiom, one of the largest companies on Solana, one of the fastest YC companies to $100 million of ARR in history, they're able to spend to attract new talent because they don't have a token. Meanwhile, other companies are forced to compensate in token, and then they're forced to use all the money that they earn to appease investors. That's not me saying that. That's the other side admitting that in order to assuage investors, in order to feel out the market, they started at 25%, which is where they thought was optimal on the growth trade-off. And then they ended up going to 100% because the market in the price chart was telling them, no, you're wrong. We want to see that commitment from you. Buybacks work in traditional markets because of the structure that is there that allows companies to commit to deferring revenue into the future and deferring value accrual. They don't work in crypto because there is not that same trust. In fact, crypto is trustless by design.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, guys. I would say, look, the statement is wrong. Good buybacks are here to stay. And you mentioned that buybacks are opaque. We agree with that. Buybacks, good buybacks, need to be transparent. You mentioned they are done at worst possible time. We agree with that. Good buybacks need to be done, transparently and periodically on a monthly basis and on a blockchain. And you are also mentioning that it creates a perverse incentive. I would say I don't see in crypto any other better value distribution mechanism because staking or airdrops are basically just compensating snipers and civil attackers. You're also mentioning that projects are forced by the investors to do 100% buybacks. We don't think this is true. Basically, the additional value which the project doesn't need for growth of M&A distributes to token holders by doing buybacks. Those are good buybacks. Good buybacks are also those which are transparent, so they are on-chain. They are also helping because they are tax efficient, and yes, there need to be more public disclosures about the treasuries and about the buybacks.
Is that it?
I think so. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So we won? We won.
Thanks.
All right, token value accrual is such an important topic in the crypto industry. Thank you so much to our debaters. There's a few moments left to cast your votes on the winner of the debate, so go ahead and do that. Give you a few moments here. And we will announce the winner. It's pretty close, actually, 48 to 52. Cool. Looks like the green team won. So let's give everyone a round of applause for the debates. Awesome to see. So we're going to go ahead and clear the stage now and then bring on our next speaker. So we'll be back in just a moment, and we'll see you soon.
All right, nice little break there. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. The next speaker is a very familiar face, though usually covered with a mask. Today, his mask is off. I'm very excited to welcome to the stage Profit, the co-founder of MetaDAO.
Hi. I go by Profit. And yeah, I guess when most people here have talked about internet capital markets, they talk about like on-chain stocks or like, yeah, some fancy infrastructure that's going to shave your bips down on your spreads down from like 5 bips to 2 bips. We have a different way of seeing things. I think historically, like what's brought people on chain, if you look historically, is like, yeah, ICOs, NFTs, meme coins. These are all like crypto native assets that you can't already trade in a brokerage account. And I think it's like fairly reasonable to assume that actually crypto native assets are like assets that we create as like teams in crypto will be the way that the internet capital markets work. And I'm going to talk about why that's the case and why if you're a founder, you should consider tapping internet capital markets to raise for your crypto business. And yeah, so the core point is like, this is a Hyperliquid's perp volume over time chart. And the question is, can you see when they launch their coin just by looking at this chart? And yeah, you kind of can. It's like right in that area before they go up around October, November. A big reason being that all these people that now own Hype have an incentive to like to talk about their bags, like to shill Hyperliquid as a product and to use it. And so this is Avicii's spending volume over time chart. Avicii is a crypto credit card product or like neobank that launched on MetaDAO. And the question is, can you see when they launch their ownership coin? And again, you can see it very clearly. It's like right before their spending volume hockey sticks up, and their volume per day is now, like people using the credit card per day is up more than 10x since they launched. And so like these are reasons why if you're building a crypto native business, you should launch a coin, right? Like you should raise from your users, the people who are going to shill you on crypto Twitter, as opposed to raising from investors, like private investors. But they don't explain why you should launch an ownership coin. I think the key point there is people are tired of getting rugged in crypto. This has been a huge, huge problem. Both the problem of rugs of like, yeah, this is a successful business, but actually none of these cash flows go back to me as a token holder. I'm not even talking about buybacks. I'm talking about blatant rugs, like businesses being built, like Unibot built Unibot on Solana, made $200 million in fees. Like none of that is going to token holders. Unibot is like bled to zero. It's just being held by the team forever. And then also the problem of rugs of like teams just like taking the money and running away, which has been like a pretty rampant problem in crypto. And yeah, so MetaDAO, which is what I work on, is the home of what we call ownership coins. So that has 2 components. One of them is like a governance or a market oversight component, which is kind of scary to people. Like people have been scarred by DAOs before, but it's not crazy. It's basically like probably 2 to 4 times a year you're raising these proposals of like, hey, I need to mint new tokens, for example, and to maybe do like an investment round, like an OTC to raise more money for the business. And instead of voting, people trade in those. And yeah, I only have 5 minutes, so I can't get into exactly how that works, but you can read up on it. And so that's the market oversight component. And then we also have this legal structuring component, which is what prevents rugs of like the business is successful and it never goes back to the token holders. So actually, we have these legal entities where you as a founder raising on this system, you assign your IP to that entity. That entity points to the on-chain market system as like as arbiting where that IP can move. And so, yeah, you essentially just like can't walk away with the business. If you get acquired, you can't just like take all the money, which has been a recent thing lately. And so, yeah, here are some of the projects that have raised on MetaDAO. It's all crypto native projects. So like Omnipair, for example, is building a special kind of borrow lend. Solomon is building like Athena for Solana. Avicii, yeah, crypto neobank. Umbra is a privacy protocol. Paystream, borrow lend. Loyal and ZK also are also privacy protocols. And this is what that looks like. So yeah, Umbra, for example, wanted to raise $750K, ended up raising $3 million through MetaDAO, and that could be you next. And if you want that to be you next, message me on Telegram, send me a short blurb of what you're working on, and if we're interested, I will follow up with you. And please, like, if you're a genuine team building something interesting, I really, really want to talk to you. So yeah, that's my pitch. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Stephen Simpkin, CEO of Squads, to discuss making global business run on Solana.
Hello, everyone. My name is Stepan. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Squads. And today I'm going to talk to you about how we're going to make global business run on Solana. But first, quick context. We have been developing Squads since 2021. We are the leading smart account and multisig infrastructure for Solana and SVM. And today we secure over $15 billion in value. Our infrastructure also powers Squads multisig, the canonical multisig for the Solana ecosystem, securing treasuries, programs, tokens, and validators for all the teams that you can see here. When we were building Squads multisig, one thing that we noticed in terms of how our customers use the product is that for a lot of them, the multisig became the de facto business bank account. They would run payroll, do all kinds of financial operations, essentially entirely on stablecoin rails, using our infrastructure and Solana. And so that prompted us to build Altitude. Altitude is a global business account built on stablecoin rails. With Altitude, businesses can create $1 and €1 account. They can send and receive fiat and stablecoin transfers. They get access to the full CFO suite with bill pay, invoicing, and accounting. And they can earn yield right on their capital in the Altitude account. As we were building Altitude, we noticed 3 unique advantages when it comes to building on stablecoin rails. The first one is reach. If you're a traditional fintech and you're trying to scale to global markets, you have to think about which market do I want to go into. You have to get licensed. You have to get local banking partnerships. That takes a lot of time. That takes a lot of money. When you're building on stablecoin rails, the model is flipped. By using self-custodial stablecoin accounts, you can create a stablecoin account for each of your customers globally without any regulatory hurdles. This is a unique model where first you go global, and then you establish the necessary local partnerships where you think it makes the most sense for your business. And then you establish the connectivity to traditional fiat and banking rails for pay-ins, payouts, and card issuance. The second major advantage is speed. Altitude is born on Solana. And so we can leverage internet capital markets to facilitate DeFi yield, RWA yield, trading at record speed for our customers. In TradFi and traditional fintech, what would take 6 months of negotiating partnerships for us is just a simple integration. And the final piece is autonomy. We hear a lot from the traditional fintech ecosystem that autonomous finance and self-driving finance is coming here, that soon our financial accounts will be fully autonomous, run by agents. But when you see the current implementations in the market, they all require human checks and human intervention. Why is that? It's because the agents, while clearly smart enough to run financial operations on our behalf, they can't be trusted. They can be compromised. They can hallucinate. They can make mistakes. And when it comes to money, almost always right is not good enough. So how do you solve that? You solve that by pairing probabilistic intelligence with deterministic execution. What that really means is that you can give an agent a key on your financial account and create very clear and strict programmatic guardrails what agent can and cannot do. So that allows you to give agent much more autonomy over your money when you're running your financial operations. So that means that intelligence isn't the main bottleneck today. The rails are. So what it means in practice? It means bill pay that checks and executes itself. It means recurring payments that run on schedule without any human intervention. It means treasury that allocates and rebalances across different yield sources without you needing to make any clicks. It's FX that auto-balances because now the time is right, not because somebody remembered to do this. So let's recap. Building on stablecoin rails gives you reach, gives you speed, and gives you access to truly autonomous finance. If this is exciting to you, and if you're thinking about building the next giant financial services company, I encourage you to do this on Solana, and you can use our infrastructure to do this 10x faster than us. We have our API product called Grid, which Carlos is going to talk about tomorrow on stage, and you should catch up with him if that's exciting to you. And finally, with Altitude, today we're focusing on businesses that already have stablecoins on a balance sheet. But the future looks like that any global business will be able to leverage Altitude to run their financial operations entirely on stablecoins and on Solana. If you want to know more about that, come see us at our booth on the second floor right here at Breakpoint. Thank you so much.
Entering the stage now to discuss transforming sports, crypto, and collecting is Nicholas Julia, founder and CEO at SoRare.
Hi, everyone. At SoRare, we are bringing the best IP in the world of sports on-chain. And to do that, we are producing officially licensed cards that you can play in a fantasy sports game where you can win thousands of SOL every single week. So for those of you who don't know about, SoRare, basically the product is quite simple. You would scout the athletes that you love. You collect their cards. And you can play with them in a fantasy sports game. And based on the performance of the player on the pitch, you can win money can't buy experiences like meeting Zidane or Mbappe or athletes, or prizes like SOL and so on. We work with the best sports league in the world, the NBA, the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, and so on. They are all shareholders in the company and long-term believers in the vision that we have to bring the best IP of sports on-chain. We also have the best athletes that invested in the company. People like Messi, Zidane, Mbappe, and more are part of this journey, and this vision. So here you have an example of a reward that has been won by some community members, where you see community members, SoRare community members, playing with Zidane, which is one of the best soccer players ever. So we spent the 5 years of our journey in the Ethereum ecosystem, starting with a layer 2, then back to mainchain, then up to Starkware on Starknet. And a few months ago with the team, we were like, OK, what could be the best next move for us and for our community? And looking at the technology, of course, performance, distribution, community, ecosystem, and so on. And everything was pointing into one direction, which is Solana. And 2 weeks ago, we completed the migration of 17 million cards to Solana. So we are very excited about that, of course. It's the first step. It's a technical migration, and there's much, much more coming soon, and we'll talk about this. So how does it feel today in the SoRare product? it just works, and it's very smooth. So you would come with your favorite wallet. You can deposit Sol. You can also buy accounts directly at a fixed price, or you can bid on the marketplace on this officially licensed cards. And you can also be paid in Sol. So if you decide to resell your card, you can get Sol. And you can win Sol, of course, in the weekly and now daily contests and competition that we are operating. So it's a global ecosystem where now these cards, you can enjoy them and see them in your favorite wallets as CNFTs. And we are also breaking the silos in terms of marketplace, because these cards used to be tradable in our own marketplace, and they will be now tradable in many more marketplaces. So Magic Eden is here, so increasing liquidity, price discovery, and so on. I'm very excited today to announce that we are launching a Builder program. So our vision, as I said, is to bring the best IP of the world of sports on-chain. So yes, it's nice. You can collect them. You can trade them. You can win the best prize in the world of sports every day, every week. But now you will also be able to enjoy different DeFi and gaming experiences that are going to be built by a network of builders. And yeah, very excited to launch it today. If you have interest in the Builder program, feel free to contact us. You can do so at solana.sora.com. Let's build the future of sports and crypto. Let's do it together. Thank you.
And next up, we'll be hearing from Raghulan Pati, the founder and CEO of Cast. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hey guys, how are you? It's good to be here. Last year, we had just launched Cast. We were about 2 months in. So our real official launch was here at a Breakpoint in Singapore. And now we're sort of nearly 18 months in. But I just wanted to show you in real life. I don't know if people have seen the solid gold card. We announced it last year. I've got one. Please don't rob me for it. And a number of people have one. So this year, I'm going to give a bit of an update as to where we are and what we're doing next. So I guess quick one, like why I put up the year 2040 is that's what our vision is heading towards, becoming one of the largest global banks in the world, built on top of stablecoins and crypto infrastructure. This is not a very thing that can be built overnight. I think it's going to take till then. We're obviously rushing our development as quickly as possible, but we do have a very long-term vision for how long this will take. The simple problem is that banking hasn't kept up. If you look at most people in the room, they're crypto native people. They live remotely, they work remotely, they move countries. Every time they move to a country, trying to set up a bank account, in the best of countries, it's a pain. In the worst of countries, it's nearly impossible. And so that's really why we built Cast, and that was the whole purpose behind Cast. Now, I'm going to quickly give some updates as to where the product is. It started off as your favorite card, the one that you'd want. That's not my balance, by the way. I wish it was. But now there's a lot of things that you can actually do with it. Everyone can get a US dollar virtual account. You can have Swift pay in and pay out to over 125 countries. So you can send dollars via Swift, which I think is like groundbreaking. By the way, it's completely free right now to send Swift if it's more than $5,000. No fees, no percentage at all. And then we, of course, have our reward system as well. The other thing is that we're expanding it to include a lot more instant payment. And I'm going to show you some of those features in a second, including Cast Tag. Now, we have introduced payment to over 200 countries through Swift, but we also have this vision of being better than a bank, and that means that you can actually send money locally as well. So you can use QR code for Pix in Brazil. You can send using local payment rails in 55 countries. That's releasing over the next few weeks. And so we plan to extend that. So any country you go to that have their local payment method, it might be GrabPay in Singapore, Pix in Brazil, UPI in India, you should be able to pay using that. And that's really what we're building to take Cast even further. We also have the Savings Vault coming as well, which is launching next week, which is we're partnering with Gauntlet on. Gauntlet's obviously one of the biggest and oldest names going around. So you'll be able to put your money and get your savings. I think the current rate's like 7% or so. But you'll also be able to liquid spend from there very soon as well as like borrowing against your crypto. The other thing also I want to announce is that the waitlist is open for Cast for Business. And so all the people that have been waiting for Cast for Business, you'll be able to set up your business on Cast. All your employees can have Cast. You can pay them instantly. We think it's going to be revolutionary because it's like a Ramp or a Brex, but imagine a full global version of that. We essentially are trying to build something that's better than a bank. We have over 150 developers working on this now. We have a very large financial partnerships team, and we're expanding that to be able to deliver this faster than anyone. Now, I will quickly, in the interest of time, go to the video because we weren't able to do it, showing you how Cast Pay actually works with Tag. This is my actual account. I hid my balance, as you can see. Now, we can pay out using stablecoins, bank transfer, Cast Tag. I'm going to pay Izia on my team using Cast Tag. So I just put in her name. As you can see, I search for it. I get her details there. I'm an extremely generous person, so I'm going to send her the lucky, nicest guy ever. And I'm going to send her $888, lucky number in Asia. I click next. I'm going to skip the limit piece, and then bang, it's done. Izia's got Face ID as well. She's got $888. I think she's in the crowd somewhere. Lucky day for you, Izia. Anyway, Cast Tag is part of our ability for you to send money via your own tag, email, or phone to anyone anywhere in the world. And yeah, it's part of our evolution into becoming a full banking app. Think of it like a Cash App or Venmo, but for the whole world. That's all I've got for you today. Thank you.
Next up, we'll be hearing from James Blair, co-founder and CEO at Carrot, to introduce us to Turbo Tokens.
Hey everybody, my name is James. I am the co-founder and CEO of Carrot. I also go by JSB in the chats. And when I started in DeFi, the promise of DeFi was a better financial system, financial future. But in some ways, it always felt like we had homework. You're rebalancing and checking out new protocols and figuring out where should my money go. And at Carrot, we believe that DeFi should feel like holding really great assets, not managing a second job. It's really why we built CRT. It's a single token that does all the yield chasing work for you. You hold it, it earns. The price grows, no claiming, no compounding, no confusion. If you are a holder, you know that it truly just goes up and to the right. CRT really helped prove something for us, that complexity of the DeFi process or the methodologies there can be abstracted for simplicity. And really, that's just the foundation for us. Also, we get great APY. This is why it's a passive hold, why you really like holding that asset. But the reality is, earning yield isn't the only thing that people want. What do you do when you're really bullish on an asset and you hold a really strong conviction about it? So you believe in Sol, you believe in Bitcoin, like we do, and you really want more than just yield. You want real exposure to that asset, and you kind of want to turn up the dial a little bit. Right now, you really have two options. Option one, you can go full degen mode. It's perps, it's margin, there's liquidation risk. It's fun until it isn't. Option two is just hold spot. It's safe, responsible, kind of boring, but you're really kind of leaving that conviction on the table. There's really no middle ground, no way to amplify your position without babysitting it, no way to express bullishness that still feels like ownership. We really need a third path, leverage that feels like holding spot, the conviction without chaos, and these are turbo tokens. Turbo tokens are leverage exposure packaged into a single token. You're not managing a position, you're holding an asset, but it performs like leverage. What's key about turbo tokens is they have dynamic leverage range. So tokens like these in the past have been pegged to a 3x or a 4x or a 2x, whatever that is. It has built-in risk management and monitoring. You're protected against liquidation on these things. It really says, hey, there's no chaos. There's no babysitting this position anymore. It feels like spot, but performs like leverage. It's the same philosophy that we brought with CRT to give you the power of DeFi without all the complexity. Most people, when they think about their capital, kind of have two buckets. We hear the barbell strategy pretty often. There's the safe bucket, money you want to preserve and grow steadily. There's the conviction bucket, money you deploy when you see opportunities. CRT and turbo tokens are those two things tokenized. CRT is your earn layer. You park capital there. It earns yields. It stays stable. It's low touch, high trust. Turbo is your conviction layer. It amplifies your exposure to assets that you believe in without living on a trading terminal. We see that the future is accessible DeFi. We started with this simple belief that DeFi should feel like ownership, not operations. CRT made earning effortless. Just hold the token. And now turbo tokens make leverage effortless with the same rules applying. You no longer have to maybe figure out exactly all the things you have to do in DeFi. You can just hold a token. And as we all know, that tokens are the base UX in our ecosystem. It's the easiest thing that you can do. Our hope is as you look at Carrot and say, hey, you can earn with CRT, you can amplify with Turbo, it makes things truly effortless. Our tagline here is feels like spot, performs like leverage. These are in your wallet. They are tokens that you own. And really our hope is to say, these are the tokens you want to share with your friends. These are the ones that you feel comfortable saying, oh, you should buy this. It's not a meme coin. It's not potentially going to zero. This is truly the future of accessible DeFi. So that's what we have from Carrot. We're excited. Please go check it out at deficarrot.com and trade with leverage that feels like spot. Thanks so much.
Taking the stage next is Tarun Magukia, CEO of CopperX.
Hello everyone, I'm Tarun, founder of CopperX. I started my journey as a freelancer from a small city in India. And later we built Icon Scout, a community of over 10,000 designers and millions of users worldwide. Our community was spread across emerging markets like India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Nigeria, and many more. The most important thing we learned is that talent is global, but financial inclusivity is not. When we spoke to community and freelancers across the globe, we realized that access to banking is a fundamental issue. Payments are often delayed for weeks, fees are insanely high, and people lose customers just because they can't receive payments. Imagine not being able to deliver a project just because your card keeps declining at AWS. And this is reality for millions of businesses across the globe. Let me share one of their stories.
Freelancing is great, but there are days when I just sit idle without any projects, and sometimes I have so many projects that it's hard to meet all the deadlines. I love that freedom. I think paid can be frustrating sometimes. Not terrible, just slower or more complicated than it needs to be. I've used other platforms before, but this platform charges high fees, and sometimes they just stop working. It breaks your momentum. Last month, a friend told me about Coverex, so I gave it a try. I got a US account and started sharing it with my clients. And honestly, things just felt better. Payments came faster, and the fees were much lower. It removed a lot of usual stress. For me, freelancing isn't only about money. It's about choosing how I work, who I work with, and doing things I actually enjoy. It's freedom. And this is where the future is going.
So traditional finance is fragmented, and it was never meant to be built for the internet dollar. We are here to change that. Say hello to Kosh, a global bank for freelancers and small businesses. Doesn't matter where you are from and what you do. By using stablecoins and Solana, we are making receiving payments fast and globally accessible. Financial inclusion is a fundamental human right, and Kosh makes it easy to earn, save, and spend anywhere in the world. The same way WhatsApp removed borders for communication, we are removing borders for the money. Let me show you how Kosh works. Within 5 minutes, a freelancer or a small business gets a US bank account, and they can share the details with their global clients. And they start receiving money, just like any business in the US. No delays, no hidden fees. Also, by using stablecoin-powered cards, we can instantly enable them to pay for global tools which were blocked due to capital controls. And especially for all of you at Solana, we have built pay later mode. Simply deposit your SOL and keep spending. You decide when you want to pay back, today or later. And many more, sending privately, credit, and tons of other things. We built Kosh with the support of hundreds of users and backers, and believers and our friends. I'm grateful to all of you for believing in us, and I'm excited for the journey ahead. Thank you so much.
Taking the stage next is George Bousis, founder and CEO at Raise. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Bousis, and I'm the founder and CEO at Raise. I think it's really important to start with a little backstory. We first started, this is a culmination of a decade of work, and we first started ultimately trying to solve how blockchains could solve a lot of the issues that we were running into in the gift card space in and around fraud. That quickly evolved into us launching the first tokenized gift card in 2015 on Ethereum. We thought we had it all figured out and that the retailers would love the product. But when we tried to commercialize it, we realized that Ethereum was just too slow and too expensive for this to work. So where a lot of other startups quit, we put our heads down and tried to figure this out. We spent the next decade trying to solve this issue. And what I'm most excited about today is I think we finally cracked it. And that's why we're going big today with Solana to launch smart cards. For those of you that are wondering who Raise is, we've been around for over 13 years, and we're a leader in the global payments and gift card space. We've raised over $265 million from some of the biggest names in venture. Blue chip firms such as NEA, Excel, PayPal, Han, and many others. We've done over $5 billion in gift card sales to date, saving our customers hundreds of millions of dollars. And we have over 7 million active customers in our business and reach 80 million people in our B2B business. We have the Raise Cashback app, which you can download today in the App Store. You can earn cash back by spending fiat or crypto at millions of stores. We also have a B2B business called Raise for Business. We power the likes of Built Rewards, Citibank, and many others. We also have the Raise Network, which is our blockchain-powered gift cards that we're talking about today. And our foundation is the Retail Alliance, which promotes innovation in the gift card industry. For those of you that aren't familiar, the gift card space is massive. I hear a lot of folks talking about the next billion users. The reality is they're here. This year, more than 1 billion people will purchase $1.2 trillion in gift cards. And that number is going to 2x over the next 5 years to more than 2.3 trillion by 2030. But the industry really hasn't evolved in over 100 years since the first paper certificates were created. We've merely gone from paper certificates to plastic cards to email, all which are pretty non-secure ways to send and receive money. And it's because everyone wants a piece. You have issuers, processors, distributors, activators, card printers, everyone trying to take a piece of the pie. And retailers are stuck having to spend as much as 20% of the value of a gift card in fees. So if we take back 1.2 trillion this year, retailers will pay $250 billion in fees. We think we can solve this because today they're relying on breakage, yield, and overspend just to break even. And this turns gift cards into a financial offset rather than a customer benefit, which is why we're reinventing gift cards. Blockchains will transform the multi-trillion-dollar gift card industry. It's going to help solve a lot of these technical limitations that exist while unlocking new growth opportunities and initiatives for retailers. Because we believe gift cards are one of retailers' most overlooked assets. Raise turns them into fraud-proof, brand-owned instruments that convert everyday purchases into more measurable and deeper engagement and measurable loyalty, all at a fraction of the price. Because this is where gift cards break down today. Fraud and theft, breakage abuse, security vulnerabilities, and future quantum threats. Now, as we mentioned, we aren't new to this. We've published a lot of content that we're going to be sharing with all of you on our site. This has been more than 10 years in the making. We have dozens of issued patents in the space. I think a lot of people thought we were crazy when we were doing this, which we had to be a little. But I'm sure the big question a lot of you are asking are, what are smart cards? Smart cards are a new class of digital assets designed for speed, scale, and configurability. They're programmatic by design. So you have inputs and outputs that can be programmed directly into the smart contract, such as weather, scores, events, outcomes, data. And the result of that is smart contract logic for retailers. So when we're working with brands like AMC Theaters, and it happens to rain in a city like Miami, where I'm from, AMC Theaters can programmatically offer 50% discounts to the theaters to get people to go to the movies. Why? Because they're still paying their employees, they're still screening the movies, they're still making popcorn. The weather is pretty unpredictable. And so smart cards solve today's biggest challenges around data, cost savings, robust security, flexible utility, personalized offers, and transferability, just to name a few. And they also improve operations too. There's fast settlement, low issuance cost, and cheaper distribution. And the good news is we're live. This isn't just a vision anymore. We launched in mainnet just a couple weeks ago and have already issued 50,000 cards on chain. That number will scale to millions as we continue to bring more retailers into our platform. Brands such as Best Buy or Darden Restaurant Group or CVS, just to name a few. And so what's next? We're building on Solana with strategic support from the foundation, which we're really thankful for. We're live on mainnet and deployed to the Raise network. Raise 1 is live with a series of new product launches coming in 2026 that we're really excited to share. And there's a token that's coming in the first half of next year. So we'd love for you to build the future of gift cards and loyalty with us. You can find more information here by scanning the QR code or looking us up on X, or just go to raise.com or raise.network. Thank you guys so much.
Now taking the stage to walk us inside the architecture of the Universal Exchange is Gracie Chen, CEO at BitGet.
Good afternoon. To be honest, I'm always happy to come to Solana Breakpoint and see you all. But my favorite thing about coming to UAE is the major dates. I always bring boxes of these dates when I go back to Hong Kong because you can't buy it at home. And how many of you are launching a token on Solana? Can I have a show of hands? Building a project on Solana? And your token, when it's launched on Solana, it's pretty much most likely traded on DEX. And that's the kind of experience my dates filled. What I mean by that is most of the DEX don't have as much volume or liquidity as a CEX. Just like I can't buy these specific regional dates in all the international supermarket. But with our launch of UEX, this will not be the case anymore. So UEX gives you this kind of experience where all the on-chain data that was only available on the so-called regional supermarket, aka DEX, now can be available on CEX. So with our UEX model, whatever you launch on Solana is automatically tradable on BitGet, centralized exchange. So getting on CEX means you don't need to just go through the tedious CEX listing process. Because again, when our user put in your contract address, they can trade your token on the on-chain part of a CEX, centralized exchange. Previously, people just thought DEX, CEX, they are two worlds. But in our opinion, we don't agree. We think the integration of UEX, DEX, and TradFi, which is RWA, is going to be the future. For example, today, on BitGet, you can buy tokenized ETFs, tokenized US stocks, tokenized commodity, and even Forex. Together with, of course, your favorite Bitcoin, Solana, as well as some other altcoins. But again, all those Solana tokens can be tradable on BitGet. And we think the UEX experience is going to give our industry more liquidity, as well as just similar back to my date metaphor, it's going to be available in every single supermarket in the world. Another problem we're trying to solve here is, how many of you have looked at your portfolio this morning? I suppose in terms of your portfolio, you probably opened a centralized exchange app such as Binance, Coinbase, BitGet, or decentralized wallet such as MetaMask, such as Phantom, as well as your US stocks account, eToro, Robinhood. Again, you can do them all on BitGet. And not just those token coverage, we also provide AI solution. I had a conversation with ChatGPT about a year ago. I asked it to recommend me top 10 tokens to hold in my portfolio. And I specified low risk. However, ChatGPT gave me Luna. So that's a kind of problem that non-crypto specific AI product may have. That's why we developed our own AI that is called Get Agent. Let me just quickly run through this 30 seconds video to tell you how trading on BitGet feels today. So you put in your CA, and this is the Get Agent part. You can ask it, what's your thought on adding Solana to my portfolio? And it gives you a thorough analysis on Solana based on your portfolio. So our future in terms of the crypto what we think. Of course, RW is growing. And as you can see from here, the whole RW market has been booming from January 2023. That's 1 year before ETF went approval. And now Wall Street is taking a lot of stakes on the crypto industry. And what that means for Solana is that it is the core execution layer inside the concept of UEX. So I want you all to try our UEX product after today. Thank you so much.
All right, so many great applications being built on Solana and to support the Solana ecosystem. We've really come a long way from 75 devs just a few short years ago to now 7,000 people filling up arenas. We have an incredible rest of the afternoon lined up for you. Thank you so much for sticking around. Taking the stage next for a fireside chat will be Mark Greenberg, the Global Head of Consumer at Kraken. Accompanied by Jacqueline Melinek, founder and CEO at Token Relations. They're going to discuss with us building the killer app for the tokenized economy. This is definitely an important topic as we kind of see Solana ecosystem maturing over the last few years. So very excited to welcome them to the stage for the next 15 minutes. And yeah, with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to them. Please give them a round of applause.
Woo! Let's go. I love the energy, guys and girls.
We got the Kraken cheering.
Yeah, we got the Kraken squad. Let's go. OK, hi, everyone. I am Jacqueline Melinek, as they mentioned. I am the founder and CEO of Token Relations. And I am joined today with Mark Greenberg, the Global Head of Consumer at Kraken. Mark, how are you?
I am awesome. This is such a fun event here in Abu Dhabi, and looking forward to this chat.
100%. So the title of this panel is extremely timely, because we've seen so many breakout apps going mainstream, I would say this year, mostly, by making the tech invisible. What do you think is kind of the secret sauce there? Because I know you probably thought of a few apps that have really hit that mainstream adoption. So what do you think is making that so successful?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say you actually said some of it. Making the tech invisible and behind the scenes is a big part of that. It's weird. I've spent my whole career in banking trying to make banks suck less. And a big part of why banks suck is everything is hard, and you have to really understand the specifics of it. And when you think about something like equities, it's even worse. You have so many steps and processes and things you have to do. And that is what I think all of the apps that we've been seeing today and yesterday and all of the things we're building with XStocks behind the scenes really allow. They allow us to just make trading of equities, make trading of everything, make buying of everything simple so that banking doesn't have to suck anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you already beat me to my next question, but how do you kind of think about this from the tokenization front? Because like you said, it's very different when financial apps or trading is involved because you can't really shake away the tech side of it, but you also don't want it to be like in their face.
Yeah, it's actually why I hate permissioned tokens generally and permission tokenization. Part of what, so when we started thinking about XStocks, we went and we spoke with hundreds of different organizations out there who were building things in the space. And always it was like, well, you can kind of put this in a wallet, but you can't actually trade it unless you get permission, or you can only trade it to these people, or you can only trade it on a Tuesday. All these types of very specific, very complicated pieces that actually didn't make it easier. In a lot of ways, it actually put the tech in the front again and required users to go through all sorts of hoops. When we started thinking about XStocks, we knew we wanted it to be permissionless, 24/7, available everywhere. And that allows you to just trade it the same way you trade crypto, or you trade Fartcoin, or you trade anything. And so you don't have to think about it anymore. And then you can put those kinds of experiences into an app like Telegram. You can open your Telegram app and just buy a stock. You don't have to think about what time of day it is. Do I have to KYC? Do I have to do all this kind of work? You can just do that. You can do it all day, all night. You can send it to your non-custodial wallet. You can do all sorts of things with it. So,
yeah. Are you trading Fartcoin?
I'm trading all sorts of meme coins. That's part of the fun.
Not a yes or a no. Very political answer.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah. OK. Just wanted to make sure I needed to carry on the conversation. So Kraken acquired Bakkt at the beginning of the month, bringing X stocks to a new market, I would argue. So how does that kind of bring this tokenized equity side into a digital economy that we haven't seen before? What's the new edge?
So I was on the Solana stage in New York a few months ago, and when we announced X stocks there, it was Bakkt and us on stage together. This is a product we've built fully together from day one, something that we've been excited about, something that they've been excited about. As the product has grown, we're now at $12 billion of transactions, about 80,000 users. We just recognized that there was more we could do together if we were one organization, not two. And so this acquisition is just more of the same. More markets, more opportunities, more different companies and developers participating on this infrastructure that we're building. And more we're just trying to get out of the way, build the infrastructure, and let everybody in this room and in many other rooms build on top of it in any way they want. My favorite story on that, the very first X stocks billboard had nothing to do with Kraken and nothing to do with Bakkt. A company in South Africa realized that they could use X stocks to sell to their client base in South Africa. And they put up an X stocks billboard in Johannesburg for their clients. That's the kind of thing we're trying to build with X stocks. The more we can be infrastructure that anyone can use in any way they want to use, the happier I am. And that means we got to be permissionless. We got to be just another SPL token that you can do anything you want with.
Do you know what the billboard said?
Buy stocks with X stocks. Very simple.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Clear. What about the creative opportunity then? Like on that note, it was like so straight to the point. But I think sometimes being creative when you're building these apps for mainstream audiences and consumers in general, you want to have that edge. And I know I already said edge, but I think that's like a big part of this is because there's so many things out there and you want to stand out. So how do you think about that from a creative standpoint?
Well, for me, I recognize that we're going to, at Kraken, build one relatively straightforward experience around the way you buy and sell crypto, the way you buy and sell equities with X stocks. And that'll be fine for a number of users. We think it'll be an amazing experience, but it won't be for everyone. Creativity comes from decentralization and a lot of different types of folks being able to create what they want to create. And if you create this kind of infrastructure, we hope that all sorts of companies out there will do a way better job than us at selling X stocks, at making X stocks part of their own applications, making their own money off of X stocks, and bringing their own creativity. So more and more, I hope, as we get on this Solana stage more and more over the years, that everybody just by default has X stocks, has equities in their products, the same way that we're talking about all sorts of other tokens today.
This might be a silly question, but Kraken is a centralized exchange. Then there's Inc., which is the blockchain, right? So how does that kind of play into the positioning of working with these on-chain stocks, so to speak, and what is the relationship there for centralized versus decentralized and everything?
So there's a place for centralized, there's a place for decentralized. Kraken plays in both. X stocks play in both. There are ways to sell these things from fiat in Europe that are better done on a centralized exchange that has MiFID, all the boring regulatory stuff. And then there's going to be lots of ways that you can buy and sell on-chain, on all sorts of different apps around the world, including Telegram. Both will have a place to play. Kraken and Bakkt launched X stocks on Solana because of how amazing the Solana ecosystem is and how many different types of apps and experiences and teams and DeFi protocols there are. And we'll build some of our own on Inc. We'll build some of our own on Solana as well. And the more we can be, again, boring maybe, but infrastructure should be multi-chain, it should be everywhere, and it should be easy for anyone to use in any way they want, whether that's in a more centralized or decentralized way.
Yeah. On the front of Solana, what do you kind of see as the biggest untapped potential right now for apps and this whole token economy?
I look forward to less apps that are solely focused on a crypto audience and selling to a crypto audience, and instead are trying to make banking and investment more generally suck less. And that comes with all of us putting all the creativity that we've built in this breeding ground in crypto, bringing all of that is now so easy and so simple to use, and there's so many amazing opportunities out there for how you buy, sell, trade crypto. How do we bring that to the rest of financial services? And what you see, I don't know, we just were watching behind stage some of the folks before us, and they're doing exactly that, bringing the best of Solana, the best of how crypto's operated, to some historically very boring businesses like credit cards. So very cool.
Yeah, so I think that's a good follow-up question is to the audience. Obviously, we have a lot of builders here. So what role do you really ask them to play in kind of expanding the influence and opportunity for capital markets, infrastructure, and building these killer apps?
Yeah, it's really simple. Just think about stocks via XStocks the same way you think about any other token in your app. We have a lot of, on Kraken, we've got Crack app now, which is our neobank app, money app experience. And you can actually use your credit card straight from Tesla X now. You don't have to. So yes, you can use Bitcoin. Yes, you can use Solana. Yes, you can use any other token you want. But also you can use the S&P 500 stock or a Tesla stock. And if I think about all the builders here, I would just think about exactly the same thing. You now have 24/7 SPL native tokens that represent stocks. Think about how you can build that into all of your experiences and apps and algorithms and DeFi protocols that you're doing. It comes mostly by default now, which is really cool. And so just think about how you build that into your experiences.
I love it. On the front of XStocks specifically, is there anything that is not being done right now that you would love to be, or you'd love to see Bakkt implement?
I'm looking forward to increasing yield opportunities on stocks. So you get the dividend by default, but how do we actually create even bigger opportunities for folks? I'm looking forward to, as we start to build revenue off of XStocks, giving it back to users and apps and experiences, and we're just thinking through the best way to create those kind of programs. And I just look forward to more apps that aren't financial apps by default supporting stocks. Telegram's, allows someone in Uzbekistan to buy stocks for the very first time via XStocks without having to jump through 10,000 individual hoops in order to get those. Maybe they only want $5, maybe they want 10, maybe they want 100. They can do that as they see fit, and I look forward to way more apps for way more markets with that in mind.
Do you find that the traditional financial market as well as traditional investors are ready to kind of adopt this type of technology?
I think, like crypto, it will take time and it will come slowly and then quickly. I'd say $12 billion of transactions so far in 4 or 5 months is definitely bigger than we were expecting, which is great news. And more and more conversations with traditional neobanks, traditional banks, like some of the largest in the world, they're all trying, some of the exchanges, we just launched a partnership with Deutsche Börse in Germany, all sorts of different players starting to come to the table and getting excited about XStocks. So yes, tentatively toe in the water for right now, but a lot more coming over time.
When will we hit $1 trillion? No prediction market?
End of 2026, I think XStocks will be tens of billions of dollars of value. Actually, here's an interesting stat. We're already 0.1% of all the Circle stock in the world is an X stock.
Huh.
When will we be 1%? When will we be 10%? That's coming a lot sooner than folks think, and it's coming in 2026, I think, a lot of those numbers.
Okay, then 100% one day.
100%, no-brainer at some point. Like, why wouldn't you use a permissionless 24/7 version of a stock? Like, why would you go back to 24/5? I don't really get it.
Yeah, who needs a life outside of trading?
It's not a life outside of trading. It's actually just as simple as like,
the ability to whenever you want.
Yeah, why do I have to, actually this used to happen to me all the time. I work during the day, Eastern hours,
Yes.
get home at whatever, 9, 10 p.m., you look at your portfolio, and then you can't do anything
Can't
with
do
it.
anything, yeah.
How silly, or like on the weekend when I actually have
Yeah.
some time to like do some research and understand things. Oh, by the way, I can't actually do anything with it.
Yeah.
It's not that I plan to trade 24/7 personally, but
Yes.
the fact that you can just
Yeah.
opens up a lot more opportunities. Also, if you live in a market like this one and you want to trade US stocks, the liquid markets are on the traditional market are only during the day, which is like basically overnight here.
Yeah.
So makes it really, really hard to trade unless you're if you can't go 24/7, and there's no reason in this world you can't.
100%. Okay. In the near term and long term, Mark, how do you kind of think people will fundamentally change the way they interact with money, markets, payments? What does that fusion and evolution look like to you?
I look forward to a world where you don't need your local fiat currency anymore. Everything can be money. As long as it's liquid, as long as it's available 24/7, as long as you can do it in any fraction you want, everything can be money. So why, as a Canadian, must I predominantly hold Canadian dollars? Why can't I hold my value in US dollars or US stablecoins or the S&P 500? And I look forward to a world where all of those things are seen as money, and the new crack cards that we just launched are our first vision towards that, where you can basically use more than 500 different things when you pay. That gets me really excited. I want to get that to 1,000 and 10,000 and 100,000 things so that I don't, and actually, personally, I don't hold much Canadian dollar anymore, which is a fantastic spot to be in. Why wouldn't I be able to just hold it in the S&P 500, which is now what I do?
You don't own a lot of Canadian dollars. What do you own? Stablecoins?
Stablecoins, but actually more some ETFs, actually. So you can put it in an X stock ETF, and then I can spend directly from it. So I don't have to hold just dollars anymore.
Amazing. All right,
Yeah.
last thing, Mark. If you could give us the perfect future of what global market access looks like in 5 years, what would that look like to you?
It's really simple. Everyone has access in the same way to the same things across all asset classes, and everybody can access them 24/7 permissionless. I think that's the dream of a lot of people in the crypto world, and we have to bring that to more than just crypto assets, to everything that to stocks, and then to a lot more asset classes over time.
Amazing. Mark, thank you so much, and thank you to everyone for listening in. Thanks, Mark.
All right, awesome fireside chat there. Thanks so much to our guests. So it's Friday afternoon. We're probably thinking, what am I going to do this evening? There's tons of side events happening this week at Breakpoint, so be sure to head to the website to check those out. We're going to clear the stage here next for another product keynote. It's someone we are familiar with. I'm sure many of us use this product in the Solana ecosystem and abroad. Please help me in welcoming Brandon Millman, the CEO of Phantom, to the stage.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Brandon. I am the co-founder and CEO of Phantom. And before I begin, I just wanted to say what an honor and privilege it's been to build on Solana and grow the ecosystem right beside everyone here in the room today. It's actually our 5th Solana Breakpoint this year, and just about 5 years since we started Phantom originally. And in that time, Solana's gone from underdog to undisputed biggest blockchain ecosystem in the world. I mean, just look at this event today, right? And when we started to build Phantom originally, we chose to build on Solana because we wanted to build on the best foundation for the future of finance, and that's never been more true than it is today. Oops. With Solana, it's finally possible for your financial life to be internet native. That means instant, global, programmable, and under your control. And Phantom is your financial account to do all of that. It brings you the tools and the connectivity to the ecosystem so that you can finally take control of your financial life. And just like all of the early adopters here, the next generation of consumers are also ready to take that step and bring their wallets as the center of their financial lives. So let's take a look at what we're shipping to make that happen. All right, so first, Phantom Cash. Phantom Cash is your daily money utility belt that lives in your pocket. You can spend, save, and earn frictionlessly across the globe. And we worked really closely with Stripe, actually, to bring this vision to a reality, bring their money movement expertise to the Solana ecosystem. And together with them, we developed the Cash stablecoin to power this experience. I'm proud to say that Cash actually passed $100 million of market cap recently and is actually the largest stablecoin that's built on top of Stripe's open issuance platform. This week, we're starting to roll out Phantom Cash to users across the globe. And we're going to have instant bank transfers, virtual accounts, and debit cards starting in the US. Now, let's take a look at what we're doing on the trading side. We're working hard to give users all the tools that they need to use crypto safely and easily, and that means supporting them throughout their trading journey every step of the way. Last month, we launched the Phantom Terminal on web, which brings pro-level trading into the same universe as your wallet. So with Phantom Terminal, you can spot trends early, perform powerful automations, and you can also stay synced on the go in mobile, and that's everything you need in order to be a successful trader in today's ecosystem. And actually, speaking of mobile, not only on web, we've been delivering a lot of new trading experiences right on your phone as well. On mobile, we've launched the world's easiest on-the-go perps trading experience. Our goal is to make tools like perps more accessible, safer, and easier to use. And we're proud that Phantom is actually one of the top places to trade perps on mobile since we launched. But we're not focused just on consumers. We're building for developers as well. And developers are the heart of the Solana ecosystem. This week, we're officially opening up our new wallet platform called Phantom Connect. Phantom Connect is a free developer SDK for embedded wallets that brings all of the safety, the simplicity, and the ease of use that Phantom is known for directly into your app. Phantom Connect's killer feature are global wallets. So the days of having separate, isolated wallets for each one of your apps is a thing of the past. So why does this matter exactly? So if you're a builder, that means new users can onboard seamlessly without having to download another app. And if you're an existing Phantom user, you can sign into an app using your existing funds. And so for users, you have the same Phantom account, the same money, and the same identity that follows you wherever you go on-chain, no matter what app that you're using. Funds aren't fragmented, and the experience is simple and smooth. But that's not all. We have one more major announcement to make today. Today, I'm excited to announce that starting next week, we're rolling out prediction markets natively within Phantom in partnership with Kalshi and DFlow. And with this integration, Phantom is bringing 3 core innovations to the prediction market space. So 1, trade prediction markets in a self-custody and directly on-chain way. 2, chat with other traders live. Turns out prediction markets are a lot more fun when you're trading with your friends. And 3, use any Solana token to trade, so no depositing required. So you can trade with Sol, USDC, Cash, or maybe even the leftover fart coin that you have from earlier this year. And with our integration, that's where the power of on-chain interop really comes to life. And it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Kalshi on this integration. They've done a lot to make prediction markets safe and easy to use for a broader audience, so it was a very natural choice to work together with them to bring prediction markets to a broader crypto-native audience. So with that, I want to actually invite Kalshi's head of crypto, John Wang, onto the stage to talk a little bit more about the integration.
Thanks, Brandon. It's been a pleasure working with you guys. My name is John Wang. I'm the head of crypto at Kalshi. I think just like crypto 10 years ago, prediction markets are a net new asset class growing at the frontier of finance with supersonic speed. Having the largest crypto wallet, Phantom, be powered by Kalshi, which is the largest prediction market, will enable this category to reach a fresh new audience of crypto-native users. I think this integration will take prediction markets and Kalshi even further into the mainstream. Trading on-chain events is now easier than ever, thanks to the Phantom team. Thank you.
Thanks, John. All right. All right, so we announced a lot of new stuff today. We had prediction markets, Phantom Cash, and Phantom Connect. But how does this all fit together? When we think about growing the ecosystem, we think about this core flywheel loop right here. So by continuously lowering the barrier of entry for new users to get into the ecosystem, giving them a safe and easy set of tools to discover new things to do, like prediction markets, and giving developers the ability to tap into those users, we can all accelerate the adoption of Solana and crypto together to heights that we've never seen before. So in conclusion, Solana provides the internet's financial infrastructure. The community in this room are actually the ones that are building the cutting-edge applications, and Phantom is your internet-native financial account on top of it all. Everything great that's happened in the Solana ecosystem and that will happen is because of the people in this room. So huge shout out to the community, and let's continue to accelerate. Thank you.
Taking the stage next will be Luis Ivan Valencia Payawal, co-founder and CEO at Rider, to discuss how hardware wallets and multi-chain swaps power internet capital markets.
Oh wow, such a big stage, isn't it? I'm very excited to be here, guys. Let's go. Wait, where's my teammates? Okay, let's begin. Well, my name is Luis. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Rider. Yes, there. Before we begin, I want to tell you a little bit of backstory. So exactly 2 years ago at Breakpoint, we actually unveiled Rider 1, the first prototype. And we actually launched our first crowdfunding campaign as well. It was an idea back then. And big shout out to Austin Federa, whom we met at Japan. He was actually the guy who brought us to Solana. Solana opened a lot of opportunities for us, and it opened a whole new door. And this is us now. And I'm very proud to say that on behalf of our team, we're a global company that ships thousands of units, generating revenue. Now, why are we doing Rider? We started Rider because we wanted to solve the biggest bottleneck of self-custody. I mean, it's not because crypto is broken. It's because we're not broken. It's not because crypto was broken, but it's because of the experience. So let's go over it one by one, right? So as a user, the current experience for me is intimidating. I mean, who here actually loves their hardware wallet? Come on, guys, I need energy in the room. Yes, let's go. That gives me energy as well. So I mean, I had 8 hardware wallets, and I didn't like it, right? There's too many steps. There's too many jargon. There's too much room for errors. And they also asked us to write these 12 or 24 words, which feels like very wrong for 2025. They tell you to hide it, protect it, don't lose it. And we all know the horror stories that come with it, right? So at Rider, we try to solve this issue. We actually team up. OK, we always ask ourselves, OK, what if we rebuild self-custody with 0 assumptions? What if we build a product on how great products are being built? You know? So with great user feedback from people like you and me, with real conviction and a whole lot of obsession. So here, I'm going to show you on how we actually obsess every night on user onboarding until like every friction point is removed, until a beginner like you could get onboarded in less than 60 seconds. And our UI UX lead, Quentin, can actually tell you on how we fight over the button placements until 3 a.m. in the morning. And the same kind of obsession can be seen on our firmware and security. Our CTO, Marvin, over there, actually created tap-safe recovery, which makes recovery simple, safer, and flexible, instead of being fragile. And again, the same obsession can be seen on our product and manufacturing line. You know, Julian, our CPO, he can also tell you how we went on 23 mechanical iterations, so you can have a product that you can hold in your hand and you would want to carry. And today, I'm going to introduce you to Rider One. It's actually a hardware wallet without the hard part. We make it impossible to lose your wallet. And what a better way for me to actually show it than to show the whole process. So Rider One, you only need a few taps. You tap to create and back up your wallet, you tap to send, and you tap to recover. So let's go on the process. So as you can see here, you simply tap to pair, and you also tap to create and back up your wallet. It takes less than 60 seconds. Let's go. And the next thing that you do is you want to verify the transaction that you initiated on your mobile app on the screen. As you can see here, he's verifying it. And on the sides, you can see the infinity edge lighting up that you can see with the secure LEDs that's performing on when there's a secure operation. Now, you know that displays are very important when it comes to a hardware wallet, because you don't really know what you're signing. So a really good example is, will you pay your credit card on a POS terminal that doesn't have a screen? That's why we have a saying in our space, you don't trust, you verify. Next, so Rider also enables you to create backups whenever you want it, either to recovery tags or recovery contacts. Yeah, and I'm going to give you some of my favorite testimonials ever since we launched the product. And the first one is from Uncle Tim. I don't think he knows it that I call him Uncle. I think it's only me. So this is one of the testimonials that we have. So after showing you on how we perfected onboarding, transaction sending, and recovery, you're probably not wondering, OK, what's next? So since we're in Solana and talking about internet capital markets, he seems very sad, Internet capital markets, of course, the next is, OK, let's go there, right? So you, as users and institutions, you operate on multi-chain markets. But there's three problems. So multi-chain markets, first one is, OK, there's fragment liquidity. Next one is, as a user, you want the best execution safely. And the third thing, this is the slide for it. And the third thing is software wallets are quite dangerous and risky. So in order to access a multi-chain market, all you need is two things. First is on the hardware layer, you want to protect every action as its source. And the next one is a multi-chain swaps that is very efficient. And today, I'm proud to announce that Rider actually is going to have it. So multi-chain swaps is going to be directly built into the Rider One device. Fast, safe, and secure. It's going to be powered by Wormhole, which can actually unlock deep liquidity. And this is going to come in 2026. Now, before I end my presentation, of course, I have a CTA towards the end for all the viewers on X, right? So before I end my presentation, I just want to say that self-custody can be beautiful. It can be actually human. It can also be powerful without being painful, right? And at Rider, we want to give you control without the complexity, without the fear, and of course, without the paper. Because whoever, I don't think anybody uses paper and pen anymore, right? Do you? See, you don't. That's my presentation, guys. A bit short, but I hope you like it. Thank you so much. I exit there.
To discuss digital dollars for all, a lifetime in volatile economies, please welcome Nika Naghavi from Zeps to the stage.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nika, and I lead crypto strategy at Zeps, the global payment group behind SendWave and WorldRemit. At Zeps, we help millions of people across the world send money back home to their loved ones and families. And today I'm here to talk about some of the learnings from our customers and their communities and how that's shaping the future that we're building. In many parts of the world, money just doesn't move slowly. It loses value whilst you're holding it. Inflation, currency fluctuations, access to global financial ecosystem means that millions of people work really hard, yet they really struggle to protect their earnings. At ZEPS, we believe that access to stable currency should not be a privilege. It should be something that is accessible to everyone as a tool for financial empowerment. For long, moving money across borders was very slow, expensive, complex, and unreliable. At ZEPS, we've really solved that problem at scale. Through two of our consumer-facing brands of SendWave and WorldRemit, we've managed to prove that moving money globally can be digital, fast, reliable, near instant, and trusted by millions of customers across the world. But the real value is not in what we built, but it's in what it enables. Because once you can start moving money for millions of people across borders, then the real next question is, how can you really unlock more value for those customers? And that's our next chapter. We've built a wallet that really breaks the traditional remittance model, a model where someone in global north sends and someone in global south can only receive. With SendWave Wallet, anyone can be a sender, a spender, and a saver, and money can move in all directions. For most of our customers, especially across global south, this freedom is new. It means access to financial tools and services that most of us in global north take for granted. We've built a wallet on Solana in partnership with Circle and Portal, and we've combined this Web3 infrastructure with our global payout network that we've built over the years across communities and continents. The result is the SendWave wallet, a non-custodial wallet that is available across over 100 countries today. And it's not only moved to move money. It's not only built to move money. It's really moved to help people move forward. So let's see how the products all comes together in life. So with the SendWave wallet, you can receive digital dollar instantly. You can transfer digital dollar to anyone else who has a SendWave wallet, meaning someone in Kenya can send USDC to someone in Uganda, Tanzania, or even India. When you need access to local currency, you can use our payout network, existing payout network that we built over the years, to withdraw that USDC into local currency and into your preferred payment methods, whether it's mobile money, M-Pesa in Kenya, Wave in Senegal, MTN in Côte d'Ivoire, or whether it's Pix in Brazil. And you have the freedom to do this whenever you want at your convenience and when the rates are in your favor. You can also save in digital dollar. You can buy and hold USDC through your preferred local payment methods, and you can hold and store it as long as you don't, till you want to off-ramp it and withdraw it. So if you think about this first layer that we've built, is the foundation upon which we will build more products in future, making the wallet more meaningful to the customers that we serve. So now let's look at what's coming next. The first up is cards. We've partnered with Bridge to enable a stablecoin-backed card that is linked to the SendWave wallet, so meaning that our customers can spend digital dollar across millions of merchants and anywhere that Visa is available. Then we're thinking about making the wallet more valuable in markets that card adoptions are low, through enabling our customers to be able to spend the digital balance that they have, the digital dollar balance that they have with QR codes. And then we're looking at the next generation of wealth tools, wealth management tools. Now that people are able to hold and store digital wallet, how can we enable them to earn yield? How can we enable them to apply for credit, get a decision instantly, and receive the loan instantly as well? And honestly, we're just getting started. So we'll continue building more to make more SendWave Wallet more valuable and more enriched as part of the daily lives of our customers. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Nika. Next, we're going to hear from Ian Rogers, Chief Experience Officer at Ledger. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hey, everybody. How's your day been? Everybody had a good time? All right. Well, I am happy to be here with you today to talk about the most secure and the easiest to use way to be secure in the entire Solana ecosystem, Ledger. See if I can get my notes on the slide, and the answer is no, but I have them here, so don't worry. So I want to be on this slide. So as you guys already know, you could say this year will be the worst year for cybercrime every year for the rest of your life, and you would be right without needing to do any fact checking. It's because we get more and more value in our ecosystem every day, and it becomes a bigger and bigger target. And also, as you probably know, just a few days ago, Upbit suffered a $37 million hack on Solana assets, and they had to halt withdrawals. And we all know the importance, but we don't always think about the importance of security. But the fact of the matter is that your phone and your laptop were designed to share information, not to protect value. And so using them to protect value is ultimately a fool's errand. You're using something for something which it wasn't designed to do. Ledger has been around for 11 years. It was the first and is still the best, the only operating system that's connected to an entire suite of products, so you can do anything you want to with any of your assets from the security of self-custody, and built ground up to do that. But just as a little reminder, what do you need to be secure? Like, what does it mean to be secure, and why can't a phone or a computer do this kind of architecturally? Well, the three things that you need, first of all, you need to have a secure element that generates your private key and stores it. The secure element has special entropy, et cetera, things that you need to be secure. Then you need your cryptographic operations to happen inside of that secure element. Not in a general purpose chip that's used for other things. It needs to happen inside of that secure element. And then third, you need to be able to eyeball with your eyes those transactions on a screen that you can trust. The magic trick of a Ledger device is that it's the same chip that's in your credit card or your passport, the secure element that banks and governments rely on, but it's actually powering the screen, right? So there's nothing between the secure element and your eyes. And that's the thing that your phone is incapable of doing. The fact of the matter is, if you don't have a secure screen, you don't have security, right? So that means even if your private keys are stored offline in a screenless device, at the time of transaction, you are still reliant on the screen on your phone to tell you the truth. And you can't trust that what you see on your phone is the truth. There's simply too many layers of software in there to trust it. So why are we here? Because we love Solana. And we love Solana at Ledger too. And I want to talk specifically about what Ledger is doing in the Solana ecosystem today. So earlier this year at Accelerate, you may have seen us there announcing the Solana edition Ledger Flex, which I have here. And we have them at the Ledger booth outside as well. You can buy these at the booth here or on ledger.com, and these come with something else that we announced this year. This is the Ledger Recovery Key. This is another secure chip inside this little piece of plastic. It's got NFC, and you can electronically back up. It's an electronic pin-protected backup of your recovery phrase. So super easy, simple, pin-protected recovery using, using a secure chip on both sides to do the magic. So check it out, try it out, and you can grab a Solana Edition Flex at the booth. Sorry to be grabbing my phone, but my notes are not here. So let's talk about what we've done with Solana this year, because really, like I said, Ledger has the only operating system where you can put arbitrary apps on the Ledger device. Developer.ledger.com if anybody wants to see how you build those. But we've done a lot with the Solana ecosystem this year. The biggest thing is supporting SPL and supporting SPL swaps. So you can now store any of your Solana assets and protect them with your ledger. You can swap. You can do anything you want. We're constantly updating them because more are at it all every day, and we're keeping up with what you all are doing. And you can do all of that from your ledger, and that's a big step forward. But security is not only for individuals, right? It's also for enterprises. So Ledger Enterprise. You may not know that we have an enterprise product, but hopefully if you're an enterprise, you do know that Ledger offers not only Ledger Enterprise, but now Ledger Multisig. And our enterprise product also now supports SPL. So if you are a project, a DAO, an organization, an exchange, you can use Ledger Enterprise and protect your SPL that way. I was going to add one more thing. OK, I understand what happened. I'm also going to announce that we have at the booth, please come and see us. We are announcing today also a Bonk edition Ledger device. So we have a Bonk Flex and a Bonk S Plus. And they're both, you come see them at the device, and you can get them on ledger.com. So if you're curious, go to ledger.com. I understand now there was a slide, but this is an earlier edition of that presentation. So the swap experience I talked through, and I really just want to say thank you to all of you for supporting Ledger, for paying attention to my presentation. And remember, at Ledger, we never compromise on either security or self-custody. And really, you shouldn't either. I get the question, I was in interviews today, like, at what point should someone choose security? And that's such a crazy question to me. Like, at what point should you choose security? I mean, at the beginning. If you have value that is more than the cost of a Ledger device, you should invest in your security and grab a Ledger. So come on over and see us at the Ledger booth. Grab a Solana Edition Ledger Flex. Thanks, everybody, for your attention, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ian. Next, we are going to take a brief break. So if you need some coffee, you need some water, you need a snack, feel free to take some time to do that. It will be pretty quick, though, so just be sure to be seated back here in just a moment. We still have quite a few pieces of content in the afternoon, and then we will reconvene for the evening. But yes, we've got a couple minutes here, so please go grab some coffee, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from break. My name is Pierce. I am an ecosystem lead at Drift Protocol, and I will be your MC for the rest of the afternoon. I am very excited for the next speakers. We are having a spicy debate on L1 valuation. Before we hop into the debate, if you could scan the QR code on screen, this will enable you to participate and vote on the debate so that we actually have a winner, have some stake for the participants. And then to introduce the debate is this house believes that L1s are overvalued. Oh, different title. But we have, on the pro side, Mike Dudas, managing partner at Six Man Ventures, Brian Rudick, chief strategy officer at Upexi, Kyle Samani, managing partner and chairman of Multicoin and Forward Industries, and Cosmo Jiang, general partner at Pantera Capital. Please give a warm welcome to the panelists.
I like these red buttons.
Yeah.
Oh. Testing. Well done, sir.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. I am Brian Rudick. I am the Chief Strategy Officer at Upexi. We did one of the very first stats, and we could have done it on any token. We chose to be underpinned by Solana because we believe very strongly that Solana is the endgame winning high-performance blockchain. All of us on stage believe very strongly that Solana is undervalued. So we actually tweaked this debate a bit, and we'll be talking about where value will accrue over the long run, whether that's to the application layer or whether that's to the L1. Mike and I are on the side of that accruing to the applications. There are 4 key reasons for us. Number 1, blockchains and block space are abundant. There are already hundreds of high-performance blockchains. It's easy to spin one up. And all the blockchains that already exist are working on increasing throughput. Also, these blockchains compete on costs. So it is a race to zero on fees. And there are additional constructs that reduce the power of L1s. These are interoperability protocols, the ability of successful apps to actually create their own chain. And so increasing commoditization of block space means that value capture for the L1 will be low. Number 2, applications are closest to the user and therefore in the best position to monetize that. Apps can better differentiate with greater moats around UI, UX, content, user base, IP, and much more. And there are various initiatives to push value capture more toward the apps that are in progress. These are things like intent-based architecture and application-controlled execution. They say he who owns the user owns the market. Number 3, this is actually what we're seeing in other areas of technology, and particularly when you're dealing with commoditized or open source infrastructure. The internet protocol is a great example. TCP, HTTP, SMTP, DNS, broadband networks, they're mostly commoditized and low margin infrastructure, and it's the web applications that are built on top that capture trillions of dollars. Linux and open source stacks versus SaaS companies are another example. If the underlying layer is commoditized or open source, value tends to accrue to the applications built on top. And lastly, this is actually what we're seeing on Solana. So over the last 30 days, Solana application revenue was 115 million, versus for the network, it was just a small fraction of this. So this is already happening, and it's hard to understand why this would reverse.
Hey, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. I'm Cosmo. I'm general partner at Pantera Capital and director at Solana company, HSDT. We're here to argue that that the L1 will accrue more value than the applications over time. I think one thing to think about is that applications will, and I agree with Brian here, will always create enormous value. Some will be very valuable businesses. But the idea that this happens instead of value or more than the value that accrues to the L1 is false. In every in every crypto application, applications monetize users, they monetize activity, but layer ones monetize all that activity plus the monetary capture on the base layer. Every application, no matter what it is, has to live on an L1. It has to pay rent to an L1. When you think about what apps are like stores at a mall. Whereas they pay rent, they benefit from the traffic and the users that exist in the mall. Well, the mall owner is the one that is more permanent and actually captures the value on that collects rent from all the application owners and all the stores.
Point of clarity. When you say that applications pay rent to the L1, what exactly do you mean? I do hear that term a lot, and I'm not sure what rent actually means in this context.
Yeah, in this context, it means transaction fees. So the applications need to, eventually they need to pay rent to the layer one. Oftentimes, it's today the setup is that the users pay for it, but at some point in the future, perhaps applications needs to subsidize that. Which maybe gets to my next point, which is that I actually love that blockchain is open source, that everything is composable. Well, one of the side effects of that is that there's a ton of application at the application layer. I'd argue that L1s have a much higher moat because they are infrastructure on which all the applications live. And I love all the application developers out there. I think you guys are all doing a great job. But the competition there is much more fierce than it is at the L1 layer. And eventually, I'd expect that margins compress over time at the application layer. But layer one application revenue, or their ability to capture value, will always stay constant. The last thing I'd say is that, this is in particular true, I think, on high-performance chains like Solana. They're explicitly designed to maximize shared state, minimize app layer rent, and so as apps get cheaper and more competitive with each other over time, the base asset actually becomes more valuable, and it captures all the value from today's applications, tomorrow's applications, and all the applications in the future. Whereas applications have to fight the day-to-day knife fight battle of being out there every day. So I guess to conclude, I think there's going to be a ton of value created across the ecosystem. It's not about it's not a zero-sum game. It is that the whole ecosystem will create a lot of value across both apps and the L1, but the L1's value capture and the durability of that will be much higher over time.
All right. So I guess I have 10 minutes because you guys didn't take all your time. So I'll go.
Keep talking, Mike.
I mean, I could talk all day.
I want to buzz.
I am absolutely certain that you do. So I'm going to first, I think, speak to some of the points that you made. So one was that margins compress at the app layer over time. And I think in the history of technology, certainly over the last called 30 years, it actually doesn't seem to be the case. If you look at basically the largest right now, the Mag 7, the ones that are sort of pure internet companies like Google, sort of started out called as a platform that sent folks out elsewhere and took a little bit of a take rate, but actually over time they have now come back to being a set of applications themselves, including Gemini, and then are now monetizing their users directly in nearly every vertical where they actually used to send out their users to other folks, other providers in the ecosystem. And I think when the platforms start doing that, it kind of tells you, hey, being at the app layer is actually the place where you can sort of capture a significant amount of the value. I would say, in the sort of ads and attention space, it's been pretty clear that Facebook's pretty much bought up all distribution, sort of plugged it into their overarching ads monetization, eyeballs, data, targeting system, and that they and the entire social and attention space for people spending most of their time online are monetizing at the app layer versus at a protocol layer. These aren't perfect analogies. I'm waiting for Kyle to buzz me and say that. Hi.
But Mike, yeah, Facebook and Google make all this money by controlling attention, but the underlying infrastructure, I mean, if you look at the last 2 years in software and tech, the people making the most stock prices going up the most are all of the infrastructure companies. Broadcom, NVIDIA, a bunch of the whole chip supply chain, HiMax, all those guys. So like as the apps get used more, it's actually right now the infrastructure companies are actually the ones making more money.
So on an absolute basis, but on sort of a velocity of change basis, the app layer companies are making just an incredible amount of money as well. And I think both of the earlier speakers did say there is some level of symbiosis between sort of the platforms and your example, sort of the superscalers making money and the folks who build on top of them. Let me actually get back to one other example. Apple, I actually think, is the best example.
I like analogies.
Please buzz soon. Apple's one of the greatest platform businesses, and sort of we can almost equate it to sort of like a mobile. It's not a layer one, but it's just like the place everybody goes. It's the mobile underlying brand. Their take rate is 30% on any app in the App Store, and then they have take rate in other places on payments and things like that. But the majority of the revenue is going to the apps built on top of the Apple App Store, and many would argue Android's take rate's much lower. It's, I think, sub 10%, and many would argue that Apple's 30% is too high. I'm going to run through just my individual points, but first I will answer your point of contention. Is that number 3?
Second.
Okay, cool.
Second. But like your 30% thing is actually an argument in favor of infrastructure, because the App Store is not an app. It's infrastructure they provide to developers so that people can get apps.
I would argue that it's directly, I mean, now we're going to get into like monopoly and tying, but it's like directly tied to what I would call the
valuable infrastructure.
L1.
And they extract the rent.
So the argument here is who makes more money relatively. In aggregate, the app developers do, the 70%.
Okay.
Interesting argument, but yes. That was my argument. So the next piece is if block space is valuable and it gets to the Apple thing, well, then that means that everything on top of that block space is actually generating profit. As you mentioned, we've seen that over the past year in Solana, and the app layer of Solana, I'm getting buzzed off, I got 40 seconds, has made significantly more than the underlying protocol. One argument that I've heard recently from Hasib and others is this exponentials argument. Well, exponentials, just like they work for L1s and for the underlying network layer, they also work for applications. Many of the fastest growing apps in the history of technology, Axiom, Pump, and a handful of others, are crypto applications that are charging fees. And you know what? I feel great about that. We're going to finish there. Thanks, guys.
Oh, good. I'm even green over there, so we actually have green and purple. I like it. Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Kyle Samani. I'm a founder and managing partner at Multicoin Capital. I think the whole debate between apps and the L1 is a little, it's framed, most of the discussion has been framed in the context of an analogy, and if you know me, you might know that I don't really like analogies. The challenge with crypto is that this infrastructure is there to support finance. And actually, the majority of financial traffic in the world comes from bots, HFT firms, market makers, whatever. That's true in TradFi. It's true in crypto. That will always be true because bots can click buttons much faster than people can click buttons. And so, when I think about like a world in which we have 1 million transactions per second living on Solana, which hopefully that's a few years away, I would guess 97 to 99% of that is coming from bots, and that means the bots are explicitly not paying rent to the applications because they're just hooking into the contracts directly on chain. I think the gas fees they pay, they're already low now, and I think they'll go effectively towards zero. But where they will pay is for priority access and MEV. And if you look today at the, I think whatever, 3 or 4 billion that has been paid to Solana stakers this year, it's coming from traders who are willing to pay for priority access. The beauty of AI, the beauty of the world is a heterogeneous place that is unknown, and that means asset prices will always be volatile. And that means there will always be money to be made competing for priority access. No amount of AGI or ASI even is going to change that. And so I kind of think about the apps as like, they're important because you need people to come click buttons. who are excited about stuff, but the bots are ultimately going to be the ones who drive the vast majority of traffic and pay for priority access.
Quick question, aren't they already doing that today? And still, for example, Solana's value capture is far lower than the apps on top of Solana?
Yeah, but I guess my point is that you'll have, I expect super linear. I mean, look, the number of trading firms who are trading on mainnet today is 20, 25. I mean, it's not that many people. I think, in the next few years, you're going to see that number go to 1,000 or more, and obviously the big players will come on in size. So I think you'll end up seeing those guys in aggregate paying, competing for that block space.
The block space and then the applications on top using the block space.
I mean, they'll just hit the chain directly. That's the thing is the bots don't need to hit the apps. They'll just hit the liquidations, the arbs, whatever they're trying to do at the core infrastructure layer. Cosmo, you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's also an important question of, the statement says over the next decade. And, I think one of the points you made is it's important to realize that the applications are changing over time, and that the durability of the bots interacting on the layer 1 is higher than the users using different applications.
So is the argument there that literally the apps effectively go away, and that the majority of folks interacting with the chain in the future are interacting directly with chains than with sort of, call it, applications and other front ends?
I mean, people are always going to want to click buttons, but right now the fees that most of these apps are charging is pretty egregious. Coinbase charges 150 bips. I mean, Axiom charges, I think, 85 or something like that. I think Pump is in the same range, if I recall. Those, if JP Morgan charged 150 bips to trade US equities, Elizabeth Warren would be on TV demanding that he go to jail, right? But in crypto, I guess it's cool. Or at least it has been historically. I don't think that's going to be the case. So I do think you'll see dramatic margin compression on the app side over the next few years. Meanwhile, the infrastructure side, the reality that trading firms are always going to compete, that can never go away. I think that's the end of my argument, boys.
All right.
I think it's your closing argument first.
Do we? Oh, we close first.
Looks like some bots are voting for green team over here.
Go bots, go.
Yeah, the bots need to love.
I have an airdrop for you if you vote green.
All right, priority fees. I see it.
I think a lot of the argument today has been about, and a lot of analogies have been made about platforms versus applications. I think what's really interesting is that in a crypto world, the platform, the equivalent of Facebook, Apple, whoever, is actually the L1. And a lot of the value capture at these large mega cap tech companies that we see today is at the infrastructure layer, not at the application layer. It's that Google monetizes because they have a massive user base and massive brand value, but each of their individual applications don't actually monetize at the same level, and they actually rotate in and out. You look at the large language models today, I think there's a lot of question whether any of them will make money, and whether OpenAI, Anthropic, any of those models will make money, but it's very clear that the infrastructure provider will make money. History is also path dependent. In a world where, as we're looking here today, over the next decade, it's clear that AI will proliferate across everything we do. AI is making code commoditized. And so more and more so, we're going to see it's going to be easier to develop applications. Because it's easier to develop applications, the barrier to entry is lower, the cost of capital is lower, and the desire, and therefore there's going to be more competition. I actually believe there will be more and more smaller, thinner, niche-specific applications, which is good for users and good for the ecosystem and great for the L1, but less good for value capture for each individual application. Over the next decade, the leading apps will have changed hands multiple times, but the L1s will not. And that's why over the next decade, L1s will capture more value than any single application.
Bring it home, Brian.
Yeah, these are good points on both sides. I'll just repeat what our main 4 key arguments and then address some of the things that were said. So blockchains and block space are being commoditized. There's so many of them, and it's a race to zero on the fee side. Applications are closest to the end user and therefore in the best position to monetize. It was brought up that folks will pay for priority access. It's already happening, and we're actually seeing different constructs like ACE that is moving this much more toward the apps and their ability to capture it. We're already seeing the value accrue to the applications rather than the base infrastructure, and particularly when it is on commoditized or open source infrastructure. It was brought up that NVIDIA is a good example, and yes, they are capturing a lot of value, but I would argue that NVIDIA is a monopoly. There's very few that have their level of technology with respect to GPUs. Also, Google was brought up too. I think that Google is better compared to an application, and that application is built on the internet, which captures little value. And then lastly, we're already seeing this happen on Solana with the vast majority of the value going to the applications. I don't think there's any real reason why that will change over time. Thank you.
Thank you.
People need to take much stronger stances. 50-50.
Tie!
Unacceptable.
I mean, come on, guys.
It's unacceptable.
We should vote.
Should we do a robot fight?
I heard it went not as well for some people yesterday.
Hurtful.
Someone write a bot, please.
OK.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh, this is close. I think
It
we're
is
going to
actually
take
tied.
yeah, final 10 seconds. If you haven't voted, please vote, and we'll declare a winner, if we have a winner.
9, 8, 7.
Oh, I like it.
6, 5.
There we go.
4.
Come on,
3,
Carl. Call your
2,
friends.
1.
We'll end it there with declaring Pro the winner.
When do they close it?
Well,
right.
thank you to both sides.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
all right,
Thank
thanks,
you all.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome
Appreciate
job.
y'all.
Excellent.
Yeah,
It's fun.
thanks.
All right.
Good.
We're going to take 2 minutes, clear off the
I have
stage
one more now.
before we have some exciting product keynotes coming up. So we'll be right back. That was a great debate, but up next we have a couple exciting product keynotes. The first product keynote is from a hot startup one of the wettest DEXs on Solana, Humidify. Please welcome to the stage Kevin Pang, co-founder of Humidify.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin, co-founder of Humidify, the #1 DEX on Solana. And today I want to tell you a little bit about what we've accomplished in the 6 months since we've gotten started, and also share some updates about what's ahead. So DeFi 1.0 gave us AMMs, which helped bring trading on-chain and allowed anyone to add liquidity for any asset. This remains essential for long-tail assets like meme coins, but unfortunately, unsophisticated passive strategies have led to wide spreads and high slippage for every other use case. Additionally, a huge amount of capital goes unused due to a lack of agility and also a lack of sophistication in the current design space. So while DeFi 1.0 got us started with a really strong foundation, there were clear blockers to Solana becoming the world's global exchange. Enter prop AMMs. Starting about a year ago, there was some innovation in the space, and we started to upgrade the standard X times Y equals K algorithm into world-class HFT pricing algorithms, and also adding execution logic, which allowed Humidify to generate tighter spreads and lower slippage for users. Additionally, when users ask us for a quote, we're able to deliver the best price using 100% of our liquidity, and we can provide a custom quote just for them. We're able to do more with just $10 million of capital than what other protocols can do with over $1 billion of capital. And to us, that's DeFi 2.0. So we just started working on Humidify in early June, and within a few weeks, we're up and running and doing our first trade. Since then, it's grown into the #1 DEX on all of Solana and become the liquidity engine for internet capital markets. Today, we're doing over $1 billion of volume a day, more than half of all spot volume. And going from an idea to serving over $100 billion of cumulative trading volume within just 6 months is pretty cool, but we're just getting started. Even more exciting, Humidify is now responsible for almost half of all Sol USD volume across all DEXs and SEXs, all while delivering tighter spreads than even Binance. We have been able to prove that decentralized finance can outcompete our CeFi counterparties, and this is only possible on Solana. So how do we continue helping Solana win? Well, Humidify's success is not really due to some fancy algorithm that nobody else has access to. I would say our greatest strength is in our understanding of microstructure and capital markets, as well as our deep understanding of Solana tech. This powerful combination allows us to continue to iterate and upgrade our trading programs while adapting to protocols improvements and helping to drive innovation in the space. This all helps make Solana the best venue for traders for any asset 24/7. All right, so what's next? Well, in the last month, we've been piloting some new features. The first one is a DEX-only on-chain price model. We've been using this as our price oracle. And we call it abstinence trading because there's no sex involved here. And we're planning on applying this to more token pairs so that retail traders can access more assets. This is also being used to support day-one listings for other tokens from other chains. A couple weeks ago, we had a successful Monad launch where cumulatively Solana DEXs were actually able to do more volume than DEXs on Monad itself. So look out for more of those in the coming months. At the same time, we're also seeking to improve liquidity for institutions. Right now, spreads have gone down from 30 bips to 15 bips to 5 bips, even tighter if you're trading on Humidify. But in the future, we want to be able to support $10 million trades, $100 million trades, and we want to help make Solana the trading home for degens and pension funds alike. Well, it's been a wet and wild first 6 months for us, and we're just starting to dip into the pool of possibilities. And we're super excited to continue shipping and share with you more as we have more updates. Thank you.
Up next, we have a product keynote from Flash Trade. Please welcome Anas, the founder of Flash Trade, to the stage.
Good afternoon, Solana. Hopefully you had the biggest breakpoint ever. And I'm Anas Abdul Khader. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Flash Trade. Flash Trade is Solana's leading perpetuals exchange where you can trade leverage with up to 500x leverage. And moving ahead, since the theme is all about fees, revenues, and numbers, let's get started. So Solana has been, Flash Trade has been launched since 22 months, and it has done more than $18 billion in volume, while earning more than $11 million in fees for our LPs and generating more than $4 million in revenues. That's something that we have been done while fully being bootstrapped. Call it the power of internet capital markets, fully powered by Solana. And yeah, apart from that, we are the only exchange on Solana that offers equities, forex, commodities, and metals with the addition of crypto assets with the highest possible leverage and the lowest fees. And that's what makes Flash the best place to trade on-chain if you compare with what you have on centralized exchanges. And moving ahead, we really wanted to dive into the philosophy at Flash Trade that we do is we always focus on our users win, because users win is our win. And I just want to highlight how the market-making activity on Flash has been performing very well. So here we have a chart of FLP1, which basically constitutes the underlying assets such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Although on an year-to-date basis, Solana is down by 26%, but the same pool that has that asset, it's more than up by 20%, all the while serving traders with the best possible fees, which is at just 4 bips. And I've just added the fees there when you take a trade with $1,000 at 10x leverage. So yeah, just wanted to reiterate this thing that we really focus on making sure our users win, be it on the liquidity provision side or on the trading side. So yeah, moving ahead, I'm sure a lot of people are just here to know what's coming. So yeah, first off, Flash moving ahead next quarter would be fully powered by ephemeral rollups that are built by Magic Blocks. And the most interesting thing about this is about lowering the latency and making sure your transactions and your costs are really down. And it's basically no latency when you interact with the on-chain programs, while being fully permissionless is what we focus on. And there is no bridging required, no fragmentation. It's all like when you trade on Solana, you'd be able to trade on the ephemeral rollups that are powered by Magic Blocks. And we are very excited to launch this next quarter only on Flash Trade. And moving ahead, what's coming? We really want to focus on this thing where we want to emphasize that DeFi needs to be more than just crypto trading. Because if tomorrow, Bitcoin crashes by 20%, everything slows down in DeFi because, it's like, oh my God, everything is coming down and people are like just scattered around. But if we bring more assets on-chain and serve more sectors, you would have a diversified exposure to markets. There can be a bull market for metals. There could be a bull market for forex. There could be a bull market for equities. It's all going to happen on Flash Trade at the fastest possible speed and the lowest cost. And that's what we're trying to focus on and adding more real-world assets as we speak. And the next important thing that I am really, really excited about is order books. I think, yeah, order books are coming on Flash Trade pretty soon. And these are fully permissionless order books that are fully composable with Solana mainnet. And these are all powered by ephemeral rollups, as we discussed in the previous slide, which will basically make sure your latency for trading is much cheaper. And there is basically no cost when you interact with the ER. So yeah, very interesting addition overall. And the most interesting thing was about the different collaterals and spot markets that we're going to add at Flash. So yeah, the next coming months at Flash are fully packed with very new, interesting things coming up. I had a little short of time, so I just make sure the 3 biggest things that are coming up. But stay tuned. And yeah, the acceleration never stops. Give us a follow on X. And thank you.
For our next product keynote, we have Project Zero, the largest DeFi prime broker. Please welcome Mac Brennan Pete, the founder of Project Zero, to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming out. My name is Mac Brennan Pete. I'm the founder of Project Zero. In this little talk, I'm going to give you a snapshot of what Project Zero is, where we're headed, and make 3 major announcements. So we launched in September. We're relatively new. Despite that, we have about $300 million in our systems. We've grown by $60 million over the last 3 months. And that is normalized for crypto prices today. As we all know, crypto prices recently took about a 50% dip. So that's normalized for that dip as well. So pretty decent growth. However, we've only started with 2 venues thus far. We have Camino live and P0 live, and we have 3 markets live on Camino. So as we start to add more venues, think like Drift, Jupiter, Loopscale, and more, I expect this growth to pick up quite dramatically. You might be thinking, OK, prime broker, I've heard it tried on in crypto, but nothing's ever worked. Why now? I think there's 2 major catalysts for this. One, you need a blockchain that is fast, efficient, cheap, really good execution layer. And Solana is the only blockchain at scale that this works with. If you tried to cross-margin derivatives on like Ethereum, for example, it would be very, very difficult. Number 2 is venues now have staying power, and they're starting to win their niches of the market. Camino was our first integration. Drift is done. We're working on Jupiter Lend. These are venues that I know are going to be here a year from now. They're providing unique functionality to the end user. And so you can make this bet now. We're very focused on the yield segment of DeFi, less so the trading segment of DeFi. So what that means is, right now, for the first time ever in crypto, people are running multi-venue, unified rate trades and carry trades. To break that down, that means a user is lending into Camino, for example, and achieving maybe a 7% rate on a stablecoin. And they're borrowing against that lent position on Project Zero at maybe like a 5% rate and capturing that 2% delta, and they're able to lever that up for more. We're going to stick here as we start to add derivatives as well. I'm very interested in basis trades, think with like perps and interest rate derivatives. A good example of that would be short the perp on Drift, long the spot on Jupiter Lend, capture that basis, lever it up. This will be possible through Project Zero. It wasn't in a generalized sense before, and we already have live on the product now the rate side and carry side of that. Our first major announcement today is Project Zero Pay. Now, when you see a pay product, you probably have something in your mind. It's not what you're thinking. So Project Zero Pay is not a new credit card. It's not a new bank account. It's not a new DeFi venue that you need to move to in order to use it. It's not something that stops you from earning yield. And it is not something that stops you from earning the crypto exposure you want, if you're long Bitcoin or Solana, for example. What it is connective back-end infrastructure that now utilizes the prime brokerage connective tissue we've built so that you can have lent positions with the exposure you want in the products you want. You can take out a borrow at the end of the month against this entire portfolio. It can pay your account that is paying your credit card, so you can still earn your Amex points. You don't need a new Chase account. And this is live for sign-up now. It's going live in January. Number 2 is the next big announcement is our risk engine. It's called Brutus. This is powering our production variables for spot assets right now. Next year, we're going to make it fully dynamic. That means real-time updating of LTVs, rates, caps on-chain in response to market conditions. And Brutus v2 will go live and add once we add derivatives. So Brutus v2 will add essentially derivative risk systems to our spot risk systems that are live today. That will also go live next year. But this is already powering our on-chain production risk variables. The last big announcement is the Project Zero token. So in order to get the Project Zero token live, we needed majority market share of lending venues on Solana. We needed the pay product live, and we need the strategies product live. The strategies product, for those paying attention, went live last month. This is an innovative new tooling where you can run these multi-venue carry trades in one click. That's live on the app right now. Pay, as just announced, is going to be going live in January. Camino's in production. Drift is done. Drift is going live in January. Jupiter Lend is being worked on. It's going live first half of Q1. So that means the Project Zero token is aiming for Q1 of next year. And that is going live, importantly, before derivatives, which we expect to be our biggest growth opportunity. That's like drift perps, exponent rate, interest rate products, rate X, et cetera. And that's it. So if you're using 2 or more venues today in Solana DeFi, Project Zero might give you better risk, better rates, better capital efficiency, better UX. It should. If we don't have your integrated venue, please reach out to us or the team. We'd love to work with you. And I'm excited for the coming year. Thank you.
Up next, we have a keynote on when thousands of data scientists rewrite the laws of price formation. Please welcome Gene Harrell, the CEO of Crunch Labs, to the stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. So today I want to start, just before we dig into the product, I want to tell a quick story. And this is a story of CrunchDAO. So 4 years ago, when I launched CrunchDAO, we started it with a single idea. If I can put together enough brilliant minds, and if I can focus them into solving some of the most complex problems in the world, I will be able to create a level of intelligence that nobody will ever be able to match. That's really what we've been doing over the past 4 years. So if the next slide is coming, maybe that'll be better. All right, so today we reached 10,000 machine learning engineers. We have been growing 50% year over year. We've been redistributing over $1 million to our community. I'm not talking about token grants or emissions, right? I'm talking about hard cash. This is the money that is coming from our customers that are buying models on our platform, models from the community, and that we are redistributing to our members. We've been collecting about 40,000 models over the past 4 years as well, and that's really what our customers are after, and they're buying our model. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Crunch, we are the guys that do the very hard stuff. Right? We're not building LLM wrappers. We're not doing some fine-tuning. We're building the model that nobody else wants to build. Right? We're building the model that you'll find into the most noisy systems, the model you'll find for the most difficult and critical decision-making that some business have to make. And this is really what our customers come after. I'm going to give you a few examples here. Our customers are spending millions of dollars every year to solve this problem. And last year, one of our customers came to solve this problem, which is about pricing one of the biggest markets in the world. I'm talking about the FX OTC market. It's literally country exchanging value with each other. So we did what we do best. We opened the modeling market on Crunch, and soon hundreds of crunchers started to attack this problem and push the model on the platform. Now, all these models are collected into one unified pricing engine that is selling 50 microsecond feed to these banks. And we're actually beating our best Web2 competitor at the moment. Next use case is Adia Lab. You maybe have heard about this name. This is a research lab of one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world. And we've been working with them for 3 years now. Last year, to give you an example, they literally commissioned a Nobel laureate to build the data set that they put on the platform. And this is really the level of complexity we are after. And we've been improving their benchmark. And if you've seen me last year here, it's not 1 digit or 2 digit, it's double-digit improvement. I'm talking about people that are pouring millions into trying to solve this very specific problem. Lastly, on the use case, I want to talk about the Eric and Wendy Schmidt Center at Harvard and MIT. So these guys are one of the largest cancer research labs in the US. And they are building some computer vision algorithms that are responsible of detecting cancer just by looking at some cells. And they've opened a modeling market on Crunch last year, and we've improved their internal benchmark by 30%. Guys, this is not nothing, right? We talk about one of the biggest research labs here, and we talk about major improvement. And this year, they opened a new modeling market that is about trying to predict what will be the effect of some DNA perturbation. And again, we opened a modeling market here. Thousands of ML engineers started competing, and next year, I will be able to be in front of you and maybe give you another very good news. So this is working, guys. We have figured out over the last 3 years that if we can have hundreds, if we can put hundreds of data scientists in front of enterprise problems, we can solve it faster, we can solve it better. It's nothing new. We've been doing that for 4 years, and we're creating economic value for our customers. Now, there is only one good place to build this kind of protocol, and I think you all seated here for the right reason, right? We've been launching our testnet 2 weeks ago, and of course, we've been building it on Solana. This testnet is a major moment for Crunch, because for the first time, anyone on the planet, any business, will be able to build and open a modeling market on Crunch. So you will be able to tap into the brains of thousands of machine learning engineers in the world. And it works pretty well. So we opened it 2 weeks ago. We already received 300 applications from teams that want to tap into our 10,000 collective mind. We have approved 77 teams, and we're going to give 5 free spots for the 5 free companies that are going to be able to build on Crunch. So guys, if you sit it here, and you sit it on a pile of data, if you're facing this very big problem in your company, if you're a trader, a hedge fund, and you want to tap into the collective brain of Crunch, please come on crunchtero.com/coordinator/proposal, submit a proposal, and we will build a model for you. Basically, we've been doing that for 4 years. We can build your edge. We can build your alpha. We would probably make you your leader in your industry if you push data on the Crunch DAO. So now we're only accelerating from here. Thank you so much, guys.
Our next speaker will be covering the metrics gap, uncovering net new metrics in Solana's ledger. Please welcome Alejandra Martinez to the stage, partner at Foundation Capital.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alejandra Martinez, and I'm an investor at Foundation Capital, an early-stage VC fund in Silicon Valley. We've been proud investors in the Solana ecosystem since 2018 and are excited to join you on stage today. Today, we'll be talking about how blockchain data needs to evolve with its context and what we can learn from metrics and their evolution in the early days of the internet. So current consensus is that the most important metric in crypto is the one currently going up. It's only natural. We're still in the early stage of crypto, and we're still largely momentum-driven. And these big growing numbers help us share the massive opportunity that we see in front of us. We've all been through hoops to find these numbers, whether it is the more than 75 developers still building on Solana or the growing number of transactions. The challenge is that a large number isn't necessarily the one that is going to take us to scale. All new industries start with what sound like slightly ridiculous metrics before we find the way to a metrics that matter. When my fund was started in 1995, my partners at the time were constantly hearing metrics like the number of eyeballs as a sign of impending success. Over the next 5 years, the NASDAQ grew 500%. But eyeballs measurement was inconsistent, unverifiable, and not tied to the success of a business model. The infrastructure to convert eyeballs into sales was still very nascent. And it really did not make up for the increasing costs in the industry at the time. The market crashed, destroying $5 trillion of value. That is more than the entire crypto economy today. You fast forward to the marketplace era, and outliers like Facebook, Uber, and Airbnb couldn't use old metrics like revenue and EBITDA to demonstrate their potential early on. So these outliers surfaced what were net new metrics at the time to demonstrate their network effect that they were building. They initially used metrics like registered users, interactions a day, and GMV equivalents to demonstrate their early monetization potential. And as their data troves grew, they navigated towards metrics that were more around user behavior, retention, and CAC. These metrics became highly indicative of the success of these companies later on and laid the groundwork for stuff like A/B testing, more strategic, data-driven decisions, and early valuations. Meaningful metrics tend to precede really good reporting, and the tech metrics that came from these companies got rigorous enough to make their way into regulated financial documents. Early 10K reports had surfaced from the industrial area, era. And we're great for companies like a widgets business, but weren't really great for a company like a software company or a marketplace that has delayed revenues. A dual narrative emerged, with GAAP financials offering comparability and compliance, but non-GAAP metrics being used to determine growth and valuations. External stakeholders began valuing companies on average revenue for users and contracted ARR for the first time. And by 2015, almost 90% of companies reported non-GAAP metrics, a model for valuing companies on activity before revenue and EBITDA had emerged. But it took a while to get there. In crypto, we're still in our early internet era for metrics. The same gameable metrics are applied evenly across many protocols. Lack of standardization is leading to misinformation and nerd sniping on Twitter over definitions. And our growth story is often left to interpretation on crypto Twitter and external dashboards. As an investor, it's a little bit frustrating sometimes to get an external dashboard as our only view into a company's data. Not because these other dashboards aren't great, but it doesn't really give us a sense for how the founder or the founding team is thinking about their business. Structural differences with Web 2 are demanding new frameworks for how we think about data. In closed systems, a company is creating their data and is selectively telling us what they want us to hear. But this data is not updated in real time, and we don't have any real-time feedback from what is happening in the rest of those ecosystems. In crypto, finding metrics in data is a lot harder. No one controls the full picture. Wallets aren't necessarily unique users, and the anonymity of the data is obscuring a lot of the insight. But the open architecture means we can query a lot more information. We get updates in real time, and state changes aren't isolated. Just within our portfolio, a buyback on OR goes to Orca's AMM, is processed to Helios, and then bundled in Jito. That means that a ton of new data is packed in a matter of just seconds. But there's a limited amount of people who can read the chain today. And for most, searching for that data is almost like looking at at the matrix before Neo's vision. But with some work, we moved from seeing raw numbers to seeing people, relationships, and meaning. And we can uncover whether we're giving away free candy that nobody likes, or our biggest power user has started to see somebody else. Solana has processed over 450 billion transactions since the Genesis block. And that's more than 400 terabytes of data we can sift through to analyze. But today, our transactions mostly look like this on Explorers. And our holders look like this. Our top holders, we often don't know if top holder number 2 is the same as top holder number 8. But we have the tools to dissect this data with forensic rigor. We can map and tag wallets to understand the meaning of the movements in those accounts. We can look through chain history and look at individual transaction data or decide whether we need to zoom out and start getting meaning from aggregating data across the chain. There is a massive opportunity to do transaction analysis at scale to the likes of Chainalysis or TRM, but for user analysis. And advancements in AI are giving us the ability to read on-chain data a lot more effectively. It would be impossible to manually interpret the quantity of data that is generated in a high-throughput chain manually. And now we have tools like Orb, a block explorer from our portfolio company Helios, where one can input a transaction and get the meaning of that transaction in natural language, meaning even your non-technical team members can start reading into some of the blockchain data. We're about to unlock an explosion of new data standards, and we've already started to see it via updates in analytics tools. We have a very solid start at the base layer, with Solana's metrics moving up the stack as the network evolved. When we initially invested in Solana in 2018, it was all about TPS. Then we moved on to looking at reliability. And once performance issues were figured out, we moved on to looking at revenue, both at the protocol and at the app layer. What determined the network's opportunity early on was its ability to scale. But what is determining the network's opportunity now is telling others, we have built a platform here where others are making money, and so can you. This curated metrics allowed Solana to natively tell the story of the chain. But what works for the base layer won't necessarily work for applications. Facebook and Uber didn't try to retrofit old metrics to apply to their own business models, and neither should new protocols on Solana. Our new business models are surfacing net new metrics. And so if we look at some examples, Our portfolio company 00, which started on Solana, was measuring its adoption as a percentage of stake on the chain. But now, as its go-to-market motion expands beyond Solana, they're looking at total connected value as a measure of adoption. Let's take Bonk as another example. This beloved native meme was all about price early on. We were looking at metrics like partnerships and burn to understand how the price was going to move. But now that it's turned into an operating company, different metrics matter. And indulge me for a second at what a Solana native metric could look like. Bonk is connected to over 350 other protocols on Solana. So it's all about composability. Some of these metrics could look like ecosystem engagement depth. Or we could also be looking at fees over programmatic incentives that are updated as we get more information on the chain. Ultimately, net new metrics showcase how companies on Solana are going to be built differently. And we expect to see an explosion of new data standards to surface very soon. With more ledger data than many other chains, Solana is the place where we expect net new metrics to emerge. We'll be rewarding for better storytelling, and we'll build better products as a result. We'll see more stuff like A/B testing and better strategic decisions being made. This is beginning to happen natively with the growing sophistication of metrics and analytics tools. So the question is, are you going to tell your story, or are you going to let others tell it for you? We're actively investing in the ecosystem and are really excited about the early-stage companies building in the space. So if you want to chat, feel free to reach out to me directly. Thank you for the time.
Up next, we have Usman, the CEO of Oro Labs, who will be talking about gold capital markets. Please welcome him to the stage.
Hi, everyone. My name is Usman, and I'm the founder of Oro Labs. Today, I'll be talking to you about gold capital markets. Gold is one of the oldest and largest financial assets ever, right? It trades globally, it settles globally. But capital markets surrounding gold have always been fragmented, opaque, and slow. This is not a product problem. It is a market structure problem. Oro is building that market structure for tokenized gold, enabling yield, settlement, and composability. An important asset like gold needs a unified market that can enable new market primitives and shared primitives to be built on it. Tokenized gold today represents the same problems that physical gold faces. There is no yield, no unified settlement, and no shared market primitives. Today, we are introducing the first yield primitive for gold ever, staked gold. If you wanted to earn a bit of yield on gold today, it would happen through off-chain bespoke arrangements, which are opaque and possibly very difficult for most of you to get access to. Staked gold combines not only gold exposure, but real-world returns and programmable yield, a token that is composable in DeFi and allows you to do a bunch of stuff with it. Staked gold turns yield into a native property of gold itself. This will be live on Solana within the next few weeks. This is an example of how staked gold would work. So you can stake your gold, swap it on-chain, and see it grow over time. The starting yield is at 3%, but we expect this to grow as on-chain markets and yield markets around the base gold token grow. The second piece that we're introducing is the Oro Redemption Network. One of the largest problems in today's gold markets are that there is no unified settlement network, whether it be for physical gold or existing digital gold markets. Oro is introducing that redemption network, allowing you to redeem for your gold tokens across multiple locations globally. We're starting with more than 5 locations and aim to expand this over time to tap into multiple institutional gold hubs around the world. So pretty simple. You can submit your redemption request, choose the locations that you want to redeem in, and this is all processed on chain with these transactions recorded and the history recorded in your portfolios. To summarize, Oro is not just building new products on gold. It is building new market structures, yield markets, settlement markets, credit markets. And all of these will be plugged into the different distribution products that Oro is building to allow this utility, these use cases, to get to the marginal user of gold. Thank you.
Up next, we have Tokenizing the Internet, unlocking 364 million domains for new era of DeFi growth. Please welcome Fred Su, the co-founder and CEO of D3 and Doma Protocol, and Elias Redon Benger, CEO of InternetX.
How many of you guys own a domain name? That's pretty good. I want to teach you a little bit about what the domain name industry is. It's a $350 billion asset class. There's about 370 million domains. I'm talking about like .com, .ai. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry about to come on-chain, and we're excited to be here today. I'm from a company called D3. We're building the Doma Protocol. I'm also very, very excited to bring Elias, CEO of InternetX.
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing to be here, and I know probably domains is not the most exciting and the hottest thing around here. But I have to say, I'm a strong believer that if you're bridging traditional business with innovative technology, that really has a history of success. And that's why we are actually here. So I present InternetX. We are part of the Yonos Group, which is the largest hosting provider in Europe. And I mean, we have been in the business for over 25 years already. We have roughly 6 million customers, and we manage for them over 22 million of domains. Additionally to that, we are currently having over 24 million domains on sale in our aftermarket business called Zedo. So our plan is, as we know, I mean, we're all here because of that, the future of the internet is going to be in Web3. So it would be really a shame to have those almost 50 million domains being stuck in Web2, right? So what we want to do, we want to enable Web3 use cases and bring them in a Web3 ecosystem, ideally Solana. And this is why today I'm super proud that together with our friends from D3 and Doma, we can announce tokenized domains as real-world assets on Solana, powered by the Doma protocol. And for me, just one thing to say, I guess that's the most important word. Why is it Doma? Doma is the one blockchain for us that combines the two worlds perfectly. On the one side, we have all the regulations, all the life cycles from a Web3, so the real internet, so to say, and combined with a protocol that enables all the Web3 features. So for us, as a domain management company, that's the perfect fit to really make sure that it's frictionless and we can expose our full inventory to Web3. Thank you.
So what does owning and trading the internet mean on Solana? It means owning a piece, fractionalizing, leasing, borrowing, collateralizing your domain name. Of course, your domain name can represent your entire business, your personal identity, all of internet commerce, finally coming on chain. The possibilities really are endless. We're talking about your domain names now being able to trade in major marketplaces, of course, on Solana, as well as unlimited DeFi capabilities. So like I said, borrowing, lending, trading, and further use cases of domains, which has been around for about 35 to 40 years. This is the fabric of the internet. It powers 5 billion plus people, and it's going to be around for the next 100 years.
And I guess the great thing is it's not a demo, right? So as we speak, the team is already building it. It's live. It's there. And I'm super proud that, I mean, we can announce already it's going to happen very soon. And I'm super excited for that.
And it's all coming to Solana early next year. Check out DOMA Protocol. We're excited to be here and introduce this asset class to all of you. Please follow us on socials too.
Thank you.
All right.
Next up, we have a product keynote from Abra. Please welcome Bill Barheit, the CEO of Abra, to the stage.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for sticking it out. It's been a long day, especially those of you from the States like me who are on a different, I don't even know what time it is, to be honest with you. I have actually no idea what time zone I'm in or what time it is, but we'll get through it together. I'm super excited. I've got something I've been working on with my team for over a year now that we want to show you. Before I do that, so about 11 years ago today, I gave a presentation at the Launch Festival in San Francisco where I launched the neobank, unbeknownst to the crowd, based on Bitcoin. And the product was basically a synthetic dollar using Bitcoin that you could use to buy things, send money around, do remittances, whatever. And we won the Launch Festival competition. And to this day, I think most of the people who watched the presentation, probably 10,000 people plus the judges, I think maybe half of them finally figured out that we were using Bitcoin in the background to create the synthetic dollar. This was before Ethereum, before Solana, before Perpetual futures. So creating a synthetic dollar on Bitcoin was quite a trick. So here we are 10 years plus, almost 11 years later, and we've come full circle. Abra, I'll give you some stats later on what we're doing, but we're one of the largest wealth advisors in the crypto space now, and we've come full circle. And today I'm going to show you a new platform that we've been working on called AbraFi. AbraFi is a synthetic asset tokenization platform. What does that all mean? It means that we can now create, through a single platform, pretty much tokenized synthetic versions of anything. We're going to start with dollars. The platform was built from the ground up to be Solana native, and it's really cool what it can do. So I'm going to show you the first version of the platform, which uses or which creates and instantiates synthetic dollars. And there will be future products released on AbraFi for synthetic equities, synthetic prediction market outcomes, a whole bunch of other concepts that we've been working on. We're actually going to give it away to the public. It's going to be released as a DAO. It's actually not owned by Abra Inc., my employer. And it's basically going to be owned by its governance token holders, who will actually accrue the majority of the protocol revenue directly. And so Abra will obviously get some of those tokens as well. But the governance tokens will be owned by the public, who will have significant input on how the products work going forward. So USDAF is, for AbraFi, is the first synthetic product that we're going to be launching. It's a fully backed delta hedge digital dollar. Unlike a stablecoin that simply stores dollars in a bank account, this uses myriad crypto digital assets, in this case mostly Solana or Tether or Circle, to maintain a peg, and then it uses different DeFi protocols and primitives to maintain the peg, and keeps fees at a minimum. We're going to be distributing this first through different DeFi protocols and eventually wallets, and our goal is to get neobanks, especially in emerging markets, to adopt this product. I've spent a lot of time myself working on different frontier banking protocols and solutions in different markets, and I'm really excited about this. SUSDAF is the staked version, which will generate yield. As I mentioned, it maintains the peg through different backing pools, and there's different hedges and strategies. So unlike, let's say, like Athena, which you're probably familiar with, The yield that's generated actually comes from multiple solutions, not just a funding and basis trade, but several different DeFi-based primitives that the protocol then kind of aggregates and figures out what to do in real time. So it's actually meant to be as decentralized as a synthetic asset could possibly be today. I think this is really important. You know, we talk about real-world asset tokenization, but if you understand the real ethos of crypto, which is why I got into this in the first place, it's all about decentralization. And I think having a truly decentralized yield-bearing dollar is a big breakthrough for the future of neobanking and a lot of the other kind of applications that want to become fully decentralized over time, especially even in AI, where you know, I think dealing with bank accounts is going to be a big problem. We plan on and already are working on distribution all over the place. So our goal is to get USDAF everywhere and then leverage those distribution mechanisms to distribute tokenized equities, tokenized prediction market outcomes, and a bunch of other stuff that we're already working on, other commodities that we'd like to tokenize, and then eventually onto exchanges and other types of wallets. So I think Abrify really is going to be one of the key players in this space, simply because we're going to make it as easy as possible for every developer out there to leverage the platform. We are working on a seeding program. We've been quietly seeding Abrify and USDAF for several weeks now. We're already over mid-8 figures in seeding commits. We'll probably be 9 figures by mid-December. It will launch around January 1-ish. We just launched the Twitter handle or X handle, Abrify.org, so you can go follow Abrify.org and get more details. We're doing a promotional seeding launch where we're going to give incremental yield in the form of the AFI governance tokens to early adopters so that the yield will effectively nearly double for several months. We may extend it beyond the initial few months, just depending upon how things are going. But we've been running it in the lab for quite a while, and it's a super cool product. And you know, we're already looking at kind of the next gen synthetic assets that we want to launch on the platform. So as I mentioned, AFI is the governance token. We'll share most of the protocol revenue back to the token holders, which we think now is the time for DeFi platforms to really start looking at this approach. And our goal is to make USDAF the de facto settlement layer for Solana, and SUSDAF to obviously be the savings layer for Solana as well. So please go to, you go to abra.com, or you can go to our new Twitter handle for Abrify.org and check it out. And you can also basically sign up, and we'll send you a note when it's ready to launch. In the meantime, I promised I'd give you a couple of quick updates on Abra. We are a small group here. We can talk amongst ourselves. So we are very, very strongly considering, I guess as much as my lawyers will let me say, going public in the first quarter, which is a miracle given what the space has gone through, and those of us who are from the US the last few years. So I'm really excited that we've got an administration that's being very supportive of our space. Our core asset management and wealth platform business has been booming, Bitcoin-backed lending. This is part of why we wanted to get into tokenized assets, was to basically take our vault-based model, which we consider to be the future of banking, and make all kinds of assets available to our clients. And once we dug in, we realized there was an even bigger opportunity to open it up to the public, which is what became the Abrify piece of our solutions, which we're going to give away to the public. So yeah, you can learn more about what we're doing at abra.com. Follow us on Twitter /X, and stay tuned for the release of USDAF in the next couple of weeks. Thanks for the time, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Wow, I must say we have had some exciting keynotes today. we have had some major product updates from firms like Humidify and Flash Trade, variety of assets from tokenized gold to net new internet-based assets. For this next talk, we're going to zoom out a bit and talk about crypto's growth in Asia. We have a fireside chat between China AMC's Katie He and OSL's Eugene Shuang. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hello. Hello, everybody. It's good to be back again. So my name is Eugene Chang. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of OSL. So in case you guys didn't come yesterday or didn't know about OSL, we are the first license exchange in Hong Kong. So the license really gives us a great opportunity to become a bridge between a lot of traditional financial institutions with the digital asset. So we actually work a lot with a lot of security houses in Hong Kong, and also working with a lot of asset management company in Hong Kong to come up with a new product that including digital asset. So today we have Katie with us. So they are one of the biggest, most influential asset management in Hong Kong, right? And then we're working on several projects, right? Like good to share the stage with you, Katie.
Yeah, thank you, Eugene. Thank you, Solana, for having me here at Breakpoint. I must say this is the biggest venue I've ever been in. A little background. So I manage product strategy at China Asset Management Hong Kong. Well, China Asset Management is one of the largest asset managers of China. We manage a combined AUM of 3.5 trillion RMB. And we operate out of Hong Kong subsidiary where I sit. And over the last 2 years, we've very much pivoted towards digital assets. And I must say it has been a very exciting journey working with the likes of OSL and other partners to really lead this transition in Hong Kong. So I'm very happy to share what we've achieved today.
Yeah, so what are you guys working on these days?
Yeah, so I mean, over the last 2 years, so much happened. But to begin, I think, as a asset manager, right, like our core kind of mandate is to really build a comprehensive asset allocation building blocks for our clients. And increasingly from institutional to retail, we're seeing a lot more recognition in digital assets. And I think clients are really recognizing the diversification benefits of these assets. And so we actually launched Asia's first and largest spot Bitcoin Ethereum ETF last year. And just 2 months ago in October, we launched Solana Spot ETF as well, and first in Asia, and actually was ahead of the US. And we're speaking about ETF, right, which I think was the only and the largest innovation that we saw in the financial industry over the last few decades. But we look forward and we think, what's next? What's the next big thing that's going to drive change? And I think the answer lies in blockchain technology. And the core to that is really tokenization. Blockchain, obviously, everybody knows, it's a very powerful technology. It will enable us to achieve asset democratization, instant access, atomic settlement. And so we fully embrace that by launching, again, Asia's first and largest tokenized money market fund suite. Earlier this year, now we have 3 currencies, Hong Kong dollar, US dollar, and RMB. And I'm very happy to share that we'll be launching and deploying these on Solana chain very soon. And we're definitely very excited to be joining the Solana ecosystem, which is thriving. And I guess, on top of that, we're also helping to build the infrastructure in Hong Kong. And by doing that, we participate in all of the Hong Kong government sandboxes, which focus on asset tokenization. So for those of you that come from Hong Kong, there's Project Ensemble, Project Hong Kong Dollar Plus, as well as stablecoin issuer sandbox. And I guess the key kind of focus for these sandboxes is to really test and explore the link linkage between different tokenized assets. So just a month ago, we actually completed a pilot trade where we use interbank tokenized deposit to subscribe into our tokenized money market fund. So really laying out the groundwork for interoperable institutional grade infrastructure in Hong Kong.
Yeah. So we also super excited about the whatever development in Hong Kong in the last, I would say, 2 years. The Hong Kong regulator, SFC, and the Hong Kong MA, they actually come out quite a clear framework in terms of what you are able to do as a financial license exchanges, as well as the security brokers. So there's probably 60 security brokers in Hong Kong. They're already able to offer the virtual assets to the client. And then there's about 15, they're able to directly basically deposit and withdraw the crypto asset on behalf of the client. And then, of course, there's a lot of new initiatives still ongoing, especially focused on the digital asset. I think in general, the Hong Kong regulator make it super clear is in Hong Kong as one of the largest financial center in Asia, the focus will be more on the digital asset, which is including stablecoin and all the RWA, the products, right? I mean, recently there's some RWA product, especially gold. We talk about able to do the physical delivery. So if you want to really see your goal and anything about the 2 kilograms, they will deliver to your house next day. I haven't tried that, but maybe we'll try when I go back. So I think that's pretty exciting. But also we just announced yesterday the USDG Gold, so which is a stablecoin we just launched, but which is definitely not another stablecoin. So basically, what we try to do is we want to use the stablecoin as a settlement layer that able to help institution business can really move the money around, right? Yeah. And that's why we actually powered by the Solana, because we think the Solana chain would be perfect for the scenario for the global payment, because the global payment really require a high performance, a lower cost, and also is really able to the scalable. Yeah. So I don't know, is it the first time in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
First time in Middle East, actually.
Yeah. So how do you see the opportunities for as a biggest asset manager in Asia, for the Asia market, also for the Middle East market?
Yeah, well, I guess, my feel is I'm super positive about, first of all, Asia and the Middle East. Obviously, first time in Middle East, I'm absolutely thrilled by the enthusiasm I've seen here. Definitely a lot of top-down policy support in digital assets. UAE is for sure becoming a digital asset hub. We've seen big international players coming here. We've seen OSL getting your license here as well. And I think, this all goes really well with the region's kind of strength in things like private bank, family office, and sovereign capital. But I guess I could speak a little more on Asia and Hong Kong in particular. So I think there are 3 narratives really driving this trend. So the first one is, well, for a lot of the markets in Asia, things like Hong Kong and Singapore, the markets are well developed. There's a very strong, infrastructure. There's great market depth. There's a great, group of well-informed investors. And institutionally, a lot of these markets are also fintech hubs. And for places like Hong Kong, where it's also growing as a family office and treasury center, it really goes in well with digital assets. And I think with the rise of digital assets, the interoperability of digital assets will definitely strengthen all these capital flow between these Asian countries. And secondly, as you mentioned, I think Hong Kong, Singapore have demonstrated really good regulatory openness by essentially issuing a very clarified and comprehensive framework around all aspects of digital assets, from products, from custody, distribution, trading, et cetera. And I think having launched our products in Hong Kong, it really gave us the confidence and necessary guardrails to be able to see all these major institutions coming into the market and help to build the market. So I think both Middle East and in Asia, all these leading markets are really on the right track to really lead in digital assets. Yeah, and for China AMC, we're very open-minded. We look forward to working with a lot of the ecosystem partners here in Middle East. It's a very thriving market here.
Yeah, so we're definitely also very bullish about Asia and the Middle East market, because within the Middle East market, Asia market is just so complicated. Right, it's very different from US, from European. The rules are quite united, everything united. But the Asia market is actually very fragmented. They have a different kind of language, different kind of system rules. Right, that's why we try to get all the license, so that we don't need to ask for permissions. And then with all the license, with the blockchain technology, that we can build this unified digital market for all the Asia customer investor, and also work together with the biggest funds, biggest financial security house, right? Then we can really provide a much more efficient market for the not only for Asia, of course, also for the world, right? I think that's something that is not something that's good to have. It's something really think is a must to have.
Yes, completely. Yes, precisely.
Okay, all right. Yeah, thanks for everybody. Thanks for having us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. 谢谢。
That was a powerful fireside chat on the growth of the Asian market. Our next speaker will be covering the China opportunity, specifically when it comes to tech talent and hiring. Joseph Chi is the chairman of Solana Company, which is a NASDAQ-traded DAT. Please welcome him to the stage.
Good afternoon. It's getting late in the day. Thanks for still being here to listen to me talk about China. I don't have a product to tell you about. I'm telling you about an idea. And thanks, Piers, for doing the introduction. Save me some time. Sorry about the disclaimer. The lawyers want to put it on because I'm talking about China. Anyways, a short intro. Before I joined crypto in 2017, I was a banker. And I was this hardworking little bee, did a lot of transactions. I know a lot of people. I'm an old-timer. And so now that I'm a part of the big family, this is my first breakpoint. So whenever you want to come to Asia, to APAC to do business, you need someone to call, I'm here to help. China is what I want to talk about. This Mandarin-speaking community has always been a big part of Web3 since the beginning. The Chinese and mainland Chinese has always been there, around China, around the globe. However, a big part of this Chinese community are more Ethereum-based. They don't know much about Solana. That's a big white space for us. I think Solana is more suitable for the Chinese because of its performance. It's fast, it's cheap, it's scalable, user-friendly. It's fun, it's vibrant, and look at what the Chinese do with their businesses. The mobile phones, logistics, EVs, that's what they do. Scalable, cheap, fast, accessible, user-friendliness. The internet companies, the APPs, that's their motor, right? We want to bring them to the Solana ecosystem. And this trip that we just did 2 months ago proved my point right. Without any promotion, every location we've been to, Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Shenzhen, Hong Kong. We are full of young, energetic, entrepreneurial people coming to the place that we can't fit everyone. I don't have to talk about the population. This is a place you find a lot of technical talents. There are things you can do in China, which I'll talk about, and things you cannot do in China. But this is definitely the place where you find your cheap, low-cost, hardworking, smart, technical talents. Just one number to pay attention to, there are 5 million tech-able students graduating from universities and colleges every year. There are more than 500,000 tech startups being formed every year in that country. I mean, I asked the question, how many programmers are there in the blockchain space? I was told about 30, you want to push it, 40,000. Any one of the top 10, top 20 tech companies in China has more than that. Multiples of that. We want these tech people to come to Solana. If you have 5% of them joining us in building our ecosystem, we'll be golden. This is the myth. This is the question that I get asked the most. And the fear is, oh, what if I get taken away in China and no one can find me anymore? What if I get, border control? I can't leave the country. I have to be there forever. And that's the fear that most of the foreigners. I'm a Malaysian. I was born and raised in Malaysia. I spent the last 25 years, half the time Beijing, half the time Hong Kong. And I'm fine. And especially the last 7, 8 years, I've been shareholders, sometimes controlling shareholder, major crypto companies, sit on the board. I go in and out. It's not that hard to stay out of trouble. There's only a few things to bear in mind in China. China has a huge population. And a lot of the population, you could say, is unsuspecting. And obviously, some of them are speculators and gamblers. The last thing the Chinese government wants you to do is to go and rip off these mums and pops and the taxi drivers. Don't do that. Go build something that has real impact in the real world. Like Mike Novogratz says, build shits that people would use, that work. Then you'll be fine. And 2, like India, Vietnam, many other countries that have capital control, the first thing the government is worried about is capital flight, money leaving the country illegally. Don't do that. Don't do anything that will aid that. Stay away from it. And I guess, bearing these 2 principles in mind, other than try to liberate Taiwan or worship the war heroes of Japan, I think you're fine. If you have any questions, you're not clear, call us. Ask your lawyers. On the bottom left, you see this new article. Everyone now is saying that China is changing its mind on crypto again. They're beating up the whole sector. No, whatever they said a couple of weeks ago is the same. Stablecoins are not fiat. They don't have sovereign backing. Stablecoins, some of the stablecoins have higher AMC KYC risk, which we know. Crypto-related business cannot be done onshore, which we know, has been there for years. Nothing has changed. Business as usual. One of our portfolio company, HashKey, is getting listed next week. And in Hong Kong, they have the whole tech team, a lot of supporting team onshore in China. They're perfectly fine. Hong Kong is the place you want to be. That's sort of open to do most of the crypto and blockchain businesses. And then capitals come back to Hong Kong. This year, a lot of people don't know this, is going to be the largest IPO market for 2025. This is, time's running up. This is who we are. We are supported by Liquidity on the East and the West. We have people in the US and also in Asia. We're here to help. It's all from me. Thank you.
Up next, we have a very exciting fireside chat. The panelists need no introduction, but I'll give one anyway. We have a fireside chat with Bybit's Ben Zhao. Ben is the CEO of Bybit, one of the largest centralized exchanges in the world. And then Lily Liu, the president of Solana Foundation, the one making this all possible. Please welcome them to the stage.
Right.
Awesome. Huge place.
It's a stadium. It's not just a stage.
Awesome. Yeah.
So actually, we did a Fireside chat last year in Singapore as well, so happy to reprise that. So Ben, what's new in the Bybit world?
Well, a lot of things. So I think this year for me is really focused on compliance and getting license. I think the exchange space, since we launched in 2018, I think the first 3 years, we were, like we discussed in the backstage, we were focused on building product, doing innovation. It's really good fun time. And I think for the last 2 years, it was really about licensing because the whole space, we're the first one had got the UAE ESCA license. So we're also here in Abu Dhabi. And then we have the MiCA license from Europe. We overall, Southeast Asia, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, everywhere is getting ready for onboarding onto crypto. So I think the role of the exchange now is really how do we connect to the local banks and become the place for people, the massive people that haven't been onboarded into crypto, so to own their first, let's say, $100 into crypto. So that's kind of our job and our focus now.
Got it. And then product-wise, it's much more than an exchange now. I know the Bybit card has been a huge success for you guys. And so product-wise, how are you expanding?
Oh, yeah. So a lot more focus on payment, especially in emerging markets. Our biggest growth this year is in Latin America, CIS region, as well as Africa. So we have license in Brazil, Argentina, Turkey, South Africa. So for these places, you see the adoption rate, especially the unbanked population, they will treat crypto and the crypto exchange like a bank. And basically, we give them crypto card, they can use it. And then at the same time, they have an earn program. They can even buy a structural product and things like that. So, yeah.
Got it.
What has your focus been this year? Has it been kind of shifting, compared to the first part a few years and this,
Yeah, I think that we're fundamentally builders of infrastructure, first and foremost. We joke that Solana really is just a GitHub repo, and we joke that we as Foundation are a human interface for a GitHub repo. And so we're not building companies, we don't operate companies. We advocate for GitHub repo, which is kind of like weird because there isn't like really another precedent for that. But then I think that over time, there's kind of like this progress to how you build an ecosystem. There's an order of operations. Of course, if the network doesn't exist, there's nothing for anyone else to do. And then the most important thing after you have a functioning network is attract developers. No developers, no apps, nothing for users to do. So we think about it as you build the network, attract developers, that essentially has been like the core thing, network and app developers for basically the last 4 or 5 years. And then what happened this year is there's this huge broadening into institutional investor audience, into institutions issuing assets, and so this whole stablecoin RWA type of thing. So I feel like we added so many different audiences this year, and it's way beyond just developers, startups and developers as it has been for the last few years.
And you know how my world is really, I spend half of my time meeting different regulators. I was just in Indonesia meeting JK, talking about licensing. Does this regulation framework and the environment change affect you at all? And how is the Solana Foundation interact with regulators?
Yeah. We certainly interact with regulators a little bit different from how you guys operate, or as operating businesses interact with regulators. We were the first blockchain to set up a policy institute, the Solana Policy Institute. We've got full team, about 6 people in DC. We're focused on US regulation, given that opened up and went from a fairly hostile place to a fairly collaborative environment. But we care about different issues than you might, because we're not seeking a license. Right. We're not an operating business, but we do care about things like, are developers going to be prosecuted for writing code? That's something we're going to care disproportionately a little bit more about than an exchange might. I think that when we go talk to, let's call it countries, we talk to countries less about any individual piece of regulation, but it's more, as a blockchain, we support countries with talent formation, capital formation, and this whole theme of internet capital markets. So we certainly go talk to countries around the world, but it's less about regulation, it's a little bit more policy and also sort of how you grow the economy together.
Yeah, kind of ecosystem focus.
Yeah, ecosystem. Yeah, countries are ecosystems too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Bybit, we launched a DEX in Solana called ByReal, and the ByReal team is here today. They gave us this little thing. Thanks, ByReal.
ByReal team.
So, I also talked to my team. It's kind of a good thing and also a curse when a centralized exchange, especially a big one, launches a project. I think the team wanted to be independent, and people see ByReal as a real DEX, rather than a sub thing out of the centralized exchange. And obviously, I think the team is trying quite hard to attract projects in a completely decentralized way. Basically, they don't view Bybit resources as part of the requirement. What's your view on that, and what's your advice to give if it's a project incubated by the centralized exchange?
Yeah. I think that, especially in the earlier days, which is right now, people are going to see it as having been incubated by Bybit. Right. And that is part of the appeal. Yeah. That is part of the startup part of it. But ultimately, like any product, I feel like it's got to win on being a competent, good to very good product itself first. So over time, like the balance of those things has to shift. A product where it's like, if people ever only see ByReal as Bybit's Solana DEX project, then it hasn't really done its job, right? And it has to earn its way out of that, because that's kind of the starting point, but then that's also, there's like a half-life to that characterization. So that's challenge for the ByReal team, I suppose. I think they're doing quite well right now, but you gotta like out-earn that over time, right? And grow at a pace which is faster, hopefully multiples faster than the half-life decay of kind of being this incubator project. Yeah. Yeah. Very good. How do you see that?
I think just what the team were discussing, what is the key strengths of ByReal is number one is probably the liquidity. We want to make sure that DEX has really good liquidity, and we already start to see a lot of the order even being routed to ByReal because the liquidity and the spread is quite good. But again, like you said, innovation is a key, and that's not only for DEX, for a centralized exchange. Bybit is the second in the world, and I keep telling the team we cannot, be the number one by copying Binance. We need to start to think what we could do on our spot market, on our earn program, that really solves clients' need rather than simply try to price war on this type of things. It never wins. So I think for our next focus on the centralized side is probably RWAs. We focus quite a bit on tokenized stock. And this, I think, crossed to ByReal as well. ByReal also wants to focus quite a bit on RWAs. We think is the future of the industry. Yeah.
And so how do you see the Bybit Alpha, ByReal, and then Bybit, or more broadly, the centralized and decentralized space converging, complementing one another? Obviously the fact that you guys did incubate ByReal means that you see this as being positive some games. I'm curious how you think about that reinforcing one another. Yeah. Why not just do a wallet? A lot of people, did a wallet and.
Yeah. So wallet is. So we actually started the wallet project for the first 2 years, and then. For me, I just see huge investment, but I don't see stickiness. From the exchange side, we see a lot of good wallet out there, and we feel like, at least to me, it's extremely hard to compete on a wallet front because people don't just choose a wallet. They choose what the wallet can do, whether it's the airdrop it offers through a project, or they want to get onto Solana to do certain things. So. For example, if you want to trade on Hyperliquid, if Hyperliquid only supports one wallet, most people would just use that one wallet. I don't see a competitive stickiness on wallet, and this is why we kind of stopped developing the wallet project. But DEX is different, I think. DEX is real, it's liquidity. People always need a DEX, it's where trading happens. And the relationship between the DEX to the DEX, I think, is not really competition. It's part of the journey as being an infrastructure. We see ourselves as an infrastructure. we get so many licenses, so we can connect to the local banks, like here in UAE, maybe the first Abu Dhabi bank, so that clients can deposit AED into Bybit to start to explore into crypto. But the moment they explore and they become more confident, they will need a wallet maybe to explore into DEXs and even in Solana different projects, so as they become more confident. So we see it's really a maturing phase, and we still host a majority of the crypto curious people who just get into the industry, and then we ship them off maybe to you guys after they become more native.
Got it. So you see DEXs as even being like a pro product.
I do see it.
Pro product.
Yeah, I mean we interact with a lot of clients all over the world. DEX to most people, we focus on so much on user experience. On a sex exchange, every single button is designed by a purpose. Why this button is here, why this is around, is because clients would by default click it as easier, right? But the moment they go to, I think, Solana Web3, it's a very open world. They need to have basic knowledge of how to explore, how to navigate, understand what's going on, and even using a self-custody wallet, right? So we at least still play that part of curating that, make them more confident, I think. So that's our job.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
And how do you see do you see chains as being kind of like decentralized liquidity that is going to be more significant over time than a centralized exchange?
Oh yeah, we've seen a significant shift of liquidities moving from centralized exchange to DEX over the last 2 years, right? Not only spot and also derivatives. We see more liquidity happening in hyperliquid and this type of derivative DEX. So I think people are definitely more confident in exploring DEXs. Like I said, once they have been trained, they'll be shipped off into the area because I think it offers more freedom, more privacy, obviously, and definitely more choices, right? So I don't, I think the trend is going to continue to happen. But again, our job is still the and crypto people, which is even bigger. I think the world is still, I think the next question for you probably is, what is the biggest challenge? I still think it's probably the throughput issues. If we have a lot more users onboarding into Solana, can we really handle them in the billions, in the tens of billions? And that's kind of our job to bring these people in, and you might face the same problem.
I think that by nature of being decentralized, the ecosystems built on top of open infrastructure, they are inherently going to be, because it's open, there's going to be a lot of stuff, and there's a little bit of discovery and fragmentation of experience. And what you see with, I think one place where you see this is a trade-off between when you have permissionless asset issuance, you have 5 different forms of BTC. Right. And so you fragment liquidity. And so what do you choose? Do you choose the permissionless nature of asset issuance and say, well, fully asset neutral, so, okay, well, that's life. You've got 10 different forms of BTC. And then some people see that as a arbitrage opportunity for solvers, for developers to build a solver network around that. And okay, so some people think, well, it's a great opportunity to solve that through technology, and it's arbitrage, right? So you just keep things maximally permissionless. And then there's another view of the world, which is, well, there's liquidity is a public good for the whole ecosystem. So if you unify that liquidity through some coordination mechanism, then that's actually better. And I think that in the chain world, you'll see quite a variety of different perspectives on this. And so when it comes to something like Bitcoin, I think we probably have at least 5 or 6 different wrappers of Bitcoin through different technologies. So then the question is, okay, well, if you really want to scale for 1 billion users, is it really reasonable to expect those people are going to, DYOR on, the technical intricacies of this wrapper versus that. And so I think this is, you could say that's like a bit of a UX decision to be made. And this is like, it's a sliding scale of judgment.
Yeah. No, I agree. So on our side, we are trying to also focus quite a bit on throughput TPS and make sure we can expand. I think the October 11th big massive drop that how it really was a test of centralized infrastructure, and even with that we see the downtime of a single cloud can crash a lot of the centralized exchange. So that's our focus, is to have multi-disaster recovery strategies. so that the availability of the exchange stays.
Yeah. I mean, Tencent has certainly motivated us as well. I think decentralized infrastructure shifted, I think, people's trade-off perspective. That, well, if you have decentralized infrastructure that can actually perform, and there was one that performed rather well. I like Solana did very well that day. And you have more transparency throughout the stack, transparency on principally where the oracles, right, how Oracle data is fed. So we'll see. I think that you have these defining events that will change the way people perceive trade-offs. Maybe there'll be something that shifts it in the other direction. So, anyways, so yeah.
Cool.
Well,
amazing.
Thanks for being a great partner.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll continue to support.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Cool. All good? Yeah?
Wow, today has been a day full of content. We have covered a variety of different bases, from talking about different geographies to actual protocol updates. We have one talk left, and I personally think this is one of the most exciting talks of the day. It's talking about fixing Solana governance. The talk is titled The Solana Constitution. It's by Tushar Jain, managing partner at Multicoin Capital, and Nick Almond, the head of governance at Jito. Please give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. All right, welcome, everyone. We're going to talk today about governance. And as we get into it, I want to talk a little bit about how Solana governance works today, in that it's pretty ambiguous. It's unclear what things need to be voted on versus not. We've had a few votes in the history of the network, but not everything has been voted on. It's unclear exactly how the vote should be conducted. It's unclear how long do we need to discuss things. There's a lot of opportunities to make things more clear. And this all came to a head earlier this year when we had SIMD 228. SIMD 228 was the biggest governance event in the history of crypto. In terms of the amount of voting and engagement, there were tens of billions of dollars of SOL which voted on this inflation reduction proposal. And while as a sponsor of the proposal, the vote didn't go the way that I had hoped, we did learn quite a bit from that experience about the process of governance and what needs to happen in order to improve how Solana governance works in the future. So today, what we're going to introduce to you all is an upgrade to the Solana governance system. And there's two major components of it. One, there is a document that we're proposing called the Solana Constitution, which outlays some of those basic questions, like what needs to be voted on, who votes, when do they vote, simple stuff, but simple is not always easy. And second, there is a new voting app that is going to go live, which introduces a concept we call staker override, which allows stakers to override their validators' votes. And I think this is a new form of democracy. It's representative democracy with voter override. I think it's going to be extremely powerful. How did we get here? After SIMD 228, as we were absorbing these lessons, we've had a number of very wide consultations with key stakeholders across the industry. We kicked this off at a meeting at Accelerate with a bunch of key validators, core devs, et cetera. And today, we're excited to talk to you about the conclusion of that work, which is the Solana Constitution. Before we get into the details of how all of that works, I want to turn it over to Nick to talk about why should we care?
Yeah, I'm very pleased that there's still people here, because a lot of people don't care about governance. But I'm going to try and, for 2 minutes, convince you that you should. Because leaps in governance have created wonders. And I mean that literally. So if you look back through history, we've had various leaps in civilizational capability. A lot of people think this is just like technological advances that have driven this, but actually, it's usually leaps of governance. So the Egyptians, they built the pyramids. You can't just throw labor at this and pyramids happen. There needs to be organization. Governance is how you organize people at scale, and it's how you create wonders. Democracy. Athenian democracy is still one of the most interesting things that's ever happened in human civilization, but because of it, it created civic participation. Instead of a pure pyramid of power with pharaohs and emperors at the top, we had civic participation. And that created art and science. It created dialogue. And it's the reason why we still exist in a democracy today, or many of us do. Infrastructure. The Romans, this bridge was built 2,000 years ago. It's a bit of a marvel. And the Romans managed to scale across continent-wide, and they did it through governance. They created a very strong military. They created logistics, supply chains. And it was governance and being able to coordinate people at scale that got them to it. This cathedral was built about 800 years ago. And we used to build things generationally. This cathedral took about 300 years to build. And you do that through governance and coordination. And then you can imagine like the Industrial Revolution. This is the point where things really kicked off, because this is when we created joint stock companies. This is when we created management sciences. This is how you could not just build something, but manage it for years to come and generate value out of it. And now we're here, right? We've got the internet. This, I think, is the most radical shift in civilization that we've had since day one. So we've now radically connected every person on the planet communicationally, and now blockchains do this with value. But the interesting point is that we don't have the governance system of the internet yet. Tushar said this earlier, it's kind of feudal system, and I think that's right. But what we can do with blockchains and with things like the Constitution that we're suggesting here is to generate ways in which we can govern each other on the internet, distributed system all over the world. Does anyone know who painted this? It's Banksy. Banksy put this mural on a wall to protest against the censorship, this kind of disturbing censorship regime that's starting to emerge in the UK. And they thought it was a good idea to censor it. So that was a piece of art, now it's a masterpiece. And what happens is, I think we're seeing is the end of an era of governance. Traditional governance is starting to collapse, starting to fail, and we need new ideas. What I've believed for about 10 years now is why I've been so obsessed on crypto and governance, is that I truly believe that the next great leap in governance is going to come from the world of decentralized systems. It's going to come from blockchains. It's going to come from interesting experiments where we try radical new forms of democracy. And I think actually, as Tushar said, this is an interesting new form of democracy with delegation with voter override, where you can revoke your votes away from your delegates. I think there's quite a lot of people in the world that would like to be able to do that at the moment. And over to Tushar again.
So I know that we all understand how important it is to build things, and that's been the core of Solana's culture. But it's also important to manage the things that we have built in the way that creates the most value for the most number of people. And that's what we think governance can help accomplish. As Nick described some of those examples, governance is a critical component of utilizing what we have built to create the most value for the most people. So let me tell you a little bit about what practically are we proposing with the new Solana Constitution. The first thing that we're proposing is what we call stake sovereignty. This means that ultimately stakers control the network. Stakers get to decide who they are staking to, but in addition to deciding who they're staking to, there's this new concept called staker override. So what this means is on a given proposal that's going to be voted on, a staker can vote even if their validator did not vote. Or if the validator voted yes and the staker wants to say no, they can override their validator's vote with their percentage of the stake. We think this is a really powerful innovation that dramatically solves the principal agent problem that can exist in a validator representative democracy type system. The validators are absolutely critical components of governance. They are tasked with actually running the network code honestly. They're also tasked with what we're calling stewardship. And that means bringing to the network's attention when a controversial change is proposed. And I'll describe what that practically means in just a second. When we introduce this new concept. You are all probably familiar with SIMDs. SIMDs have been the Solana improvement documents that have existed since the beginning of the network. And they have governed how updates to Solana have worked in the past. But they were subject to a bunch of that confusion I was mentioning earlier. Which SIMDs need to be voted on? Which ones don't? Who votes? When do you vote? All this stuff. So what we are proposing with the Constitution is a new type of proposal called a Solana governance proposal, or an SGP. An SGP is a detailed proposal for a systemic change to the network. SGPs are voted on. SIMDs are not voted on. How do we decide if something is systemic? We can't define it. It's really hard to do. We tried. The way we define that something is systemic is if enough of you, as stakers and community members, believe it is systemic. And the way we do that is we allow stakers and validators to escalate any proposal to label it systemic. And only proposals that are labeled systemic can be voted on in order to prevent voter fatigue and overvoting. Think of the SGPs as a specification of what to build and a general direction for the network. Then we have SIMDs, which continue to exist as they have. They're a technical specification for a proposed network update. These sail through opportunistically. So if a SIMD is proposed, it just goes through the current process. There's no voting on SIMDs. Core devs propose it, it goes through technical peer review, and it sails on through. SGPs are voted on. We don't want to slow core devs down. But if a SIMD is contentious and it says that there's going to be some change that the network thinks is systemic, then 15% of stake can label that change systemic, and it escalates the SIMD into an SGP and forces a vote on that issue. So in order to lay this out a little more visually and clearly, I'll hand it over to Nick to take you through this flowchart.
Thanks, Tushar. Bit late in the day for flowcharts, I know, but I'll give it a go. So it's a 4-phase process, and you can think of the first being, how do we make the proposals? So we're going to do this all on GitHub. We have it a forum. We want to collect this all into a very sort of robust place that we can discuss proposals. We have these 2 proposal tracks. They go through the usual technical review. And the important bit here is that decision-making process. Is this a systemic proposal? In which case it goes into the SGPs. So this would be things like MCP. We have Alpenglow, for example. Big systemic changes to the network that materially change the economics. They materially are consensus-breaking changes. We vote on them. So this is the kind of elevation process. It's completely permissionless. The validators elevate a proposal. If 15% of stake decides something is worthy of voting on, then it's voted on. And then as soon as that proposal threshold is hit, it triggers an on-chain mechanism. So previously, we kind of did this with proposal-specific tokens. It was a bit hacky. Now this is the kind of major mechanistic upgrade of the protocol. We have a new voting program that uses some interesting technology, which I'll talk about in a second. But as soon as that hits, it triggers this process. So the discussion period is on chain. We deliberated in consultation processes how many epochs this should be, but 10 epochs of discussion, and as soon as that concludes, a snapshot is taken. So this actually uses a cool bit of tech which DeSo created called an NCN, which is a decentralized snapshotting process, looks at a specific slot, calculates everyone's stake, we reach consensus on it, and then it triggers the voting window, which at the moment is down for 3 epochs. And this is going to be still live, so we can debate this a little bit further. But effectively, we have this epoch by epoch tallying process where stakers can override their validators and validators vote. And then once it's finished, we can finalize the proposal. And this is the kind of critical piece. We want all of these proposals to sail through. We don't want to overvote. Primarily, this is a veto mechanism. So the strongest signal that you can get on the network is that we're over quorum of 33%. 33% of stakers turned up, and we have a supermajority on that. And it's the highest degree of signal that you can get on the network, and there's a very strong mandate for it. If you're under quorum and you get quorum failure, we treat that as indifference. It just means the network didn't necessarily care that much. So that's the process, and I think it puts us in a really good position.
It puts us in a position for Solana to be the largest decentralized governance system in the world. And like Nick mentioned, governance innovation is happening here in the blockchain industry. The whole world needs more governance innovation. We're using Enlightenment age, 1700s based governance systems across the world today. And we no longer live in that era. We live in the information age, and we should have an information age native governance system. But we have to run the experiment somewhere, and this is the place to do it. So let me just end with what happens next. What do we do? Well, first, this voting app is going to be released in Q1, and the first vote is going to be the ratification.
I think they've killed us.
Oh, wow.
Mine's still going.
Anyway, so the SGP one will be the ratification of the Constitution. We are still taking input on some of those variables, the structure and ideas for the community to debate. Once the Constitution is ratified, we have some ideas for SGP2. Those of you who are on Twitter might have seen Mert hint some governance changes that he wants to do. So we think that might be SGP2. So if you're excited about this and you have some feedback about the Constitution, please feel free to, I think the best place to have this conversation is on Twitter. Tag us, put up a bunch of comments, and let's continue the discussion there. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
That was the last talk of the day. I know there are a bunch of fun ecosystem side events going on tonight. Don't have too much fun. We have a lot of great speakers tomorrow as well. But yeah, thank y'all. Enjoy your night.
Promise everything.